Raising children. In such stories, the main role is played by a charming child. They are always surrounded by love and care. This genre warms everyone's heart. But it seems that something is wrong with our story. A loud child's scream echoed throughout the estate and clearly said no. With a futile attempt to dodge, I noticed that she had started doing it again. With difficulty holding back a smile, I tried to feed her, but the girl only repeated that she didn't want to eat. This sweetly smiling woman, our heroine, found herself in a story about raising a child. The events of this story revolve around a spoiled villainess. She was the only daughter of a dark family. She abused the servants day and night. She was so capricious that she would break dishes and refuse to eat. Not a single stepmother stayed near her. And now this lovely child threw her projectile, telling her to get lost. Having flown away from the woman's face, the cube rebounded with a loud noise onto the floor. That disgruntled, scarlet-eyed girl was Rebecca Petrie. Without reacting to the provocations, the woman told the child that she would leave after she had eaten and suggested that she at least try. Opening one eye, the girl categorically refused. Suddenly, she screamed something about blood, leaving the woman stunned. She didn't understand why she was screaming so loudly. The little girl held a plush bunny in her hand and continued to look at it, puzzled. But the next moment, there was no trace of confusion left. She screamed furiously that this was exactly why she told him to get away. Wiping the blood from her forehead, the woman told Riri that she had already asked her to apologize more than once. She had already taken care of children, and this job was not an easy one. Smiling, she thought to herself that this was not the first such child. The smile continued to flash on her face as the girl screamed no. She was already lying on the carpet, waving her arms and legs and screaming hysterically. It wasn't her fault. Sighing and covering her eyes with her hand, she thought, Riri is angry enough to get rid of anyone. It all started 15 days ago, when a woman's hand desperately reached out to her child. She remembered running to save a little girl on the road and then dying. And then she suddenly came to her senses, desperately wondering where she was. A scream came from her chest as she realized she had become Leona. Looking around, she realized with difficulty that she was in a carriage, not immediately noticing the person in front of her. Putting the book aside, the man noted that not long ago she had behaved completely differently, and he wondered if everything was okay. Noticing that the girl was not responding, he called her by name, Leona Celine. This man was the heir of the family, Jan Petrie. Realizing what was said, the girl could only point at herself in amazement, repeating the name. A memory flashed through her mind of sitting in a dark attic, listening to a voice telling her that she was lazy and that the Petrie family was going to buy her out. Seeing in front of me another passage about a man and a woman with a girl, I heard that for money they were ready to do anything, and I understood that all these were Leona's memories. The girl was pulled out of this by Jan's voice, who was interested in what was going on, and laughing nervously, she replied that she was simply frightened by the noise of the carriage. The girl's eye looked closely at the speaker. It turned out that Leona was sold to the Duke, and now she was heading with him to the infamous place. People gossiped that all the servants had suddenly disappeared, and perhaps they had been tortured and sold, because there was a little villain growing up in this family. The Duke broke the silence, assuring that he knew little about the rumors about him. He tried to calm her down by saying he wouldn't hit her, but that only made her much more suspicious. Without noticing this, he told her to simply remember her responsibilities and focus on raising the child. Riding in the carriage, she understood that her future life would definitely not be a bed of roses. And upon arrival, a small childish finger pointed at her, imperiously asking who she was. Deciding that the little girl was very brave, Leona leaned towards her and greeted her with a smile. However, the young lady was clearly dissatisfied with her greeting and briefly sent the girl away. Puzzled by the child's categoricalness, Leon could only smile awkwardly and scratch the back of her head. Taking his daughter in his arms, the Duke entered the conversation, offering to introduce them and introducing Riri. Looking menacingly at the girl, he put forward the following truth. Pointing to the daughter in his arms, he said that from that day on, Leona was her mother. The girl looked at the man in bewilderment and stroked her chin. This girl had just kicked her out. Trying to look unperturbed, she asked with a smile what number she was. She clearly remembered that the third wife had died the worst. She had run away from Riri down the stairs, fallen and broken herself. And then she received a stupefying answer. She was the third. Sobbing inwardly, the girl asked herself why she, while the girl was in her father's arms, was asking if this was why she had been called. The Duke replied that since she had said hello, she could go, to which the restless child, waving her arms and legs, said that everything was irritating her and she was leaving. As she ran away from her father, she continued to angrily say that she did not need his permission. She was leaving because she wanted to. Leona, who continued to be amazed by the events happening to her, only phlegmatically looked at the door that closed behind the little fury. But she was not allowed to be amazed for long. The man who approached briefly told her to follow him. Without listening to her surprised questions, he told her to just follow him and not ask questions. Approaching the dark door and placing his hand on the handle, he said that she would now live here, because he did not want her to stay in the Duchess's room. When the door to the room finally opened, she paused for a moment, looking around. Noticing her stupor, the Duke asked if everything was all right, to which Leona laughed and replied that the room was fine. She thought he was taking her to the basement. As he left the room, he told her that she should rest, because from tomorrow she would be looking after the child. Left alone, the girl sighed heavily. In this story, Rebecca wanted to become an empress. As expected, she became engaged to the prince, but due to her relentless atrocities, she was overthrown from the throne and, filled with revenge, poisoned the new princess. Standing motionless near the door, the girl remembered that Rebecca had eventually been executed. After which, smiling, looking at her reflection, she said that she, Leona, also had a difficult life, and now there was only one question: what to do. Falling onto the bed with a sigh, she frankly admitted to herself that she didn't know this, but promised to think about it tomorrow. Leona said thoughtfully that she would have to keep an eye on the girl from tomorrow, but she would still see who would win. Meanwhile, the children's toys were flying around the room. While the little lady was screaming hysterically, she thought that the new stepmother was just a fool. However, a gentle female voice asked the little lady not to worry. The stranger had a satisfied grin on her face and told Riri to do as she said, and there wouldn't be any problems this time. To which the little girl, flashing a villainous smile, agreed to this proposal. The Duke, who arrived on horseback, was thanked for his efforts during the week-long expedition. Dismounting from his horse, the man first asked how his daughter was, whether she had been able to get along with her new stepmother. In response to this, the butler, without raising his eyes, only chuckled darkly. Hearing this meaningful sound, Jan Petri's gaze became sharp as daggers. He was interested in everything that happened. Opening the door to the girl's room, the man called her by name from the threshold. He asked with displeasure what she had been doing all week and whether she hadn't even looked into his daughter's room. In the first seconds after the man spoke, the girl seemed to freeze, not making a sound, and then she stood up abruptly and, rushing towards Jan, began to lament that finally she could at least talk normally to someone. This clearly struck the man, who continued to look at her with displeasure. The girl, without wasting any time, began to complain about the servants, who seemed to be deliberately ignoring her. She reported that every time she left the room, something terrible happened to her. No matter how much she wandered, she still couldn't find the baby's room. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she sadly noted that she should have discovered it quite quickly. However, the Duke, waving his hand and only sighing, ordered the girl to stop making excuses. Leona tried to assure the man that she was not making excuses, and that everything really was like that. The girl thought that, of course, she knew who was behind this. However, she was smart and understood what would happen if she said more than she should. Accepting the rules of the game, the girl sighed once again, calming down. So, putting my hands together and pretending to be a naive fool, I asked the man to show me the baby's room right now. Following the Duke, she noted that this was the bedroom of a real princess, while the man informed his daughter that he had arrived. However, the girl continued to sit on her bed. She looked at her father with displeasure and asked why he came. The Duke calmly said that he brought Riri's mother, but the little girl herself did not appreciate it, asking what kind of mother she was. She had not seen her for a week and did not regret it at all. Hearing that they were talking about her, Leona looked over the man's shoulder with a joyful smile, justifying herself because she had been looking for her but had not found her, after which she reported that the girl's maids ignored her and, after asking questions, replied that they knew nothing. However, the little girl pointed at her and angrily said that it didn't matter, She shouldn't pretend to be pretty, because she fell in the hallway like a fool. Hearing the child's last phrase, Leona raised her finger up, asking how Riri knew that she had fallen, since she said that she had not seen her, which immediately caused discontent. The conversation did not continue any further. The man clearly and firmly ordered both of them to stop, after which, closing his eyes and rubbing his head with his hand, he reminded that on the first day he had told her to focus on raising the child. Suddenly, the butler entered the room, apologizing for interfering and saying that he had urgent business. Sighing, the Duke said that he would be there soon, after which he called his daughter by name. Putting his hand on the girl's head, he said that no matter what, it was he who brought her and asked her to wait a couple more days. And he headed for the door, telling Leona that he was giving her another chance and she should not miss it, not hearing his daughter sadly ask if her father was leaving. The door closed behind the man, and the girl, with tears in her eyes, called her dad again, in response to which the girl, stroking her head, suggested that they not quarrel anymore. However, the little girl continued to show her character and immediately pushed Leona's hand away with her fist. Covering herself with a gray plush bunny, she ordered not to touch her. Then, turning to the maids, she called out to them and asked if they would just stand there like fools. Pointing her finger at Leona, she said that if they let her come closer, they would be finished. Looking at the little girl with a smile, the girl only thought about how she would raise a girl who was rude and pointed her finger. But then the sound of heels was heard in the room, and a woman entered the room, asking what all the fuss was about. Turning to the person who entered, Leona asked who she was. However, the stranger only smiled and noted that the girl must be a new lady. Curtsying slightly, the woman greeted her, saying that she was Giselle, the princess's nanny, and that the master had personally entrusted her with the lady's affairs. The girl looked at the nanny in surprise, trying to understand what she was getting at as she stood next to the girl. The woman thoughtfully noted that she and Riri never seemed to get along, since the girl said that she didn't like her, after which she asked with a smile if she could keep it. Not understanding what was going on and why Giselle was hiding her dislike behind a smile, she said with a simple smile that she appreciated the woman's concern, but she also needed time to get along with the baby. At the same time, thinking about what the Duke would say to all this, she hoped for help from the nanny, but she said that she dared not disobey the lady. And then, turning to the girl with a sarcastic smile, she asked the princess what she should do, whether to leave or to leave her stepmother, to which the girl immediately opened her mouth, gritting her teeth, and then, hugging the hair, she loudly answered no and told Leon to get away from here. But she just leaned over the girl and said with a warm smile that she couldn't leave and reminded the girl of the rules. You can't talk to adults like that, and if you want something, you have to ask calmly. Without saying a word, the little girl just continued to grind her teeth angrily. But then Giselle intervened in the conversation again, noting that she did not think it was right to force the little girl to do something she did not want to do. She said thoughtfully that she didn't even know how the Duke would react, after which she added that she didn't know what would happen if he found out that his daughter was being treated this way. The girl remembered how the Duke had warned her at the very beginning what he would do if he noticed anything suspicious. His face was extremely serious. His eyes literally cut when he stated that he would not vouch for himself, and she should be prepared for this. The girl closed her eyes and thought that it was obvious that it wouldn't end with her simply being kicked out. Meanwhile, the little girl was peeking out from behind the hair, her face clearly saying that Leona wouldn't last long, after which she chuckled and hid behind her hair again. The girl, having weighed all the pros and cons, clenched her fist, saying that she had objections. Looking straight into the eyes, Giselle firmly stated that she had not forced anyone, but was only trying to teach the girl manners, after which she said that it was necessary to show the child that not everything is so simple, and hoped that the woman also understood this. She pressed her hands to her chest with a warm smile and said that it didn't matter at all whether the Duke knew. The main thing was to raise the girl properly. But the woman was clearly not moved by her words, and only briefly said that everything was clear to her. And then she bowed briefly, saying that the girl was right, after which she turned around, declaring that she would go. Leona could do whatever she saw fit, which confirmed the thoughts that she was an extremely unpleasant person. Turning to the little girl, she said that she doesn't have to watch if she doesn't want to. Squatting down in front of the little girl, she said that she would still visit her every day and be there, After which she excitedly said that she wanted to immediately ask why she didn't like her so much. Did she really just hate her? However, she continued to hide behind the hair and remained silent. As I got up, I thought that there was nothing more to count on today. This girl had absolutely everything, but she grew up in an orphanage and didn't understand what she was missing. When the girl turned her back, she heard quiet words that she would also leave. Leona turned around, and the girl said that according to the nanny, she would also leave her. The little girl was excited and hugged her bunny tightly, saying that the first two stepmothers had run away, and she was no better, and therefore she did not want to communicate with her. Leona froze in shock. She didn't expect to hear such an answer. Turning towards the door, she noticed the shadow of a woman standing behind her, and asked again if what the nanny had said was true. Meanwhile, Giselle clearly heard what the little girl had said about her words. In the dark room, the child tossed and turned and had a restless sleep. Her face was flushed. She was mumbling, asking where her daddy was, because she felt very bad. The door to the room opened, and a man walked inside. Opening her eyes, the child asked the nanny where her mom and dad were. Was there really no one there? In response to this, the woman said that the lady was very poor, because the Duke was busy with business, and the stepmother could not stand it and left. After which, tears began to flow from the child's eyes, and the nanny added that everyone had abandoned the little princess. Smiling contentedly at the effect produced, she asked the little girl not to worry, because she would always be there, and if she listened to her, she would never be alone again. Riri continued to repeat the nanny's words that everyone was the same, and the first two stepmothers ran away, and Leona herself was no exception. Besides, the nanny said that she should not get close to anyone. After clarifying whether the nanny had really said that, the girl asked whether the little girl herself had ordered the maids to remain silent, which caused the girl to scream excitedly that it really was her and not the nanny. Looking at the little girl, who was looking away in embarrassment, the girl wondered if the nanny was really behind all this. The child was obviously just listening to this woman like a puppet. After a while, the maids entered the room, saying that it was time for lunch, and they brought food. Time flew by. Turning to the baby, she called Rebecca to eat. However, she was faced with the fact that she continued to hide behind the hair, without answering anything in response. When I tried to call her again, I was only met with the girl screaming loudly that she would not eat. The maids, accustomed to such things, only smiled calmly. Only Leona froze in shock from such a scream. She listened with a forced smile as the maids tried to persuade Riri to eat, warning her that they would get into trouble if the Duke found out that she wasn't eating. However, such words did not convince the little lady. She only repeated to everyone to go away, because she would eat only when she wanted to. Smiling nervously, the girl listened to the maid's words about how every time it was the same, she refused to eat and threw a tantrum, preferring to eat only sweets. Looking towards the other maid, she saw that she was holding a tray of sweets and asked if it was food for the girl. And when she heard that it would be a real miracle if the girl ate, since she usually doesn't even look at the food, she thought that everyone was just letting her throw tantrums. Meanwhile, the maid, sitting on her knees with a tray, continued to persuade the miss to eat at least a piece. Hearing this whole situation, lightning flashes of anger ran through the girl's eyes. Raising her hand, she briefly ordered everyone to stop. Looking at the little girl, who continued to lie on the floor and look angrily in their direction, she ordered them to bring her normal food. Without reacting to objections, she explained to the maids that Rebecca needed to grow and gain strength, and therefore needed to eat well. She couldn't eat only desserts all her life. Sighing, the girl agreed to this as she stood up, but the little girl, pointing her finger at the woman, told her to watch herself. In response to this, the girl raised her finger and briefly reminded that she was now her mother. Leaning over, she said that she had to check her health and take care of her. She was just doing her job. But in response, the child only asked not to pretend to be a mother. While they were talking, they didn't notice how time passed, and the maid brought food. Pointing her finger towards Leon's table, she asked the girl to take everything there. When the food was laid out on the table, and the girl sat down at one of the chairs, she asked the little girl if she would like to eat. However, she turned away from the table and remained absolutely silent. After thinking for a bit, the girl looked around and confidently said that she would eat only when the food was brought here. But she heard that if she wanted to eat, she would sit at the table. Dissatisfied, gritting her teeth, She asked if the girl really thought she could pretend to be her mother, since she was just being paid to do it. Leona remained calm, and spearing a piece of meat with her fork, said that this was precisely why she could not leave. Hearing these words, the little girl stopped, asking if she really couldn't do it. Let's remember the nanny's words about how everyone was abandoning the princess. She only briefly said that Leona was a liar. The girl looked at Riri with confusion and froze with a piece of meat on her fork, after which she asked why she should lie. She asked to believe the girl because she simply could not do it. Looking at the little girl, who was looking at her with her wonderful eyes, she asked if she would eat anyway. Riri clutched her dress with her hands, Leona's words clearly upsetting her, after which she turned and went to the table. Leona watched with a smile as the child calmly sat down at the table. However, as she picked up the cutlery, the girl continued to look dissatisfied. After looking at the child, the girl said that she was a good girl and that she really should eat at the table. Putting the spoon in her mouth, the girl quietly and indistinctly said that she promised that she would not leave. Not hearing the words, Leona asked to repeat, but Riri said that nothing had happened. The child slept soundly in his bed, hugging his stuffed bunny. Trying to be incredibly quiet, the hand gently closed the door. Sighing heavily and wiping the sweat from her forehead, Leona was glad that she had finally put her to bed, saying that it was time to go back now. However, turning around, she looked down the dark corridor, realizing that she needed to get to her room. However, at that very moment, she began to get nervous, realizing that she did not know how to get to it, because it was so dark here that she did not even know where to go. The girl turned around in amazement, because a man's voice was heard behind her. The red gaze of a man's eyes could only belong to the Duke, and the girl froze. She stuttered his name involuntarily, taking a step back and starting to fall. However, the man grabbed her by the waist with his arm, leaning over her, saying that he seemed to have scared her. Helping the girl to stand up, he pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he was glad to meet her, and his name was Luca. Leona looked at the man excitedly, not understanding whether this was Duke Yang. Trying to pull herself together, she even rubbed her eyes with her hands, which surprised the man. Looking at the smiling face, the man apologized, then explained that she simply thought she saw the Duke, which caused him to laugh. Extending his hand to the girl, he said that he had received orders to escort her to the room and, taking her hand in his, asked if she would allow him to help her. As I followed the man up the stairs, I continued to think about what was going on. She looked at the man and thought, the atmosphere here was very strange. She couldn't understand if they were checking her, if it meant the Duke was secretly watching her. The girl thought that she had noticed those red eyes, but perhaps she had been mistaken because of the hair color. After apologizing, she asked again for the man's name. Laughing, he bowed and confirmed that his name was Luca, after which the girl asked what he did, since he didn't look much like an ordinary knight. Thinking that she still couldn't get used to his face, she only heard the man's friendly phrase about how he was pleased to realize that he interested her, after which, pressing his hand to his chest, he announced that he was the Duke's knight, and that he usually simply followed his orders. The girl asked in surprise if he was really accompanying the Duke, to which he answered ambiguously that one could say so. She wanted to ask something else, but the man said that they had arrived at the place. Hearing the words of gratitude, the man bowed again, saying that this did not create any problems and that it was time for him to go, after which he wished good night and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Looking back, the girl watched as the man walked away down the corridor. The girl thought about it, he left, and she wanted to ask him about his relationship with the Duke, but the conversation ended too abruptly. These men were too similar. As she closed the door to the room, the girl remembered that Luke's name was not mentioned in the story. Rubbing her chin with her hand, she thought that absolutely nothing was coming into her head. However, she immediately shook her head to come to her senses, because now was not the time. She needed to worry about the future. Walking to the table, she decided that this was indeed the case. She should not bother her head and think better about how to survive. With a sigh, the girl sat down on the table, thinking that she could actually die. After which she thought hard. She faced big problems. I couldn't get the child's phrase about her leaving her too out of my head. These words reminded her of herself, because she, too, had always been alone. With a sigh, leaning on her hands, the girl reminded herself that she had enough problems of her own, and yet she continued to think about this child. She lay down on the table with a groan, covering her head with her hands. Today, she barely managed to cope with what would happen tomorrow. The girl wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, asking those around her what she should do. A couple of days later, Leona was smiling, leaning on her hands. She was glad that the little girl was sitting at the table and eating the food offered to her. Riri ate calmly, looking at Leona, and looked like an ordinary child. She asked the girl what she was staring at and received the answer that she was now eating well. When the girl indignantly said that it was wrong, she laughed and said that everything was fine. She could eat as much as she wanted. As expected in terms of food, Riri was very stubborn, but she had a plan. First, her operation was to have lunch at the same time. Secondly, after the operation, she prescribed eating together at the table. The girl stubbornly said that she did not want to do this, but after a couple of days, she finally defeated Riri. But still, everything was not as rosy as it seemed. The child pushed away the food she didn't like with a fork. Leaning on her hand and looking at the baby, the girl thought that they still had a lot ahead of them. Now Luca accompanied her every day. Riri told her about what she liked. She also realized that it was better to keep her away from the nanny. The girl jumped off the chair, saying that she had eaten and was going to play. Watching the little girl play with a hair, I asked if she was turning 5 this year, to which she received an affirmative answer. Leona thought about it. She was a little worried that the girl was not eating at such an early age. After which, she involuntarily said that the girl was quite big. Hearing this, Riri turned around, asking if she was big, to which Leona replied that she was quite big for being 5 years old. This made the girl smile contentedly, saying that she was big. Leona froze. She couldn't believe her. It seemed like she was seeing Riri's smile and hearing her laugh for the first time. The girl smiled contentedly. Was the child really starting to open up to her? Suddenly, the little girl turned around, asking why the girl wasn't leaving, since she had already eaten everything, and after thinking, she asked if she needed to leave. But the girl assured that she could stay today, and then she confused her by asking if the girl knew when her dad would come. Now the Duke was on an expedition. She didn't know the answer. However, Leona thought it would be great if he spent more time with the child. Looking at the baby, she said that he would be back soon, after which she asked if Riri really missed her dad. But in response, she heard silence. Leona tried to calm the girl down, suggesting that they take a walk in the garden, not noticing that they were being eavesdropped on again. When the girl said that she wanted to play in the fountain, the shadow behind the door disappeared. Looking at the little girl happily playing in the fountain, the girl thought that Riri hadn't played outside for a long time, and it seemed that she was very happy. Leona froze as she raised the cup to her lips, feeling eyes on her. One of the maids looked at the girl with admiration, and without stopping. After thanking her, she asked her name, after which she noted that she was very kind, because the other maids did not even talk to her. Carrying the kettle and continuing to look at Leona, the girl admitted that she really liked her. She embarrassed Leona by saying that as soon as the lady appeared, Riri became more obedient, and now every dinner was not perceived as a march to war, which led Leona to the thought that they had already suffered enough. Meanwhile, May continued to say that it was all because of Giselle. All the old maids had long been on her side, after which she warned that it was better not to quarrel with her without reason and to be more careful. When Leona asked what was going on, and said that as far as she knew she was the imperial nanny and that the Duke trusted her, the old nanny was made an ordinary cleaning lady as soon as Giselle appeared. The girl reflected on how the nanny had been chosen by the imperial family, so the Duke had to approve of her, while May expressed relief that Leona had found the strength to put her in her place. Putting the cup on the table, thinking, the Duke is often not at home, so the nanny was easily able to seize all power into her own hands. Suddenly, through the girl's thoughts, the understanding came to her that something was wrong, and she raised her head. Seeing the lady's concern, May asked if everything was okay. Only now, Leona realized that it had become too quiet. Riri was not near the fountain. She had disappeared. The agitated maid ran out, saying that it was her fault because she had chatted too much with the lady. But the girl noted that there was another maid with the child, and perhaps they decided to take a walk nearby. Moving forward resolutely, Leona said that she had brought her to the garden herself and would find her herself. May rushed after her, promising to help. The girls walked around the estate's park, loudly calling the girl's name. May noted with surprise that it seemed like she wasn't there, and it was unclear where she had gone. All this was strange, because usually Riri didn't go far. Looking at the lady, the girl assumed that perhaps she was in a labyrinth, and if she turned there, she could find herself among the bushes. May led Leona to two statues standing on either side of the gate that opened into the green hedge. The girl was surprised that this was really a labyrinth. Looking around the entrance, the girl thought that the mansion was so big, and she didn't even know this place existed. And it was also very easy to get lost here. Looking ahead, May called out to the lady. A girl's figure was visible around the corner. It was indeed Rebecca, standing calmly and hugging her bunny. Looking at the baby with excitement, Leona said that she had been looking for her everywhere, after which she asked why the girl was alone. However, in response, the child only turned away, remaining silent. She extended her hand, inviting her to come back, but Riri turned her head and ordered him to take her, because she wanted to go back to the room. After which, ignoring her, she rushed towards May. Leona continued to smile as she wondered what it all meant. Looking at the back of the girl who had turned away from her, the girl tried to get an answer to the question of what Riri would like today. Not hearing an answer, she persistently asked if she really didn't want to talk to her, after which she heard a request to leave her alone because everything was irritating her. Sighing, the girl raised her head, mentally cursing. Leona was in despair. Everything was back to normal. Offering the girl a new bunny, but ignoring her, I convinced myself that the main thing was to visit her every day. Offering her her favorite dish, but continuing to be as if invisible, she convinced her that they would become close again. She thought that everything would work out, but nothing happened. Realizing her failure, the girl sighed heavily. She thought that they had at least gotten a little closer, but she only became further away. Suddenly, a male voice was heard from behind the girl, who noticed that she seemed to be tormented by some thoughts lately. Turning around, she saw Luca behind her, not understanding where he came from. Smiling, she admitted that the man had scared her and asked him to warn her. The man said that he had come for them, but there was no one in the room. He was wondering where the princess was. The girl lowered her head and sighed. Admitting that Rebecca had been acting up a lot lately, she tried to kick her out, but nothing worked. She said the girl angrily said that she would then leave, causing the man to laugh. After listening to Leona's complaints, Luca suggested that she take a walk before returning to her room, saying that she would feel better if she got some fresh air. While walking in the park, a man called a girl by name. After waiting for the girl to look at him in response, he asked her to treat Riri with understanding. He explained that the young lady had been through a lot, to which she smiled and noted that he seemed to know Rebecca well. Luca said that he had been looking after her since she was very young. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, looked at the man, noting that he was amazing. But when she looked up, she made a surprised sound. She found herself near the labyrinth again, not understanding how they ended up there, since she was just following Luca. Asking for a moment, she looked into the maze and noticed a female figure in black moving forward. Taking a closer look, the girl was surprised to realize that it was the nanny. Watching the woman walk further through the labyrinth, I thought about what she was doing there at such an hour. She suddenly realized that she hadn't seen her for a long time, and at the same time heard the man ask what she was thinking about. Hiding her thoughts, the girl said that it was because of Riri, because she couldn't understand why she had changed so abruptly. And suddenly, she froze, asking herself at what moment this happened, whether the nanny was really standing to the side, unable to see the child. But then she reminded herself that the girl had started to ignore her after the labyrinth. Was the nanny up to something again? As she began to walk away, Leona thanked the man for the walk, saying that she had urgent business to attend to and would be going. She quickly left. Now she was sure that the nanny was to blame. She could not safely trust Luca. She needed to tell the Duke everything. The man looked after the girl with a smile. A man in a raincoat rode a horse through the pouring rain, and the girl lying in bed was restlessly tossing and turning in her sleep, constantly asking where her daddy was. The man continued to hurry with all his might, clutching the treasured bag in his hand. Giselle stood in the hallway, noting that the Duke had finally arrived. Excitedly removing the hood from his head, he asked how Riri was, after which he said that he was looking for a cure. Without looking the man in the eye, the woman sadly noticed that the princess had just fallen asleep. Handing the bag to the woman, he said that it was good, after which he told her to give the child the medicine as soon as she woke up. Then he turned and walked away, saying that he would return in the morning. She told the man that the princess did not want to see anyone now. The disease develops from excitement, and this aggravates the symptoms, so the girl needs to devote more time to rest. The Duke silently looked at the beautiful brooch in his hands, thinking about something. Raindrops were running down his face. It was thoughtful and sad. Summing up his thoughts, he only noted, like this. As he left, he told Giselle that he would talk to Riri himself later, and told her to take care of her. The woman watched the man leave, clutching the precious pouch in her hand, but her face showed only arrogance and indifference. Jan Petri continued to examine the brooch. He sat motionless and was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the man asked what was needed, and he heard that Leona wanted to see him. The man looked extremely displeased as he told her to come in. The butler opened the door, and a girl entered the room, asking for forgiveness from the threshold. Pressing her hand to her chest, she firmly stated that she had something to tell him. Walking next to her, he asked if she found the nanny suspicious. Leona said that she was not quite sure about this, but she had such a feeling. But the man only stated that this could not be. He explained that Riri's nanny was sent by the imperial family, and she had gone through a strict selection process. They couldn't send this person to the committee. After hearing this, the girl noted that it seemed that the man trusted the imperial family very much, to which he only replied that he was on good terms with the emperor. The man's gaze became sharp and thoughtful. He remembered the emperor saying that the Duke had done a great job around so many enemies, but he was glad he could trust the man, and he was glad to see his old friend. Sitting with the emperor and drinking wine, he asked him to give him an order, since it was he who did all the emperor's dirty work. In response, the emperor handed the man a piece of paper, saying that this was another sacrifice that he would ask for again. This was the hidden reality of the Petri family. Petri was completely covered in human blood. Looking at the girl, he asked if it was worth telling about it at all, to which she noted that he was worried about Riri. Otherwise, he would not have gone with her. After clearing his throat, the man said that he also found the girl suspicious. The couple stopped when they heard a voice asking for a lady. Leona looked carefully to the side, because this voice was familiar to her. It was the voice of the nanny. And indeed, there was a nanny standing in the gazebo, who, taking a bottle out of her pocket, said that she had brought medicine, but the little girl did not want to take it, saying that it was terrible. Handing the child a bottle, she said that in order to get better, she needed to be patient a little, and she would ask the maid to bring her some sweets, because she needed to eat before going to bed. Pressing her hand to her chest, the woman said that she would not be able to come so often because she did not listen to her, and yet she was always on her side. Looking at the child, she declared that the woman would become her new nanny if she didn't kick her out, and then she wouldn't be able to be around anymore. The naive child looked at the woman with horror. She was terrified that she would lose her. Rushing towards the woman, she begged her not to leave. In response, she stroked the child, said that everything was fine, and she just needed to do as she was told. She needed to tell the Duke that this woman was offending her, and to throw her out as soon as possible. Squatting down, she said with a smile that if she didn't want to be alone, she had to be an obedient girl, despite the little girl's hesitant voice that Leona had done nothing wrong and that she was different from other stepmothers. However, these words clearly did not please the woman, who narrowed her eyes and asked harshly how many more times she needed to be reminded. Looking into the child's tear-filled eyes, she loudly and harshly declared that she would be abandoned sooner or later anyway. She said gloomily that the Duke was running out of patience, and if he got angry, she would be left completely alone. Hearing every word Lion said, I hoped that it wouldn't be like that. The girl frowned. Now it was clear that the nanny was secretly controlling the child. For Riri, the nanny is everything, and she thinks that she needs to behave obediently, but she is only taking advantage of the defenseless child. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl thought that she didn't want to be kicked out. Hearing a strange sound, she looked to the side and saw that the man made a grinding noise and clenched his hand into a fist. Meanwhile, Riri clenched her hands into fists and quietly asked the nanny. She remembered how this beautiful woman said that she would not leave her and promised that she was not lying. The girl asked hesitantly if it was possible that Leona really wouldn't leave. However, the woman looked at the child with displeasure. She did not like that she had stopped listening to her. Waving her hand, the woman said that Riri had become a bad girl, and bad children needed to be punished. But the blow did not follow. because the next moment the Duke grabbed the woman by the hand with a cry, asking what she was doing. The nanny, stunned by his appearance, stuttered and tried to come up with her own excuse. But then Riri entered the conversation, pointing at Leona and declaring that this woman was offending her. The girl looked at the little girl with disappointment, who said that she had forbidden her to see the nanny and had starved her. The nanny immediately entered the conversation and confirmed the child's words, saying that she was simply doing her job, and this woman intervened and ruined everything. The nanny said that according to rumors, she was an ordinary noblewoman, and would he really allow his child to be treated like that? Struck by Giselle's impudence, the man asked if she really thought he was stupid and deaf. He had heard all about how she had yelled at his daughter and how she was going to explain it. But the woman, just raising her hand, noted that this was a method of education and children should be raised properly. Grabbing her hand, he asked if this was really how she was raising his child. But, be that as it may, he made a decision. The woman winced in pain. The man's grip was too strong. He was full of anger, and pulling the nanny by the hand, said menacingly that he would not allow his daughter to be hurt. Addressing the guard, he noted that the imperial family would sort everything out, after which he ordered her to be taken away. Not understanding what was happening, the girl rushed to her father, asking where they were taking her nanny, because she had to stay with her, and asked him not to take her away. With her eyes full of tears, the girl sadly noted that there was no one next to her if he took the nanny away. Looking at this, Leona could only sadly call out the child's name. Leaning towards the girl, she tried to explain that the nanny had only wished her harm, and all for her sake, but perhaps it would not be easy for her to understand. Meanwhile, the nanny was not going to give in and, breaking free from the guard's hands, asked how they dared to treat a person personally presented by the emperor in this way, to which she heard calm words that the imperial family would sort everything out themselves. Without looking at the woman, Jan Petri ordered her to be locked up in an underground dungeon and to send a letter to the emperor. The man leaned toward the child in the girl's arms, asking if the nanny always behaved like this. He asked if she always listened to the nanny, but Riri just continued to sit silently in Leona's arms. The man sighed briefly, realizing that he would not get any reaction from the child now. And touching her forehead, he noted that it seemed her temperature had risen again. The man didn't like all this. The child's condition was a priority. Looking at the girl, he ordered her to take the baby away. When the girls left, the man looked around and saw the ill-fated bottle on the ground. Then he bent down, picking it up, trying to figure out what it was for. The man looked at it thoughtfully, wondering what was inside. A little later, he quietly opened the door to the room, trying not to make noise. Leona, who was sitting with the child, noticed that for children, adults were a whole world. The girl trusted this woman more than the others, but the man could not understand how a child could not trust his own parent. However, the girl noted that, of course, this was so, but she asked when he was interested in his child. The Duke noted that he did everything for Riri, but the girl, interrupting him, noted that despite all this, he did not know what she was going through. The girl looked at Petri, who had nothing to say to this. Without looking at the embarrassed man, she noted that the child needed only one thing, after which she stated that if he considered himself her real father, then he should show her more love. The man looked at the child with sadness. However, soon his face lost these emotions, and his gaze became cold. He carefully placed a beautiful red pendant next to the girl. He quickly left the room, wishing his sleeping daughter sweet dreams. Leona put her hand to her chest and looked ahead in amazement, wondering if someone had actually eaten. The woman standing in front of her replied that this was not so. They only brought food at her request, but the girl ate only a spoonful, asking what they should do. The girl only sighed briefly, closing her eyes, because they couldn't help. After that day, Riri began to suffer from fever. She stopped eating completely. For her, the nanny was everything, and her departure left a mark. The Duke brought the former nanny, but nothing changed. Leona could no longer watch this, and began to feed her herself. A pink cube flew into the girl's smiling face, and a loud childish scream was heard throughout the room, telling her to go away. Leona looked at the child silently. Nothing changed. Riri looked at the outstretched spoon with displeasure, not listening to the girl's promise that she would leave as soon as the girl ate one spoon. The next moment, the little girl froze in shock, her eyes wide open, and blood was running down Leona's face. The girl couldn't say a word. She didn't expect that her actions could lead to this. However, the girl seemed not to feel this and continued to smile, addressing the child. The seated Duke calmly drank tea, noticing that Riri had injured her, and he had sent monetary compensation. She was very surprised that the man was going to pay for childish pranks. Riri screamed, asking why she should apologize when she didn't do anything wrong. Jan Petri told the shocked Leona that he had already apologized and considered the problem solved. The girl was ill, and this was affecting her behavior. The girl indignantly replied that even if she was sick, she couldn't behave like that, because if you turn a blind eye to it, she would continue to behave like that. Standing up, the man said sternly that it was none of her business and that he would decide for himself how to raise his daughter. Their conversation was over. Hearing her father's answer, the girl blushed and looked away. Having told the girl to rest, he went with Riri to the exit, while Leona, dumbfounded, tried to stop them. The door slammed shut, leaving the girl completely alone. She couldn't understand what had just happened. The father and daughter were incredibly similar. The apple clearly didn't fall far from the tree. Leona looked at the wooden hammer with indifference and sighed. Riri froze and looked at the girl tensely, after which she barely audibly asked what this hammer was for. Hiding behind the corner of the sofa, she excitedly asked if she was going to hit her to get revenge. But Leona said with a smile that this was not so. She explained that it was for sweets, and then hit one of the balls lying in a plate on the table. Without looking at the girl, she put one of the resulting pieces in her mouth and praised its taste out loud. The girl closed her eyes and moaned in delight, saying that it was very tasty. The girl looked at it, enchanted. She also really wanted to try such a delicious treat. Riri ran around the corner and ran to the table, shouting that she wanted to try it too. But Leona calmly replied that she couldn't do that until she ate her lunch. First, she had to promise, and then eat the sweets. The girl was interested in what she needed to promise, and Leona, raising her finger up and smiling, said that she needed to eat lunch before dessert. But Riri, clenching her teeth, indignantly answered with a short no. Turning away demonstratively, the girl said that she would ask the nanny, but the woman tearfully said that Leona had made the cookies herself, and she couldn't do anything. The girl thought that this was really true, because such cookies do not exist in this world, and the recipe is known only to her. Realizing that she wouldn't get the sweets that easily, the girl sighed in disappointment, saying that everything was clear to her. Folding her arms across her chest and turning her head to the side, she sheepishly said that she would eat, which astonished the maid and nanny. Pointing at the plate, the girl demanded that it be given to her, but Leona reminded her that she had not said that she would give it to her right now. A disappointed Riri screamed loudly, saying that the girl was a liar. Laughing cheerfully, Leona replied that if she asked politely, she would give it. When the little girl indignantly said that she was a princess, she calmly replied that in that case she would not give anything, and the little girl resorted to her last trump card, promising to tell her dad. The girl walked away, puffing indignantly. Not falling for the childish provocations, Leona demonstratively sighed and replied that if Riri complained to her dad, she would no longer share with her, after which she told him that if you cut the cookies in half, the chocolate would flow out, which again captivated the child. Accepting defeat, the little girl sighed, saying that she agreed, and Leona persuaded her. Nanny and May continued to look silently at the girl, who said that she would eat everything. Raising her little finger up, the girl, looking to the side, quietly assured that she promised this. Leona looked at the child with a smile. Everything turned out as she planned. Extending her little finger to meet the child's and connecting them, she promised the little girl in return. The girl, not used to this, began to hiccup nervously. Trying to calm the child down, Leona put her hand to her cheek and, closing her eyes, said how Riri had made her happy with her promise, and also expressed the hope that she would be so polite in the future. Handing the hammer to the child, she said that she had not eaten yet, but as a reward, she would let her try it. Hearing this, the little girl rushed to the chair with lightning speed and sat down on it, after which, taking a hammer, she quickly smashed another ball, and just as quickly, she put one of the pieces in her mouth. The girl froze, her eyes wide open and tasting the new sweetness. She tried to taste it. Unable to bear the weight, Leona asked the child if she liked the food, after which, I listened with a smile, as the girl calmly replied that it wasn't that tasty, and that their chef cooked much better. Covering her mouth with her hand, The girl excitedly asked if she should really not bring any more treats then, since she was going to cook some for dinner, which made the girl perk up and immediately allow her to cook more. Leona walked calmly down the corridor to the girl's room. She hoped that this time she would eat in peace. She couldn't lure her with sweets every time. Entering the room, Leona froze in shock when she saw the hair in front of her. Riri held out a rabbit in front of Leona, holding an envelope in its plush paws. Leaning slightly towards the child, the girl took the envelope, wondering what it was. After unfolding and reading the short sorry, I heard Riri say that the nanny was the only person who was always there, and she thought that she was kicked out because of Leona, which is why she behaved like that on purpose. Continuing to hide behind the hair and looking away, the girl admitted that she was wrong and was very sorry. The girl looked at the child's outstretched hand in surprise. She squatted down, watching as the child sheepishly picked up the hem of her dress. Nervously and crumpling her hem, Riri quietly said that she would behave well, promised to eat and obey, and also call her mom. The girl looked in shock at the child, who promised to do everything, and then quietly said not to abandon him. Leona smiled happily. She had managed to find a way to this amazing child. Hugging the girl, she promised that she would not abandon her and would be her mother, and thanked her for her apology. The girl looked at Leona in amazement, after which she laughed joyfully in her arms. Leona only had time to think that everything was fine, and that it was a great relief when Riri's hand slid off her shoulder. Looking excitedly at the unconscious child lying in her arms, she screamed, repeating her name, but the girl did not come to her senses. It was already late evening, but the girl continued to sit next to the child's bed, unable to calm down. The girl lying in bed was tossing and turning in delirium. She was suffering from fever and barely audibly calling for her mother. Leona stared at the child, not knowing how to help her. She knew that Riri wasn't a bad child at all. She just needed love. She was as much an abandoned child as Leona herself had once been. Stroking the girl's head, I thought that everything could still be fixed. After which she pressed her forehead against Riri's. The girl's voice whispered softly, promising to change her future. A man burst into the room, shouting his daughter's name. Leona stood up, surprised to see the man like this. Without taking his eyes off his daughter, he asked how she was, to which he received the answer that she had been given medicine, but her temperature had not gone down, and it would be better to observe her at night. Riri only continued to sigh shortly in her sleep. The man came closer to his daughter and carefully leaned over her. After a few moments, the evil one said that it wouldn't help. He quickly walked up to Leona and, looking into her eyes, gloomily ordered her to leave the mansion. The girl raised her head up, nervously asking the Duke what this meant. Petri said that the more Riri worries, the more often she is overcome by fever. The origins of the disease are unknown to anyone, but recently her condition has been stable. To sum up what was said, he noted that after her appearance, the girl felt worse. Leona was outraged by the accusation against her. The Duke spread his arms wide and said that there was no one else to blame, and that the child was in pain because of her. As he left, he said that, no matter what, she had to leave the mansion, because he didn't want to see his child suffer. Leona clenched her fist nervously, indignantly asking what the man was even talking about. However, she did not hear an answer and continued to sit next to the girl, tormenting herself with the question of whether Riri was really sick because of her. The girl sighed heavily, closing her eyes. She did not understand anything. Suddenly, someone entered the room, calling out to the lady. Leona turned around in amazement to see Luca, who put his hand on her shoulder and asked what she was doing here so late. Smiling at the lady, the man reminded her that it was unhealthy and he would take her to a room to rest. Having finished speaking, he extended his hand to her, surprising the girl. She looked at the man with warmth and smiled, thanking him. The couple walked slowly down the moonlit corridor. The man looked at the girl with a grin and asked if she was angry with the Duke, which caused nervous laughter. Inside herself, she shook the man with all her might to bring him to his senses. Seeing through her thoughts, Luca noted that it must not be easy, but asked for understanding from the Duke and the young lady. They were both doing their best. Leaning slightly towards Leona, he asked her to think about what she really wanted. Not understanding what he meant, she asked again, but he only laughed and replied that it was time for him to go. After a few moments, Luca disappeared, making Leona wonder what was going on. This man was too mysterious. The Duke walked nervously down the corridor of the mansion. He remembered how the women were happy that Miss Riri was eating well and laughing a lot lately, and it was all thanks to Leona. They also noted that the miss had been watching the lady all night. All these words made the man incredibly angry. He didn't know whether to kick the girl out or not. Maybe he shouldn't do this for Riri's sake. He sat down in the chair, sighing, exhausted, because it was he who had chosen her in the first place. The reason for this choice was her silver hair. The man, torn from his thoughts, looked up. Someone knocked on the door, and the Duke allowed entry. The assistant who came through the door reported that the drug test report was ready. Sitting up straighter, the Duke ordered the report. Obeying the order, the man revealed that it contained toxic substances that harmed the young lady, and that such ingredients were seen on the black market. After listening to the entire report, John Petter asked who was currently in charge of the black market, to which he received an immediate answer. Arvid's family is in charge of it. Clearly aware that this family supported the emperor, he asked his assistant what had happened to the nanny. The man said that the imperial family had rescued her and promised to punish her. The Duke stood up nervously and hissed. He was unhappy with this outcome, but that was not all. The man said that the emperor had ordered a personal meeting to be organized, and the Duke had ordered that it be conveyed that he would not be able to attend because he had to be in the mansion temporarily. Placing his hand on his chest, the assistant bowed his head and replied that he would do everything as the Sir ordered. Petri folded his arms across his chest, thinking. He clearly understood that it would be better not to meet with the emperor in the near future and to learn more about Arvid's family. Meanwhile, Leona was smiling and feeding Riri, who was happily eating what was offered. The two men sat at the table, the room filled with a cutting silence that literally separated them. Finally, one of the men pressed his hand to his chest, wished the Duke good morning, and expressed his joy at meeting him. Thinking that all this was amusing, Petri clasped his fingers together and greeted the Duke briefly. He looked at the man with interest, the great mind who ran the black market, Duke Arvida. Meanwhile, the man noted that Duke Petri seemed to be in excellent condition, after which he ambiguously expressed hope that he would present many large-scale cases. The Duke's face became completely gloomy when Arvid asked if there was a new person in his mansion. Smiling, the man thought that the black market was not standing still and had no competitors, and if he got closer to the Petri family, which supported the emperor, he would also get a share of power. He said the Petri family would need support and asked how he could help, which surprised the Duke. Smiling, Arvid confirmed this and said that he wanted to introduce him to someone. Smiling, he looked away and said only one name, Astra. Soon a young lady appeared in front of the man, who, having sat down, greeted Duke Petri. She said that she was the eldest daughter of the Arvid family, and her name was Astra. The Duke, without showing any emotion, briefly greeted the girl and said that he was glad to meet her. He looked at her silently. He was pleased that they had contacted him themselves. Looking at the father and his daughter, he thought that now he could learn more about the poison. Hugging the hair, the girl screamed desperately that she didn't want to eat rice. Surprised, Leona asked if she really wasn't going to eat, explaining that she would get better faster if she ate well. But the little girl was adamant. The girl sighed. She thought that perhaps Riri had spent too much time in bed and had lost her appetite. She looked thoughtfully at the window, trying to think of some way out. Suddenly, a brilliant and simple idea came into her head. Looking at the little girl, I asked if they should go on a picnic, which made her think. Sitting at the table in the garden, Riri thoughtfully watched as May laid everything out on the table, and Leona, seeing the child's emotions on her face, explained that this was all for her. Lifting the lid from the tray, she revealed another sweet treat in front of the stunned child. Smiling, Leona said that today was a special day. They were having a picnic, and she had already told her about the chocolate fountain, which looked incredibly delicious. The girl, smiling happily, suddenly froze. Looking at the girl with bewilderment, she hesitantly asked if she could eat it and received a positive answer, because Mom had prepared it especially for Riri. Looking away, the little girl recalled her mother's words that sweets can only be eaten after the main course. The girl couldn't understand why she immediately gave her dessert. Was it really because she was sick? Leona looked at the girl with a smile. She was very conscious, after which she honestly said that she was doing this because she felt guilty, which surprised the child. Leona sadly said that she couldn't make Riri always glow with happiness and apologized for it. Looking at the girl, who was excited by her words, She told her to eat and not to worry. Riri smiled happily and said that she would eat everything and forgive her if she continued to give her treats. Leona smiled happily, thanking Riri for her words. The girl and her child were sitting happily in the garden at a picnic, and mutual understanding had been established between them. However, the happiness did not last long. A woman covering her face appeared in the garden next to them. She briefly said that she had finally found Princess Rebecca. Covering her fan, Astra greeted them briefly. Leona got up from the table and asked the girl who she was. Continuing to smile, the girl introduced herself, saying that she had a special relationship with Duke Yan and wanted to meet the princess. Leona looked at the girl in amazement and wondered what kind of special relationship they were talking about. Riri, standing next to her, silently looked at Astra, clutching the hem of her mother's dress. Meanwhile, the girl who had arrived looked around the table with an attentive gaze, after which she grinned mockingly. Astra noted that this all looked rather unsightly for a real princess's tea party, which irritated Leona and Riri. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl screamed, calling Astra ugly and telling her to go away. Covering her face with a fan, the girl responded by noting that the princess was very daring, and the higher the position, the more careful one should be in one's actions and expressions. Shielding the child with herself, Leona noted that Astra seemed to be familiar with the Duke and asked what she was doing here. Looking thoughtfully to the side, the girl asked if she hadn't heard the news yet, after which she smugly declared that she was now a bride. Surprised by what she heard, the girl asked what it meant, while Riri stood behind her in surprise. And then she screamed, calling for her father, because it was he who was walking towards them. Running up to the Duke, she said that it was a strange woman who had ruined their holiday, after which she asked what kind of bride she was. Leaning closer to his daughter, he told the girl that this was her guest, but she screamed and ordered him to throw her out and suggested that they have a picnic together. The man looked around the table carefully, after which, stroking his daughter's head, he asked her to put it aside. Straightening up, he looked again at the real girls in front of him. Having looked at each one carefully, he ordered them to follow him. Unhappy that she was not noticed, Riri, clutching her father's waistcoat, looked at Astra with indignation. The man noted the amazing fact that she was the first person to win his daughter's heart, to which Leona asked what the sarcasm was for. She didn't think the Duke was such a petty person. When the man asked what she meant by this, she angrily shouted, "Did he really want to spoil his daughter on purpose, because you can't fulfill all the whims of a child?" She couldn't understand whether he was trying to help the child in this way. The girl clenched her fist, saying that, "Let's say that this is really so, but he should think carefully about what he himself wants." She remembered Luca's words that she should do what she wanted herself, and I also remembered the girl's promise and her smile. Pressing his hand to Leon's chest, he firmly said that she would not leave, because she promised Riri to always be there. The Duke looked at the girl silently and was very displeased, after which, taking a short breath, he told her to do everything as she wanted. However, after a couple of seconds, he noticed that Astra was listening attentively to their conversation. She watched the interaction between the man and the woman carefully. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and a cry was heard asking Lady Riri not to run because it was dangerous. The girl quickly ran into the room, not paying attention to the words that she was not allowed there. The Duke and Leona with Astra turned towards the door. The girl who ran into the room screamed loudly from the threshold, ordering them not to offend her mother. The out-of-breath maids, sighing heavily, could only stand behind her. Stunned, Leona and the Duke, without saying a word, simultaneously called the girl by name. However, without listening to anyone, the child spread his arms out to the sides and, closing his eyes, excitedly threatened to start acting up if they offended her mother. The man, surprised by his daughter's behavior, asked her what she was doing, to which the little girl, without calming down, desperately said that her mother had to be with her and she did not need any new brides. Squatting down in front of his daughter, he asked if she was really that good, to which he received the girl's confident answer that she loved her mother. Listening to this, Leona looked at the girl with emotion, while her father tried to understand why she thought so. The girl froze, barely audibly repeating the word mom. Still surprised by this address to her, Leona repeated it in a barely audible voice. Meanwhile, Riri screamed loudly, answering her father's question, saying that her mother was giving her chocolate. which frankly amazed her father and adopted mother. Not understanding this answer at all, Jan Petri replied that if that was all, then she had a bunch of maids. But the girl interrupted him, saying that Leona had become the first mother. And seeing the lack of understanding, she added that she was the first one who prepared something for him. Hearing this, the man froze in shock. He clearly didn't expect this. Leona looked at the girl with emotion. She could hardly hold back the tears that were ready to flow from her eyes. Running past her father, the little girl headed towards the girl. Clutching the hem of her dress with her hands and burying her face in it, she called her mom. Tearing herself away from the hem of her dress, the girl looked up and, without taking her eyes off her, quietly asked her not to leave. Riri desperately begged not to leave her. Leona smiled. She didn't care what reason contributed to this. She stroked Riri's head. The only thing that mattered was that she was happy. Looking at all this, the Duke told Leon that this was all only for his daughter. Turning his gaze to the girl, he asked if she wanted to suffer and if she wanted to get better soon. But interrupting him, she said that she didn't care and didn't want to hear anything. Continuing to hold the hem of Leona's dress tightly, she became even more nervous and screamed that she didn't want her mother to leave. Looking sadly at his daughter, the man wondered if she was starting to have a fever again. Bending over the girl, he extended his hand towards her and asked her to wait for her outside, because this was an adult question. However, Riri threw her father's hand away, refusing to come out. Pressing herself even closer to the girl, she declared that she would not leave her mother. The child's face became very red, and it was noticeable that she was getting sick. Petri lowered his head, briefly saying that everything was clear to him. Looking at the girls and the child, he said that they would have to postpone this conversation for a while. But that was all for today. Closing the door, he closed his eyes tiredly. This conversation was too difficult for him, after which he sighed, rubbing his head with his palm. His daughter's voice, so emotionally speaking about how she loved chocolate, was clearly in his thoughts. A barely noticeable smile played on the man's face. He rubbed his chin. He didn't even know that Riri loved chocolate so much. The tired girl lay powerless in Leona's arms, her face burning. Touching her forehead, she guessed that perhaps the baby was tired, but she was glad that the temperature had not risen too much. Suddenly, Astra's voice was heard behind him, indifferently saying that all this was very stupid. Continuing to cover her face with a fan, she said that his child would quickly change his mind. But Leona does not understand this and enters into open confrontation. Looking down at the girl, she asked mockingly and haughtily if she really believed that she had become a duchess, and how that was possible if her family didn't have a penny. However, Leona just stared back silently. Astra's character was indeed terrible, but was she really like that in reality? Meanwhile, not seeing the desired reaction, the lady ordered to continue having fun while she could, because in the end, she would still become the Duke's third wife. Their families were already discussing the issue of marriage, and it was a matter of time. Leaning down lower, mockingly, she quietly asked the temporary mother to take care of her child. Leon had a hard time containing herself. She didn't say anything, but her gaze became cold and her lips tightened. Astra continued to mock, and looking at the sleeping girl, asked if they would see each other again. Squinting, she expressed hope that she would really like her chocolate. However, the child, lying in the arms of his named mother, did not hear her at all, after which the girl left without saying goodbye, followed by eyes. Leona's gaze was sharp. Everything that was happening now was wrong. She didn't remember that in the original, the third wife had changed, and now she didn't understand what was going on. However, after a couple of seconds, her eyes widened and an idea came to her. Holding Riri in her arms, she wondered if the whole story was about to change. The girl looked with a smile at the child lying so sweetly in the bed. She anxiously asked the little girl if she was okay, because the room was old and the bed was narrow, and perhaps it would be better for her to sleep in her own room. But the girl assured her that everything was okay. However, Riri noticed that the room smelled old and the bed was narrow, which puzzled her mother. But the girl did not finish her thought, saying that she was glad that her mother was nearby. Leona's face turned red. The child's words touched her deeply. Hugging the baby with all her might and laughing, I noticed that Riri was saying such warm words. She was a cutie, and you couldn't find such a wonderful child in the whole world. A happy child's laughter was heard throughout the room. The girl said with a smile that her girl was the most wonderful in the world. Raising the toy up, the child said contentedly. The rabbit asked to convey that it is great to praise her. To clarify whether this was true, the girl asked the rabbit's name. Surprised that Leon was really interested in this, she secretly said that his name was Ugly, which surprised the girl immensely. Looking at the rabbit in her hands, Riri thoughtfully said that the fluff in it had already completely matted down, so it was ugly, after which she stunned her with a confession. This toy was made by her mother, the one who gave birth to her. The girl switched to a barely audible whisper when she asked the girl to just be there, not to leave, and that's all. Stretching the bunny's plush cheeks, she said thoughtfully that she had enough terrible things in her life. Looking sadly at the child, the girl called out to her, but she only reassured her in response, saying that she was okay. Hugging the rabbit to herself, the little girl said with a bright smile that now her mother is next to her, and she will not abandon her, so Riri is completely fine. Leona's gaze looked closely at the girl. She was so grown up despite her childish age, after which, smiling and stroking her head, she promised that everything would be fine. The child's eyes shone with happiness from his mother's promise to always be there. Leona continued to silently hug the child in her arms, and the baby in her arms only snored contentedly in her embrace. However, this did not last long. In the silence, like thunder, the child's confession that her father was a fool thundered. Riri admitted that she only liked the ugly one, but her dad thought that she liked rabbits and bought 100 of them. Only now did Leona realize why there were so many rabbits in her room, after which she asked if the girl wanted this. To which the little girl replied that her dad doesn't understand her at all, and always does what he wants, and also noted that he used to be better, but lately he's been behaving very strangely. Looking up at Leona with excitement, I noticed that my mother was not like that at all. With a slight smile on her lips, the girl asked if this was really true, after which she asked what Riri would do if her mother became like the others, or became stupid like her father. The girl froze thoughtfully, pondering this question, but a moment later, laughing, she replied that she would still love her. She would stop doing this because she had changed. Embarrassed by her own words, the rabbit realized, hiding her face and asking not to misunderstand her. She did not say that she loved her, the rabbit said all that. Laughing happily and covering her mouth with her hand, Leona noticed that everything was clear to her. Pressing her finger to the toy's nose, the girl thanked the rabbit. The child's happy laughter rang out like a ringing bell throughout the room. Leona lay next to the sleeping child and looked at her with a smile. The girl's hand stroked hers, and a smile blossomed on Riri's face through her deep sleep. The girl wanted to help this child. She wanted to change the child's life and save him from death. She didn't care how long it took, 10 or 20. She just wanted to raise her into a grown-up girl. She didn't want to lose her pure heart as she grew older. Now that I think about it, I realize that something is wrong here. Previously, she remembered every detail of the story, but sometimes these days become blurred in her mind. While thinking about this, the girl did not notice how she herself drifted into a deep sleep. Leona opened her eyes through her sleep, hearing the nanny's voice calling her. The woman stood at the door and continued knocking, saying something about the young lady. With difficulty getting out of bed, she heard that the Duke was urgently looking for her, and she needed to go out. Meanwhile, the man stood in the nursery with his arms folded across his chest and was clearly unhappy about something. Hearing the noise, he cast a cold glance towards the door. It was his daughter and Leona, who immediately asked what was going on. The man was silent, but immediately noticed how his daughter and the girl were holding hands. Bending over the child, he patted her on the head, asking if she had slept well, to which he received confirmation and the question why Dad had called her. After clearing his throat, the Duke informed the surprised girl that he had a gift for her, and a little to the side stood a huge number of gifts, and in front sat a huge brown hare. Riri stood wide-eyed and looked at him with delight, while Leona was simply shocked. Jan asked his daughter if she liked these chocolate bunnies. He ordered them from the best chef. Riri closed her eyes. Leona wondered how so much chocolate could be made in just one night. What was that supposed to mean? The man clearly remembered what Riri had said yesterday, but it was still too much. Meanwhile, the girl, folding her arms across her chest, said one short word, "Okay?" The girl smiled, which was rather awkward on the man's part. However, it seems he still tried to take care of his daughter. Suddenly, another man appeared in the room and called out to the Duke. Approaching the man, He whispered that the emperor was looking for him. Petri glanced at him and asked if it was really necessary to go like this, and if this question was really so important, to which he received the answer that His Majesty had asked to call him. After listening to this, he clicked his tongue briefly, thinking that it seemed that he could no longer avoid meeting him. Having told the man to tell him that he would be there soon, he didn't notice how Riri turned in his direction. Realizing that something was wrong, the little girl rushed to her father, asking where he was going, but the man could only briefly apologize. Turning to the child, he told her to tell the butler if she wanted anything, and he would buy whatever she wanted. But she, clutching her father's sleeve, replied that she did not need gifts. She asked him not to leave. A sad look came over the Duke's face as he took his daughter's hand in his own and said that there was nothing he could do. The girl looked at her father with hope, hoping that he would change his mind, but all she heard was that he would return soon. Realizing what this could lead to, Leona rushed towards the man, calling him. However, he seemed not to hear her, and the door slammed behind the man, in front of the standing child. Looking at the baby with excitement, the girl called her. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and looking at the floor, she briefly called her father a fool. Smashing the chocolate bunny on the floor, the girl screamed that she didn't need him. She just wanted to be near him. Kneeling down next to the girl, Leona called her name. She was incredibly angry. Riri was feeling better for the first time in a long time, and he had ruined everything. She wanted to feel better, but she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, an interesting thought came to her mind, and she called out to Riri again. This time, the girl looked up at her. Taking the little girl by the hands, she asked if she wanted to make chocolate chip cookies with her. Not believing such a proposal, the girl asked again, to which Leona convincingly confirmed that they were indeed going to do it together. Riri stood in front of the table, looking at the tray of cookies. The little girl was delighted that she made the cookies herself. Leona was very pleased. She couldn't have imagined that the girl would like it so much. Finally, she felt that it was worth learning to bake. Taking the tray in her hands, she asked the child if they were sending it to the oven, to which he received an enthusiastic yes. The man stood near the fireplace and silently looked at the fire. Riri ran towards him excitedly. She shouted, "Dad!" But the man turned around, surprised to see a young lady standing in front of him. The girl froze, realizing that it was Luca in front of her, not her dad. The surprised Leona also asked him what he was doing here. Smiling, the man said that he heard about them making cookies, and he wanted to join in, so he brought the magic stone. Looking at the stone in my hands, I was surprised to think that it really was a magic stone. It was the first time she saw him in real life. Surprised that a man could help make cookies with it, she heard that this stone helps control temperature, asked to trust him, and caused the little girl's displeasure. Taking a napkin in his hand, he reached forward and wiped the child's nose, asking for forgiveness. Leona continued to hold the tray in her hands, listening with a smile to the squabble between the man and the child. The girl felt strange and couldn't take her eyes off the picture in front of her. She looked at one man, but saw another, and this strange feeling did not leave her. The man stood in front of the horse, wiping it down. The women sitting in the gazebo watched him carefully. Turning to the maid, she asked what Luca was doing, because she had heard that he was a knight. Was it true? However, the nanny answered the question by saying that she knew nothing about him at all and did not even remember when he appeared. The women looked at each other in surprise, because one believed that the man had arrived quite a long time ago, while the other was sure that it had happened quite recently. Leona looked at them carefully, noticing their confusion. However, the little girl who was eating the cookies said that they were all fools and did not remember anything at all, because Luca had been here since she was born. Leaning towards the girl, wiping her face, Leon asked if she really knew him, after which she asked the little girl what he was doing, but she looked up at her mother in surprise and didn't know what to say. After a minute of thought, the girl admitted that she didn't know, but it wasn't that important. Looking at such a spontaneous child, Leona laughed, thinking that this was enough for her. However, the strange feeling did not want to leave her. She kept wondering why he looked so much like the Duke. Looking at the way the man smiled clearly, I understood that something was clearly wrong with him. The room was dark, and only the moonlight illuminated it through the window. A child was sitting on his knees in front of a man. Tears were streaming down her face, and the man said that since Astra was born a girl, she needed to prove that she was worth something. The man looked at the child with disdain, tapping his stick on her palm, saying that she should live for the sake of her family. Does she understand this? Trying not to move, the child clenched her hands into fists, saying that she understood and agreed with her father. Now, the grown-up Astra was walking through the park towards her goal. Looking at the tray in the maid's hands, she thought that she would do it, and failure was simply impossible. Leaning on her hands, the girl looked at the tray with delight. Leona noticed that everything was baked perfectly, and Luca was a great help, and she should have given him a couple of pieces to take with him. He left in the middle of the process, but the girl said with displeasure that she did not want to give him anything because he dared to joke about her, which caused Leona to get angry. Taking one cookie in her hands, she said that since they had already prepared them, they could have another tea party and she would call Nanny in May. The little girl looked up at her mother thoughtfully, considering the proposal. Then a small hand reached into the tray for a cookie. Riri quickly ran to the table in the corner of the room where the box stood. The girl stretched and put the cookie there with effort. Now the box contained a beautiful red pendant and 3 chocolate cookies. She looked contentedly at the cookie lying next to the pendant. And I thought about sharing the cookies with my dad later. Leona and the nanny looked at the baby with smiles. Having sat down at the table, Riri decisively pushed the glass away with her hands, which surprised the maid. Did she really want tea since she drinks milk? To which the girl indignantly said that Riri was already an adult, and adults drink tea and she should bring it. Suddenly, Leona spoke up, asking for milk too. She would drink it, the girl, stunned by her mother's words, asked why she should do this, because she was an adult and they didn't drink milk. Laughing, the girl raised her finger and noted that adults also drink it because it is very good for health. The little girl was shocked by her mother's words, and she asked in surprise if it was true. Realizing that she couldn't convince the child with words alone, she dipped the cookie into the milk and thoughtfully asked what would happen to the rabbit, after which she quickly took the cookie out of the milk and took a bite, simultaneously showing how delicious it was. The little girl watched her mother's experiment with delight. Taking the glass in her hands and holding it out, May asked for some milk, because she really wanted to try it too. But after she got the glass back, she importantly announced that she was drinking it not because she was small, but because it was delicious, and Leona confirmed that she knew this. The girl turned her head to the side, hearing the creaking of the opening door. Astra entered the room and greeted the girl cheerfully from the doorway, saying that her future stepmother had arrived, after which she haughtily remarked that she couldn't believe Riri. They were feeding her cheap snacks again. The amazed nanny, not believing what she heard, could not help but ask again. However, Astra only mockingly noted that it had become noisy and the servants could get to work. Leona, who was watching this chaos, looked at the girl with displeasure, amazed by her impudence. Meanwhile, Astra, leaning over the child, told her to look at the goodies she brought, because now she was her stepmother and would be the best of mothers. However, the girl turned away from her, saying that she needed to leave here because Riri only had one mother. Astra did not give up, and pointing to what she had brought, she told them not to fool around and just look at this beauty, because these are not the cookies that common people eat. But the girl indignantly said that it was disgusting and then ordered him to collect his poop. The baby continued screaming and saying that they stunk. They were poop and she had to go, which greatly worried Leona, who saw that her temperature might rise. Astra's gaze became sharp. She was incredibly angry. No, tapping her fan in her hand, the girl said quietly. Looking at Riri strangely, she noticed that she was behaving like that again and not listening to her mother. Leona looked at the girl with concern. This seemed strange to her, and she was not mistaken, waving her closed fan. Astra said that she would have to punish Riri. Hugging and covering the little girl, she indignantly asked what she was doing. Seeing that the blow would fall on them, the nanny screamed. However, no blow followed, and the stunned Astra realized that her hand was as if squeezed in a vice. She turned around sharply, indignantly asking who dared, but her speech immediately stopped. The man standing behind her asked her harshly what she was thinking. Trying to justify herself, she told the Duke that it was simple, but then she stopped, her gaze surprised. She looked at the man carefully and could not understand anything. She could not determine whether it was the Duke in front of her or not. Having made up her mind, the girl began to struggle, loudly ordering him to let her go, after which she indignantly asked who he was. Continuing to hug the girl, Leona called the man by name, after which he turned to Astra, introduced himself, and asked her to forgive him for such a careless touch, but noted that their princess also could not be touched and asked her to be more careful. However, she pulled her hand away and said with displeasure that it was arrogant. But he, completely ignoring this, pointed to the side with his hand and said that the Duke would soon return and she could wait for him in another room. Seeing their lack of understanding, he explained that Astra could not leave without seeing the Duke, but she should not worry as they had prepared excellent drinks for her. The girl simply hissed in displeasure at all this, after which, having agreed, she left the room. As he followed this unpleasant guest away, Luca looked back over his shoulder, smiling. Finally left in silence, Leona stroked the baby's head, asking for forgiveness. The nanny and May immediately ran up to them, excitedly asking if they were okay and if they were injured. However, the little girl was silent and worried Leon, looking into her face, asked if she was very scared. But the girl confidently stated that everything was fine. With tears in her eyes, Riri sadly said that this fool had ruined their tea party. Looking at the child with a smile, Leona thought that she couldn't bear to see Riri upset any longer. Calling her by name, the girl deftly put a cookie into the surprised girl's mouth. Laughing cheerfully, she asked if it was really delicious, and without waiting for an answer, she raised her finger, suggesting that they have tea again. All this brought a contented, happy smile to the child's face. All the worries and grievances were left behind. And very soon, the tea party continued, as if no unpleasant guests had arrived. A man walked alone down the corridor, nervously tugging at the collar of his shirt. He wearily thought about how much his head hurt. Squeezing his gloves with bloody stains, he bitterly wondered how much longer this would last. The memory of his daughter asking him to stay came back to him. He tried his best, but she was still upset. While thinking about what gift to give her to cheer her up, he heard quick steps behind him. Someone was calling him. Turning around, he looked coldly at the man calling him. He coldly asked his assistant what was the matter, and he began to answer hesitantly. Having collected his thoughts, he reported that while the Duke was away, Princess Astra had arrived, which surprised the man. A little later, Jan Petri lazily leaned his back against the table and looked at the girl in front of him. The Duke rubbed his forehead tiredly, wondering how to start the conversation. He remembered how the assistant reported the attempt to hit Riri and how Leona protected her. The man's gaze became hard. Now he knew where to start. Looking at Astra, he said that he heard how she wanted to hit Riri and asked if it was true. However, she, spreading her arms out to the sides, only said that she simply wanted to treat the baby to a delicious dessert, and the young lady began to be rude. She is her future mother, so she wants to raise her according to all the rules. But of all the girl's words, the only thing that interested the man was that she wanted to educate her. Pressing her hand to her chest, the girl, smiling contentedly, responded in agreement and noted that Riri should understand that she was the Duke's wife. The Duke, looking at her gloomily, said harshly that she should not behave so stupidly. Considering herself right, Astra tried to object, but was immediately stopped. Petri told her to stop, and also asked if it was clear to her. The girl clenched her teeth, trying to restrain herself, after which, bowing, she agreed with the man's words and promised to be more careful. Without raising her head, Astra said that she would go. Leaving the room with a quick step, she asked for forgiveness for the sudden visit, and the Duke and Leona only watched her go. Having waited until the steps of the departing woman died down, without raising his head, he asked if the girl had really protected Riri. Leona, on the contrary, did not take her eyes off the man and looked displeased, after which she gloomily asked if he would sit aside if he were in her place. She was just doing her duty, not even knowing who he considered his mother. But the Duke remained silent, and raising his gaze to her, continued to stand with his arms folded across his chest, after which he said that he heard how they baked cookies and had their own tea party, which surprised the girl. He knew what his daughter was doing. He confirmed that, of course, he was informed about everything and that he knew everything about Riri. But Leona, doubting this, indignantly asked what he could tell about her. Petri asked again, and the girl asked if he knew what her favorite treat was or what games she liked to play. The man began to speak hesitantly, but he was immediately interrupted. She indignantly asked if he really naively believed that he could find out everything through reports, since he hadn't even really talked to her, whether he knew anything personally from her. Having come to his senses, the Duke told the girl not to teach him about life, but she continued to ask why he called, because he became interested in what happened and wanted to know more. This again left Petri stunned, and he again didn't know what to say. Having fully expressed everything she thought, Leona clenched her hand into a fist, noting that it was already too late, after which she advised the man to listen to everything from the child's own lips. She also added that he needed to know what she wanted. Raising her finger and pointing it at him, she asked if this was not how a real father should behave, which finally amazed the man, leaving him standing with a confused look. Jan froze, recalled the image of a girl with long snow-white hair, and briefly answered in agreement. And then he quietly said that now he understood why Riri perceived her differently. After which, having refused, he said that he would go, surprising Leona with such suddenness. A smile played on his face. He promised to sort everything out, because now everything was clear to him. Come out of the room, the girl took a short breath. She was incredibly puzzled. Did he really throw her out? Did he really understand her correctly? However, taking her hands and herself, she sighed again, because it seemed that he understood it somehow in his own way. Leona froze in place, thinking about something. With my eyes wide open, I thought that all of this was very strange. Behind her, footsteps were heard, and soon a man approached her and asked if their conversation had been successful. The girl raised her head in surprise, calling the man by name. Extending his hand, Luca said that he would take her to the room, but the girl said that this was not necessary, since she had already learned the way. At that moment she froze, realizing something. She looked at Luca, realizing that she had absolutely no memory of the way into the room. The man continued to extend his hand, after which he advised her to rely on him, because he could take her home at any time. The girl grabbed the man's hand tightly, after which she called his name again. Leaning forward and not taking her eyes off his face, she asked who he was. Long ago, there was magic in the world, and many people owned it. It was considered a blessing from God. Dragons that were now only seen in legends flew across the sky. The 5 major families of the empire were masters of magic, and the Petri family was one of them. However, in pursuit of power, they started a civil war, wiping out the main families from the face of the earth. Over time, the magic began to weaken, and it was forgotten. Now, without taking her eyes off the man, the girl assured herself that there was no more magic in the world. Looking at the man's smile, she remembered that the Petri family could use a lot of mana, but without magic, it was simply inexplicable. Continuing to hold his hand in hers, she asked again who he was. When the man calmly replied that he was a knight of Duke Jan, Petra interrupted him, saying that she was not interested in his position. Leona asked again confidently who he really was. Explaining her question, she said that something strange was constantly happening around him. He appeared out of nowhere, and it felt like he was controlling her. She started giving examples, saying that she couldn't remember the way to her room. Also, no one in the mansion knows where he came from, but he gets along well with everyone. The man smiled when she said that he could consider her a country, but it was unclear how that was even possible. After listening to her, the man only smiled contentedly, closing his eyes, after which he said that he knew that she was a wonderful person, because no one had been interested in him before. He asked her not to worry, because he was not a bad person at all, and just hoped that one day everything would fall into place, which surprised Leona. Then he snapped his fingers, saying that he would tell her about himself. The next moment, a bluish glow appeared around the man. It was clearly magic. The girl looked at the man in shock, because she had just remembered that magic had ceased to exist. Looking at the man who continued to smile, I heard that one could say that he was a magician. Surprised, after asking again if he was really a magician, I heard confirmation, as well as assurances that he could do little. After which the man told the astonished girl that he could not teleport her, but he could erase her memory a little. Seeing and hearing this, the girl thought that magic had long since disappeared from this world, and magicians simply could not exist. But all this explained what was happening. Looking into Luca's eyes, I asked what he wanted from this family, money or status. However, he, pressing his hand to his chest, said that, as he said before, he simply hoped that one day everything would fall into place. He swears on anything that he does not intend to harm anyone. However, Leona could not understand how she could trust him, but she heard the assurance that he could touch memory very slightly and never touch emotions, and she could not doubt it. The man quietly said that he knew she didn't trust him, but he would do everything to win her trust, and asked her to trust him just once. Leona looked at the man silently, not taking her eyes off him. Seeing her doubts, Luca promised, and also said that he was ready to sign the agreement, which surprised her. Extending his hand forward, the man said that the knight of the Petri family swears to Duchess Leone Silene Petri, after which a blue seal appeared on the man's hand. Leona looked at this in amazement. She placed her hand over his, hearing that from now on, if even one word spoken to her was a lie, he would disappear. Covering the girl's hand with his other hand, the man closed the magic, after which the seal became active. A moment later, exactly the same magical sign appeared on the girl's hand as before on the man's hand. Luca said that the agreement was made, and if he broke it, he would disappear. The girl still couldn't believe what was happening and continued to silently look at the man. And he, not giving her time to come to her senses, said that that was all for today, and he hoped that they would get along, and he would prove that his intentions were pure. Kissing her hand, he wished her good night. All this completely confused the girl. She blushed, but a moment later the corridor was already empty. The man had disappeared. Exhaling nervously, the girl asked herself what it was. I nervously slapped my forehead, thinking that I still hadn't found out anything, and I should have asked directly. However, she immediately reassured herself mentally. She didn't think he was a bad person. She felt he was sincere towards Riri. Rubbing her forehead tiredly, the girl thought about how not a day goes by without some kind of commotion. The Duke, standing in front of her, asked why they were silent, after which he told Riri that she had guests today, and she needed to get ready quickly. Taking a break from drawing with her mother, Riri turned to her father, asking if she really had guests and what they were like. Getting up from the floor, she said that she had not heard anything about it, to which she received the answer that he was telling her about it now. Hearing this, the girl stubbornly refused, saying that she wanted to draw with her mother and nanny, but her father told her that you can't be a child forever. Looking closely at his daughter, he asked how many times he had told her not to draw, after which he reminded her that meeting new friends was much more important. She needed close friends, and he understood that. Turning his back and leaving the room, he said that they would send the guests to this room and hoped that they would get along, after which he told her not to be silly. I can't hear my daughter's screams. Dissatisfied, Leona thought that he had the last word and left. He did not understand her advice at all. Riri continued to stand there, looking at the floor, asking what other friends. Dad is very stupid, as always. He does what he wants. Approaching the child, Leona said that they could get together because they had guests, and it seemed that Dad wanted her to have many friends. She reassured the girl that if she didn't like them, she would send them back, while the little girl stood there with tears in her eyes. Throwing herself into her mother's arms, the girl agreed, but asked her mother to stay close. The girl smiled, stroking the child's head, promising not to go anywhere. And after a while, Leona stood in the room, waiting for guests. Soon the door opened slightly, and two young ladies entered the room. The blonde girl spoke first, greeting Rebecca and introducing herself as Lily, the Marquise's daughter. Then the second one spoke, saying that she was glad to meet him and introducing herself as Jaina, the Count's second daughter. Bowing in unison, they thanked Riri for the invitation to tea. However, the girl was not at all pleased with this acquaintance and briefly said that the feeling was mutual. Then she ordered the girls to sit down without raising their heads to them. Finally, everyone was seated at the table, but it was uncomfortable. Leona looked at the child, thinking that he would definitely cope and that she would succeed, while Riri confidently introduced herself. Lily thanked him again for the invitation, saying that she hadn't even thought about meeting the princess, to which Riri quietly muttered that it was all her dad. The Marquise's daughter laughed nervously and replied that they were invited after all. However, after that, she turned her head to the side and looked around expressively. Then she noted that there were too many toy rabbits here, and that she, too, had liked toys as a child, and, to Jaina's giggles, added that only babies play with dolls. Riri looked at the girls silently, trying to calm down. Meanwhile, Lily continued to speak. She could not believe that they were looking for friends for the princess, and even the Duke himself. That's why they came. Lily and Jane exchanged glances and laughed briefly. Looking at this, Riri asked herself why she felt so uncomfortable. Seeing her daughter restraining herself, Leona thought with a smile, after which she opened her eyes wide. An idea came to her mind. Taking the teapot from the maid's hands, she asked the lady if they would like a drink. After which, having poured milk into a glass, she asked them what they thought about it. The girls laughed at the same time, and then Lily said that only children drink it. Closing their eyes and smiling mockingly, they asked for tea. Puzzled, Leona continued to smile, thinking about how quickly children grow up. When they placed tea in front of the girl, they busily put sugar cubes in it and began to stir. And having tried it, they noted that it smelled great. The Petri family tea is truly exquisite, and it is much better than milk. With a smile on her face, Lily advised Riri not to tell anyone that she drinks milk. Looking at the girl, who was flushed with anger, she added that she was only saying this because she was worried. At this point, the princess's patience ran out, and she quietly but gloomily said that they were talking complete nonsense. Lily and Jane looked on in shock, then asked again, unsure if they had misheard, to which Riri asked in the same tone if she should repeat it, which caused horror in Leona, who could only clasp her head in her hands. The next moment, the girl screamed loudly, repeating that they were talking complete nonsense. The count's daughter and the marquis looked at Riri in shock, asking what nonsense they were talking about. Riri folded her arms across her chest and confidently asked if they really thought that only babies drink milk, and decided that they were now completely grown up. But that was unlikely since they added so much sugar to their tea. The girls, embarrassed, held cups of tea in their hands, and there really was a lot of sugar in them. Trying to relieve the tension around her, Leona said that milk is good for both children and adults because it helps them grow and become stronger. Lily's gaze became very angry, and she looked closely at the girl. She slammed her fists on the table and ordered them to be quiet, after which she asked how the strange woman dared to interfere in their conversation. After which, Leona tried to justify herself, but was stopped by a child's hand that grabbed her finger. Looking at the girls, Riri clearly said that this was her mother. Hearing this, Lily asked how this could be Mommy's princess, and Janie added that she looked like a servant. After listening, the girl was unhappy and continued, saying that if she said so, then it was true, she only had one mother. After which she added that they were pretending to be adults, but were behaving immaturely. After which they stood up from their chairs and, leaning their hands on the table, indignantly asked what she had said. Looking at them indifferently, Riri responded by reminding them that she was the Duke's daughter and was only here because of her father. Getting up from the table and going to the door, Lily and Jaina said that this was too much, to which the girl noted that they had also gone too far with their expressions, and she added angrily that they had offended her mother, which meant they had offended her too, and they had to answer for that. Taking a step forward, Lily indignantly said that they had only given friendly advice, and Riri suggested repeating it in the presence of her father. Hearing this, Lily's confidence faded, and Jaina just clenched her hands into fists, nervously. But Rebecca continued to speak, saying that they would be punished for insulting her mother, but heard that she was not a real mother and that Astra would soon become a stepmother. Getting even more angry, the girl screamed that this stinking fool would not be hers. Pointing her hand at Leona, she screamed even louder, "Here is her mother!" Looking at the child with emotion and listening to the words she spoke, I was amazed by her confidence. It was amazing. Lily remained silent in the meantime, and Jane was shaking and hesitantly tried to say something. After which, with tears in her eyes, she screamed that they were only saying what they were asked to. Having calmed down a little, she added that if they were rude, they would be praised, and Riri asked what they were told. With her head down, Jaina admitted that they were told that the princess needed to change her behavior and that she needed to be punished. Hearing this, Leona covered her mouth with her hand. She couldn't believe that Astra would do this. Jaina wanted to say something else, but was immediately stopped by Lily. Looking closely at her accomplice, she ordered her to be quieter. Jaina wanted to somehow object, but immediately fell silent. That's right. After understanding everything that was said, Riri folded her arms across her chest, saying that this woman was a crazy idiot. She was simply nothing. Looking at the girls in front of her, she said that she had simply lied to them, and that was it. They had simply been fooled. Stopping looking at them, she chuckled briefly and thought, and then, pointing with her hand at the open door, she told them to leave. When they asked again in surprise, she repeated even louder to them to go away. An evil smile appeared on the princess's face, and she asked if they were going to play on her nerves. Frightened by such a reaction, the girls huddled close to each other, trembling violently. And then they rushed away, saying at the end that all this was very rude. Leaning towards Riri, the girl asked if she was okay, but all she heard was that this wouldn't work. Raising her head, she clenched her fist and indignantly called out to her mother to scold her father. Opening the door to her father's office, the girl ran inside, loudly calling him. The Duke, who was about to go somewhere, turned to his daughter, asking if she had finished. At this time, Leona entered the office out of breath and called out for Riri with a groan. But she didn't hear this at all and asked her father if he was a fool and why he was doing all this. But the Duke didn't understand what was going on and asked if she liked her friends. Outraged by such questions, she said loudly that she did not need any friends, to which Petri asked if she was lonely. He asked if his daughter really liked this girl so much because she was honest like a friend. Hearing this, the same girl nervously squeezed her head with her hands. The Duke did not understand anything. Even more nervous, Riri said that her mother was always there and willing to listen, and those kids had gotten involved with Astra and were just bullying her. Hearing the last words, the man looked intently at his daughter and asked again. Here Leona entered the dialogue and confirmed the girl's words. Leaning towards Riri, the Duke said that it couldn't be that Astra had sent them, which completely upset her. He didn't believe her again. But seeing her reaction, he assured her that of course he believed her and asked her to tell him more. With her eyes full of tears, she said that they made fun of her rabbits and mocked her mother. After which she asked if he really wanted her to be friends with such children and suffer. Squatting down in front of her, he assured her that this was not so. He had made a mistake due to haste and asked for forgiveness. But then the assistant intervened in the conversation, asking for forgiveness and reminding that it was time for the Duke to go. Jan Petri froze. Realizing the situation with his daughter meant he urgently needed to leave. The girl's face turned red as she listened to the man say that he was busy today and they would talk later. The next moment, the little girl's hand forcefully pushed away her father's hand, and a ringing child's voice uttered only one word, "Fool." After which, lowering her head, she said with resentment that he was the same as them, and she did not want to see him and hated him. The Duke only had time to call her by name, when the next moment he received a strong kick in the knee. Sticking out her tongue, Riri said she doesn't need a father who can't take a minute to listen to her. And the next moment, she ran away as fast as she could, ignoring the cries of Leona and her father. The girl ran quickly down the corridor without looking back or stopping for a second. A couple of hours later, everyone was involved in searching for the little lady, checking literally every room. But the princess had disappeared without a trace. Leona opened the door slightly, calling for the baby, but the room was empty. Closing her eyes, the girl assumed that there must be a secret passage in the mansion. Otherwise, it was unclear where the baby could have gone. But then the nanny came up to her and asked her to listen to what she had to say. Moving closer, she whispered something quietly in Leona's ear. The girl learned from the woman that Riri had played in this place before. And now, looking around, she was surprised that she didn't even know about it. Leona's gaze slid to the side. She noticed a familiar plush bunny on a stack of books, and behind them, her beloved crown. Bending down, the girl cheerfully greeted the rabbit and asked if he knew where Riri was. There was no reaction, and she added that his mother was worried, and perhaps he could tell where she was. Finally, the girl turned around and took the rabbit by the paws, surprising her mother, after which the rabbit said that Riri was completely fine. After asking Leon again, she said she was glad to hear it, and then she asked the rabbit to tell Riri that her mother was worried, to which the girl, also controlling the toy, said that she was fine and there was no need to worry. Leona sat by the door, her eyes closed tiredly. A lot of time had passed, but the girl still hadn't come out. Getting up, opening the door and looking into the room, she wondered if Riri was still upset. Looking back, she noticed the baby in the same place, but she was already lying down, resting her head on one of the books. Coming closer, I saw that the child was fast asleep. Carefully lifting her from the floor, I thought that now Riri needed to be carried to bed. Sitting down with the child in her arms, she carefully opened the book lying under her head, noting that the text in it was very vague and perhaps it was the author's. The story in the book began with the fact that there lived a little rabbit who was very happy and lived with his family in a small forest village. He ate carrots and was very strong, and on rainy days he fell asleep in the arms of the white rabbit. One day, while going to pick raspberries, Mother Rabbit and Father Rabbit were killed by a gun. The white rabbit stayed with the black one, and they encouraged each other every day. Now the little rabbit had grown up and could go pick raspberries on his own. But soon the white rabbit found it difficult to get out of bed. The black rabbit sat quietly nearby. Unfortunately, the white rabbit did not wake up from his sleep, and the black rabbit was left completely alone. On rainy days, he continued to remember the white rabbit with pain. However, one day he heard someone crying in the forest. The little rabbit cried all alone. The black rabbit took the white one home and fed him raspberries, and he ate them all through his tears. After a while, the black rabbit began to smile. Leona, sitting on the bed, read the whole story with interest. Running my hand over the pages, I thought that, as expected, this was a homemade children's book. The girl was curious as to who wrote it. She remembered the nanny's words about Riri's mother's things being kept in this room. The girl turned around and looked thoughtfully at the sleeping child. The baby continued to sleep soundly. Leona sighed and leaned her head on her hands, wondering what had happened between the Duke and Riri, because of which she completely failed to notice the hand reaching for her shoulder. He felt the touch. Leona jumped up abruptly, dropping the book from her hands, after which she turned around in shock, trying to understand who it was. There was a man standing in front of her, his face clearly reflecting the extent of his displeasure. When he grabbed her hand, she asked if he was a duke. However, without answering, he briefly ordered her to follow him, forcefully pulling the girl along with him while she nervously asked what was the matter. Taking a look at the sleeping girl, she asked why he was doing everything so suddenly. Finally, he pulled his hand away, and the girl loudly called out to the Duke. Rubbing her wrist, she asked if he had gone crazy and what he was doing. However, he silently approached the window, without looking back at her at all. Gritting his teeth, he said loudly that it was all her fault, after which, turning sharply, he said loudly that Riri had never been rude before and had always listened, and after her arrival, everything had changed. She excitedly replied that it was his own fault and that he was blaming everything on her. After a pause, and without taking her eyes off the man's face, she asked if he really didn't like it that much that she was next to Riri. The man clenched his fist tightly, after which, raising his head, he briefly answered in agreement. Leona was left wondering what to do. She just wanted to do things for the best, tried to make them very happy. Leona tried to understand if it was all because of her. She loved the child, and the child loved her. But now she began to doubt whether she had really ruined everything. It all seemed strange. In history, the Duke was a very indifferent person. Rubbing my forehead with my palm, I wondered why everything had changed so much. Looking up, she called out to the man, after which she asked if he knew what was in Riri's box, and when the man asked what exactly, she answered that she kept all the things dear to her heart there. Leona said that the first thing was a precious brooch, and the second one was the uneven chocolate bunnies. She asked the man directly who all this was for. Nervously, and without looking at the girl, I asked what she wanted to say by this. Beads of sweat ran down his face as he quietly asked if he had done something wrong. The girl, folding her arms across her chest, turned her head to the side while the Duke said that he was only trying to protect her. He admitted that he had no intention of inviting her, even though she had silver hair. He looked at the man. The girl was trying to understand what he was muttering about. Here he spoke louder. Riri was dearer to him than life itself. But when she was near, his daughter did not want to see him, and he excitedly told her to leave, and then everything would be as before. Looking the shocked girl in the eyes, he desperately promised to do anything, only if she left. Leona clenched her fist. If he dared to throw money at her and leave, then she would stand up for herself. But the man's gaze clearly showed that she was an outsider and had come between them. After thinking about it, she briefly agreed to leave, which the Duke could not immediately believe. Looking down, she thought that perhaps she shouldn't have come here in the first place, and then reminded him that he had promised to give her everything, and therefore he should do her a favor. When the man asked what she wanted, she replied that she wanted the same thing, that he would not leave Riri at least once. She explained that this could be the last chance, because the child is beginning to close his heart. Looking into his eyes, she asked him not to avoid meeting her because of business and pride, because no matter what anyone said, she missed her dad and sincerely loved him. The man, shocked by her words, only looked at the girl in silence. Meanwhile, having said everything she wanted, Leona turned and went to the door, but she stopped almost immediately, looking back and hearing the Duke tell her to wait. He held out a bag of coins to her, telling her to take it. The man explained what kind of advice this was, as if not seeing the girl's disdainful look. She answered briefly that she didn't need anything and didn't give it to him for the money and walked away, leaving the stunned man behind. And only at the end, turning around at the door with a smile, she said that this was all for Riri's sake. A lonely figure of a girl in a cloak walked through a dark forest. Looking at the illuminated estate with sadness, she thought about the place where she felt so good in the morning with Riri. Now it had become alien to her. She thought that now she was no better than the previous stepmothers, and Riri was better off hating her. She wanted the girl not to suffer too much because of the broken promise. She also wanted the girl to always remember that her dad is always there for her, and they should be on good terms. Clutching the cloak tightly around her chest, she promised to keep the memories of the baby. However, unfortunately, it will go its own way. The girl sitting on the bed rubbed her legs with tears in her eyes, complaining of pain. She had only been traveling for a few days, but apparently had become very weak while living in the mansion. She thought sadly that her whole body was aching, but at least she had gotten some sleep. But she was faced with a more important question: what to do? But then suddenly, the girl remembered Luke's oath. She also clearly remembered his promise to disappear. She was at a loss as to whether her contract with Luca was still valid. However, the palm did not give any answers. The sign disappeared from the hand. Having doubted whether it was possible to trust the man, she rushed to the books, and they only confirmed that he was not lying. But she immediately stopped herself. It didn't matter. They wouldn't meet again. The only thing that mattered was that he wouldn't harm Riri. The girl stopped when something caught her attention. There was no more magic, but there were temples and faith in higher beings. God Amadeus. It was in his honor that temples and shrines were erected. The imperial family was inextricably linked with him and his oracles. Leona hoped that the magic was not yet gone, and there was a way to change everything. She was haunted by the thought that the Petrie family had connections with the emperor. Plus, there was a chance to finally find out who Luke was. And then she stopped. She had already left. Although she was worried about Riri, however, she still entered the temple, looking around with curiosity, where she was immediately caught by the question of what brought her here. Pretending to be a simpleton, she announced her desire to pray. The Duke stared out of the window, but inside him, a storm was raging. He finally got rid of her, and surprisingly, everything went smoothly. Thoughts about this did not give me any peace, and only pain could dull them. But she also saved him for a short time, forcing him to stop looking at Leona. The man convinced himself that everything would definitely return to normal. But the female voice did not want to leave his thoughts, and continued to ask. Petrie continued to fight, but the battle was lost. He was choking, unable to control his emotions. There was a crash and rustle of papers flying off the table. The body is completely without strength, heavy wheezing. No one will help him. Gathering his last strength, he could only swear briefly. The attendant examined Leona's appearance like an X-ray, and clearly not appreciating, he pointed to where the most ordinary residents were sitting. Realizing his trick, she continued to smile, and here money decided everything. Walking to the place, Leona decided not to attract attention to herself, but curiosity won out, and the girl looked around again. Now the minister turned his attention to the rows for the chosen ones. Leona was not religious and already understood everything, but it didn't make it any easier. In such a sacred place, extortion reigned without an ounce of shame. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was filled with impotent anger. In this case, learning something about magic was even more difficult. All that was left was to pray for Riri, hoping for a miracle. Through the sadness, she hoped that the memory of her would disappear, and the baby would be happy. Suddenly, the girl felt a heavy gaze directed at her. A strange man in a black robe loomed over her like a rock. Realizing this, Leona nervously told the man and immediately heard an apology. However, he did not take his eyes off of her, which raised doubts as to whether they were acquainted. But he only mysteriously noted that all this was very interesting. Puzzled by this answer, Leona didn't know what to say. And the old man, even more shockingly, said that his name was Caleb and it means dog. And upon hearing it, he looked extremely happy, noticing that it was wonderful. Frightened by this abnormality, I wondered what was wrong with him. Not thinking of anything better, she gave him a gold coin. Having advised him to buy something, I decided to quickly slip away from him. But then I heard that everything would come true. Amadeus would take care of it. She briefly agreed and quickly said goodbye. And just a second later, the old man saw a girl quickly moving away. He looked at the gift the girl gave him and thought about something. A voice came from behind him. They had finally found him. The attendants sadly noted that they had been looking for him for a long time. The pious Mr. Caleb Benedict Samuel was not so simple, and this outfit, which surprised everyone so much, helped him listen to the people, after which he casually announced the arrival of the emperor. He felt an omen. He briefly ordered them to always listen, which puzzled the servants, after which he noted that whether they will be able to be aware of God's will, they will find out in due time. Looking at the door, he quietly expressed hope for a meeting with Leona. The girl was gloomy and full of sadness. She gave the gold, but still didn't learn anything about magic. She suddenly remembered that there was a port with ships nearby. Happiness lit up her face, and now a plan to sail away from here appeared. However, lost in my dreams, I did not see anything that led to the collision. Looking up at the obstacle, she was amazed. The Duke stood in front of her, but immediately realizing her mistake, she asked Luca what he was doing here. He was silent for a while, which made Leona nervous. However, he sadly noted that he was worried about her. Leona asked sadly what he was afraid of, that she would not keep the child. But he only noted that 3 days had passed, and she was still just as brave. Unable to contain herself, Leona screamed, shocked by such impudence, and she fell silent, feeling a warm male hand on her head. But quickly coming to her senses, she asked what he was doing. As if not seeing this, Luca noticed that she was having a very hard time right now, and was upset that she couldn't help Riri. Continuing to hold the girl, he assured her that she could cry, and no one would see her tears. Feeling anger filling her, the girl clenched her teeth. Pushing him away, she asked sarcastically if he really wanted to make a joke, and then tell the Duke everything. But the man did not react to her cries, noticing that she, just like Riri, pretended to be strong to hide her weaknesses. I felt that her strength was leaving her. The girl asked with her last strength what all these words were for, because he was on Petrie's side. And she received a quiet assurance that he would not tell him anything, and she should not worry. Streams of tears quietly flowed down her cheeks as the man covered her with himself. For the first time in a long time, Leon felt so calm and warm. However, a feeling of embarrassment soon came. The man was too close to her, and seeing his smile and hearing his question about how he was feeling, this feeling only intensified. However, she immediately became sad again when she heard whether she really wanted to leave these parts. But struggling with her feelings, she firmly answered yes, as if trying to hurt her. Luca asked about her love for the girl. Delighted by her positive answer, he tried his luck and asked about her feelings for the Duke. But Leona's feelings were categorical. The man tried to convince her of the man's good qualities, but it was all in vain. The girl could not understand why Luca was trying so hard for his master, and his look was somehow ambiguous. Without giving up, the man tried his luck one more time, which only caused humility to the knight's devotion. Realizing the futility of his attempts, he called the girl by name, after which he assured her that in any case he would remain on her side. Whether she left or stayed, he would help her. And then he smiled tensely, hearing her incredulous question. Having decided to show it in practice, he suddenly attracted her, demonstrating his magic. Not feeling the ground under her feet and feeling dizzy, she screamed. A moment later, she froze in shock. She was in the middle of the ocean. She was amazed, of course. She was going to the port. But she could not imagine something like this. The shock didn't end there. The man clearly admitted that he wanted to see her happy. However, Leona had no idea what she wanted. What would make her happy? First of all, she wanted to be with those who needed her and who loved her. Only a whisper escaped her lips. She could not forget about the baby. But everything was not easy, and holding back, I tried to calm down. Reading the girl like an open book, Luca looked at her with special warmth. And, having stopped dodging, he said that the Duke was looking for her. Leon thought it was just a stupid joke, because he was the one who kicked her out. Seeing doubts, the man decided to show her evidence. Her house and the Duke, who was nervously trying to find out where she was, appeared before her eyes. Not hearing the answer he needed, Petrie flared up, asking where she could have disappeared to. The picture of the memory dissolved, and the warmth of the hand on the face was no longer felt. Luca's abilities amazed the girl. She didn't expect anything like that. Meanwhile, the man again tried to whitewash his master. assuring him of his regrets and attempts to find him. Seeing no reaction, he spoke bluntly about his inability to understand his own feelings. The revelation of such details about the Duke's weaknesses moved everything from dead center. Not quite sure how to react to everything, Leona felt stupid. Luca, however, openly admired the girl. His eyes were full of tenderness. After giving her some more time to think, the man asked her to make a decision. The girl honestly admitted her anger towards the Duke, but she missed Riri. Leona didn't think anymore. Everything was clear anyway. She wanted so badly to get back to the baby and be near her. The girl sincerely asked Luca to send her there, but she doubted that this was possible. The warmth of a man confidently took her palm captive, after which he sincerely assured her that she could come to him because he missed her. He expressed hope for a quick meeting at the mansion, and then everything disappeared. Nervously, she realized that she was in a new place and tried to figure out where exactly. Leona clearly promised herself that she would definitely come back. Realizing where she was, she knew she simply had to return. When I went inside, I was surprised by the broken door and immediately heard screams. The Duke himself continued to inquire with her family where she was. Having assessed his presence and conversation, I decided to join in, expressing my surprise, which caused unanimous shock among everyone present. Leona noted with displeasure that upon hearing this, people would think he was bored, not responding to his attempts to calm her down. And then she sarcastically asked what the Duke was doing here. Seeing the girl's inflexibility, Petri hesitated, and after a few moments, quietly admitted that he had been wrong. But she still couldn't believe that a man had broken into the house to look for her. He was gloomy, but still admitted that he was ashamed. However, Leon was more concerned about her relatives, who so clearly wanted money from the Duke. All this plunged the girl into sadness and despondency from belonging to such a family. Having decided to simply walk away from the problems, she turned around, pressing on the Duke's conscience with the information that she had walked all night. When he tried to object, she said that if he wanted to say something, he could do it on the go. But then she felt as if her wrist was shackled. The dissatisfied father clearly did not agree with her decision and wanted to resolve everything right now. He tried to insist, but immediately received the logical question of whether he wanted money. Interfering in such a pleasant conversation, the Duke noted that it would be up to the girl herself to decide what to do. He was struck by these first words from his father after a long separation from his daughter, which confused the couple, and having decided to finish it off, slyly asking whether the previous compensation was not enough for them. The girl was shocked. She didn't expect them to spend it all, but she only heard indignation. This finally drove her crazy, and she categorically stated that she was no longer associated with them. Wanting to leave such a pleasant place as quickly as possible, she said at the end that no more money would come into this house in her name. She heard screams about how much she had changed, but Leona didn't understand why she would sacrifice herself for such a family. The couple, not expecting such a turn of events, only stood and looked after her. She completely disowned them. In the end, Leona only said that there was no family. The former relatives, stunned by such a farewell, considered it an act of madness, but the girl did not hear them, and arm in arm with the man, easily walked away. Surprisingly, she felt calm now, even in the arms of such an irritating man. Leona was incredibly relaxed and enjoying the silence. However, the Duke sitting behind her clearly had the opposite feelings. Having asked uncertainly how she was, I received an affirmative answer and a logical question about why they were looking for her. The man did not want to admit it, but replied that there had not been a single peaceful day since she left. And then, to the girl's surprise, he admitted that she was right. He followed her advice and talked to Riri, but once the child found out the truth, he began to cry. The daughter's anger after this was directed only at her father. He tried to convince her that the girl was not to blame for Leona's departure. He tried to explain that he didn't want her to suffer, but Riri didn't appreciate it. The girl shocked him with the words that she no longer had a mother, and now it was much more painful. Tears were pouring down, but the girl, like a doll, asked her father what had happened. The man hugged his daughter for the first time and saw her in such a state. His heart broke. The hysteria only grew. Riri never celebrated her birthday with her dad. For her, everything was not like in the book, and she always celebrated her holiday alone. But the next phrase finally killed the man. The girl quietly said that he never spoke of love for her. Trying to vent her pain, she explained the difference between them. Dad only bought toys, but Mom played with her. Trying to find support from her father, she pressed herself closer and closer, confessing how sad she was. With her words, the girl seemed to cut the man's heart. Now he admitted that without her, things had only gotten worse, and he didn't have a single thought in his head. The Duke admitted his greatest fear was losing his daughter. He shouldn't have done that. He knew that Leona wouldn't forgive him, but he just wanted her to be with Riri. Trying to restrain herself, Leona continued to listen to his confessions. He frankly did not know what he would do without her, and she was amazed to hear that the man would give her whatever he wanted, even a mine with magic crystals. He was truly ready to do anything just to get her back. The Emperor himself would not have refused something like that, and the girl did not understand why he was doing this. She also reminded him about the presence of the bride, but was immediately interrupted by the assurance that he had figured everything out and that this place was exclusively hers. It became more and more wonderful, and the man asked her to come with him. He spoke frankly that she could hate him, but still be a mother to Riri. These changes scared Leona a little, and she couldn't decide. Quietly admitting that he would not forgive her even if he died. He is the worst person for her. However, she is ready to accept all this just for the sake of the child. The man seemed not to have heard her words of hatred. His face expressed relief and gratitude. The girl just wanted to return to the girl, but she was worried whether she would accept her or not. Not wanting to wait a second, she understood that she would accept whatever Riri told her. Literally flying into the room, she loudly called the girl, her heart filled with love and hope. Nanny and May looked at their mistress in shock and couldn't believe their eyes. The women spoke about how they worried and waited for her return. But Leona was only interested in the baby, and looking around, her gaze froze. Trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, the girl hid. The girl quietly said with hope that her mother had arrived, but received no reaction. It was expected, the girl got angry, it was all understandable. However, she immediately froze, hearing the childish words, "Riri doesn't have a mother." Leona tried to apologize, but the child only shrank tighter, and tears could be heard in her voice. Without insisting, Leona said that it was normal to be angry, and that her mother would just stay close. After which, having decided to remove unnecessary attention, she asked the women to leave. Taking the toy in her hands, the girl decided to use Riri's method, saying that they would wait until her heart thawed. These words touched the child's heart, and the girl made contact. However, the insult was still stronger, and she received only a curse. Leona expected this, but seeing it made her heart bleed. She felt happier here than in that hotel. And suddenly, she heard the child's confession. She knows that her dad kicked her out. The girl continued to whisper that her dad admitted that he was sorry. He promised to bring her mom, and Riri was really looking forward to it. Shaking with sobs, the girl admitted that she was in great pain. She dreamed of herself constantly moving away, while she desperately called for her. But in the end, she was still completely alone. Leona's heart was breaking, and she promised that she would not leave her now, but the child no longer believed it. The girl, in despair, swore that she would be by her side until she believed. And I didn't expect that the girl would react with one short and succinct word, "Silly girl." The little girl looked at her sadly, saying that her mother was stupid for returning to her disobedient daughter. Rejoicing that she was called mom, she sadly noticed that the girl had clearly lost weight in recent days. These words seemed to open some kind of floodgate, and Riri cried even harder, asking who was to blame for this. A happy Leona said that now they would cook, play, and look after her health together. A pacified Riri only briefly agreed to her mother's proposal. And then the first laugh in several gloomy days came from the child's lips. Admiring the sleeping child, the girl turned around sharply, hearing a voice behind her. The Duke looked sadly at his sleeping daughter, after which he warmly noted that she had not slept so soundly for a long time. Leona shocked the Duke and advised him to say the same thing when Riri woke up. Immediately agreeing, Petri said that he would do so, not only for his daughter, but for her as well. But Leona wasn't happy with this. She didn't want him to torment her with his comments. The girl was clearly nervous, and the man quickly said that he understood everything, after which he quietly asked if they could talk. Leona looked at the man in confusion, asking what he wanted. After a pause, Petri recalled that he had said that Riri's mother's place was hers, after which he shocked me with the news that he had broken off his engagement with Astra. Seeing the girl's lack of understanding, he explained that the engagement was just a ploy to explore the black market. Now she felt even more confused, and the man asked if she knew anything about Arvid's family. The Duke explained that the black market is a hub for illegal criminal dealings and illicit substances, and it is this family that secretly controls the market, makes profits, and accumulates wealth. However, there was a risk that this would interfere with normal transactions, and an investigation was required. The man's gaze became unusually gloomy, and then he shocked Leona by telling her about the drug found on his former nanny, which she gave to Riri. The drug was sold on the black market, which did not please the man at all. He spent a long time trying to find out who and how made the substance, but he didn't have time, and the drug dealer and all the goods associated with him disappeared. Someone was clearly preventing him from getting to the truth. Petri insisted that all his actions were connected only with the purpose of digging up information. There was no need for that now. She was next to Riri. He was truly sorry that he had not been able to properly discern her intentions, but the girl didn't care about all this, because she returned only for the sake of the child. It was sad to admit it, but such words had an unpleasant effect on the Duke's soul. Leona, meanwhile, was interested in the market. She was trying to remember if it was in the original story. However, even all the efforts to remember this were empty. Nothing remained in the memories. And at that very moment, an epiphany came. Events were already going against the plot, and now all that was left was to draw conclusions. The man was filled with rage. He could not believe that the engagement was broken off, and could not understand how it turned out this way. He couldn't control himself, because everyone had already started talking about the engagement. The gaze stopped. He found a victim. Now he could throw out his anger. He blamed his daughter for not doing everything as expected, and now she had disgraced the family. Despite the melancholy and pain that filled her, the girl was absolutely motionless. Trying to somehow appease my father, I asked him not to worry. Her look was absolutely wild as she promised not to disappoint him. Riri was full of happiness, which was clearly reflected on her cute face. Awakened by this happiness, Leona sleepily asked her if she had slept well. Admiring it, the girl thought that 6 days had already passed since she returned. Now the baby was absolutely healthy and tried her best to be close to her mother. Her overall behavior also changed. She often wanted to hug, which was easily attributed to the fear of new loss. Lying in bed, the mother and daughter continued to feel tenderness for each other. Suddenly, Riri remembered something and jumped up. With effort, Leona pulled after him and asked him to hurry, because everything should already be ready. The girl was stunned by the next words, because they were going to her room. The girl proudly told her stunned mother about how her father had taken care of her arrangements and had done quite well. Only now did the girl realize that this room was intended for her. Leona had a room, but the girl was adamant that she would not allow her mother to live in such a place. After which, looking expressively to the side, she demandingly asked for confirmation of her words. The Duke, who had approached unnoticed, frightened Leona and calmly agreed with Riri. This room belonged to the Duchess and had been empty for a long time, but now it had a mistress. The man explained that she was now Riri's mother and had to live here. Thinking that Leon was not happy with something, he wanted to make changes, but the girl, stunned by such gifts, just waved it off. Leona couldn't get used to the current situation. However, now she was filled with peace and boundless happiness. If the changes made Riri happy, she didn't mind at all. Interrupting her thoughts, Petri asked about their breakfast. Upon learning that he was absent, he immediately suggested doing it together. These changes shocked the girl, but the baby was incredibly happy. Pleased with her father's attention, full of enthusiasm, Riri pulled her mother along with her. The girl was overwhelmed with emotions, and Leon could only follow her. The Duke was extremely pleased with what was happening. Everything was going according to plan. Now he too was filled with joy. The room had finally found its owner. May and Nanny were excited to help Leona and Riri get ready for their all-important breakfast together. The girl couldn't understand why all this was happening, but the little girl stood her ground. Leon could only accept it all as the energetic tornado swirled around. Trying to support the girl, I praised every choice the child made. Riri was happy because her mother appreciated her choice, but after some time, the child became quiet, and Leona became filled with curiosity. As if sensing this, Riri returned, handing her mother a gift. Boasting about her ability to draw, the little girl showed off her ideal world. The girl couldn't help but appreciate this, immediately encouraging the child. There was so much warmth in her eyes. Riri finally opened up completely. Without looking at those who entered, Petri noted that he had almost been waiting for them for too long. But then he froze. His pupils involuntarily dilated, and his mouth became dry. The girl who entered seemed to be enveloped in some kind of haze, making him feel as if it were a mirage. Feeling out of place, Leona noticed that there were too many preparations, and she felt like she looked strange. Unable to control his speech, the man stuttered and assured that this was impossible and that he was simply surprised. As if reading his thoughts, Riri noted that her mother's beauty was to blame for everything, which embarrassed her parents. Wanting to somehow diffuse the situation, they sat down at the table. But the girl had not forgotten anything, and looking slyly at her father, demanded confirmation of her words. The adults, not expecting this, began to cough desperately. Trying to bring Riri to order, Leona tried to explain that this was not right, but the girl was persistent. The Duke tried to get away with a standard phrase, but even that didn't satisfy the little girl. She wanted to hear clear compliments. Surprised at how, given her father's mediocre abilities, she appeared and ordered him to try again. Having accepted the inevitability, the man briefly agreed, after which, looking intently at the girl, he carefully said everything as his daughter had taught him. Riri was delighted, and even her mother's words that everything should come from the heart did not convince her. She was sure that her father was already in love. The girl glanced furtively at the man and doubted this possibility. Even though it wasn't sincere, this thoughtful man clearly changed his attitude towards her. The male voice caused the girl to panic slightly, reminding her of her passion for drawing. Remembering his earlier prohibition, both of them tensed up, but then the Duke stunned both of them with permission to continue doing this. Riri couldn't believe it and asked again if it was true, after which, to the girl's surprise, he continued to tell the reason for the ban. He sadly told that Riri's mother was a wonderful artist, but had poor health. When his daughter also fell ill, he was overcome with fear that he would lose her too. Hearing this, the girl jumped up indignantly, assuring him of perfect health. Jan only looked at his daughter with a smile, confirming her words. The girl silently watched them. Now much became clear. She remembered that book about bunnies, clearly made with love. Now it became clear that the author was Riri's own mother. Taking advantage of her father's talkativeness, the little girl decided to find out everything that interested her and asked if he loved her mother. Struck by such spontaneity, the girl noted that the girl was curious to learn about her mother. But then a man's voice was heard confessing that he loved her mother more than anyone in the world. Riri, in response to this, unwaveringly declared that he should love Leona in the same way, although she was afraid to trust him with her. The father was surprised, but the girl did not see anything strange. Her mother was beautiful and sweet, and he had only beauty and money. The Duke became despondent from such speeches, but he amazed his mother with such deep thoughts. Hugging the baby with delight, she noted that she was even more charming, but Riri knew it herself. Happy that the attention had shifted from him, Petri looked contentedly at his women. On impulse, I suggested that after breakfast, they go to the rose garden. The little girl was incredibly happy that another ban had been lifted, and Leon became interested in the reason for such a strange ban. Without looking up, the man sadly admitted that it too held memories of Riri's mother. The girl noticed that the Duke was incredibly open today. In response, he admitted that he now faces the truth, and it is all thanks to her. Leon became more and more confused by the man's behavior with every second of breakfast. She said that it was all for Riri's sake, but she was not ready to accept the fact of such frankness. Finally, the family arrived at the rose garden, where they were surrounded by a sweet aroma. Now, Leona understood the little girl's love for this place. It was incredibly beautiful here. Looking around, the girl couldn't believe that blue roses had originally existed here. Understanding what she was thinking, the Duke explained that he had created them using magic stones. However, they grew only here, and one could only get here with his permission. After which he quietly muttered that he made it especially for Riri's mother. Not hearing, the girl looked at him in bewilderment, expecting a repetition. But the man shocked her with his confession. Her beauty perfectly matched the rose garden. But the girl, completely unmoved, only noted that such phrases did not suit him. Realizing that his confession was not appreciated, he turned to his daughter. He admitted that this place was her mother's favorite. It was here that she waited to meet her. Her mother treasured her very much. Feeling sad, the girl added that despite this, she died and left nothing behind. neither her daughter's name nor a letter. Upset that things didn't turn out quite as he expected, he tried to fix everything. However, the girl forcefully pushed her father away, telling him to stop. Clinging to Leona with all her might, she declared that she was now the most important thing to her. There were tears in her voice, but she firmly ordered him to stop talking about the past, after which she quickly ran away, not paying attention to her father's call. The girl looked after her with sadness. It was too difficult for such a little girl to accept her mother's death. She sadly asked the man if it was necessary, but he himself did not know the answer to this question. Leona could only advise to wait until Riri herself accepted this tragedy. Now the child was looking at the roses with fascination. She was not interested in anything else. The girl couldn't understand why Petri didn't let the child in here. He admitted, confused, that it was difficult for him to come to terms with Riri's appearance. He didn't accept it right away, and after her death, he couldn't come here. But Riri had to know how much she was loved and waited for. However, Leona felt that this was not all. He was hiding something else. The girl firmly noted that he couldn't lie to Riri forever. Sooner or later, he would have to tell everything. And then she asked to do it when the baby grows up and is ready. Riri ran happily and carried the plucked flower to her mother. While accepting it, Leona did not forget to thank the little girl for it. Remembering, the man said that he forgot to tell them something. And then he admitted that he would soon officially declare her Duchess of Petri. Leona did not expect any official statement. The little girl was only interested in the fact that now everyone would know that Leona was her mother. This delighted the girl, and she enthusiastically suggested that they throw a reception in her honor. Previously, Riri didn't like receptions, but with the appearance of her mother, everything changed. Now no one will ignore her. The girl was sad. She finally found out the reason for the child's dislike of all gatherings. Now the little girl was determined to wipe the noses of everyone who had bullied her. Understanding the girl, Leona suggested calling Astra so that Riri could punish her properly. The man could only listen to these discussions, noting that it was time for them to go. But Riri didn't hear this, ordering her father to quickly order the outfits. He chuckled and promised that he would do just that. The baby fell asleep sweetly snoring while drawing. Leona, who noticed this, could not stop admiring this picture. However, just after I had managed to put her in bed, I heard a call. A confused May reported that they had a guest, and by saying that he was a guest, Astra shocked the girl. She didn't understand why such an arrogant girl had come to them, but she ordered the maid to take the guest to the terrace. Surprisingly meekly, Astra thanked him for the welcome. Not understanding the reason for her arrival, I heard that the girl wanted to apologize for what was happening. She said with feigned sadness that she only wanted to show concern, but didn't realize that she was doing everything wrong until Leona brought her to her senses. Clearly sensing the guest's falseness, Leona only looked at her coldly. Meanwhile, Astra continued, she wanted to apologize to Riri as well. Leona looked closely at the girl's facial expressions and tried to understand whether she was lying. The girl smiled strangely, and it was difficult to understand whether she had something else in mind. After a pause, Astra announced the break in her engagement with the Duke. She wondered if Leona knew about this. Having learned that she knew about this, she casually remarked that now she would become a duchess, because Riri obeyed her so well. However, a moment later, she asked if the girl was sure that everything would be okay with her. Finally realizing what was said, Leona asked directly what it meant. Astra explained that many would not be particularly happy about this, but it was not her fault. The girl's background was failing her. But Leon was not at all afraid of anyone's opinion. The Duke made this decision personally. In response to this, the guest only smiled briefly, and then she said that she was very worried about her, but Leona's mood was better than she thought. After which, as if by chance, she asked to bring her a cape. Seeing this, Leona was completely confused. Astra's cape had a very rare blue rose on it. As if showing off, the guest noticeably adjusted her brooch with a beautiful flower. After saying that, the Duke personally gave it to her, because they were getting divorced only in this mansion. She haughtily stated that not everyone could get it. She also noted that it was because of this that she believed she had won the Duke's heart. Leona just remained silent. All this coincided with what she had heard from the man earlier. But the girl did not know that it was not a gift, but a cunning girl weaving her own intrigues. Astra mockingly told him not to worry, because Leona had the advantage. The girl quietly said something shocking. Riri's mother and she are extremely similar. But then there was a saving knock. The nanny asked to come to her. The woman worriedly reported that Riri had woken up and was looking for her mother. Having completed all the points of her plan, Astra got ready to go home. Finally, she expressed her joy at the conversation and hope for a quick meeting. The girl was extremely pleased with herself. Everything turned out the way she wanted. The worried nanny was worried about her mistress, who had suddenly turned pale, realizing who was to blame. However, Leone didn't care about that. All she cared about was Riri. The girl was again worried that she would disappear. She should return quickly. The girl remembered all the words of the Duke and Astra. The Duke really chose her. Was it just because of Riri? The little girl was only interested in outfits for the upcoming holiday. Seeing this enthusiasm, Leona suggested that her daughter choose her own outfit. However, she immediately thought in a panic that she would not like to suffer in a corset. Understanding the madam's worries, the nanny assured her that he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, an unperturbed Luca helped Riri make a choice. The girl could not help but notice his sensitivity and attentiveness. The happy little girl happily carried her more jewelry to try on. Leone could only agree with the child's choice. However, before going to bed, her whole body begged for rest, every bone ached. But despite everything, it was a lot of fun being around the baby. It seemed that she was overcome by fatigue. Sleep did not come, and she decided to go for a walk. Before I had even walked a meter, I heard a familiar male voice. Luke looked incredibly pleased with this meeting. He was glad, although the girl promised that they would meet soon. Meanwhile, the man was interested in only one thing, whether her attitude towards the Duke had changed. Leona didn't know the answer. Now she was only thinking about whether she could stay next to him. She thought their relationship had improved. But now there was a big, fat but. Luca assured that Petri thought a lot about her, but he was always on his side, and the girl did not understand why. The man explained that he felt sorry for him, because from that day on, the world stood still for him. The Duke seems to have remained in childhood, and that is why his actions are difficult to understand. Stunningly, he assured that he understood everything, but knew one thing, and without taking his eyes off her, he declared that only she could change him. Knowing nothing of such conversations, the Duke slept peacefully. However, he soon began to rush about, begging someone not to leave. Feeling an incomprehensible fear, the boy stared at the man. He demanded that he be steadfast, because the responsibility for the family fell on him. Jan tried to stop his father, but it was all in vain. He screamed desperately, but was powerless to change anything. All he could do was desperately call for his mother and father. But they seemed not to hear it, quickly walking away. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm, attracting his attention. However, turning around, he realized that he could not see his face at all. The man woke up with a scream of horror, his heart beating madly in his chest. He cursed, that damned dream overcoming him again. In this dream, there were his parents, and someone he was desperately trying to remember. He had already noticed that recently he had been suffering from headaches and dizziness, and all this was clearly not without reason. Trying to come to his senses, he reminded himself that he had something to protect. Right now, the most important thing for him was Riri and his family. He knew for certain that he must think only about this and nothing else. Leona, who had not slept all night, sat with difficulty, waiting for preparations. The conversation with Luca calmed her down for a short time, but only until the last phrase. The girl couldn't understand how she could help the man, but the knight answered honestly that only she sees the Duke as he is. Leona herself considered this nonsense. She did not understand Petri at all. May noticed how Madame was frowning, but the girl immediately assured her that everything was fine. Looking at the sleepy baby, she heard that important things awaited them today, which meant they needed to be perfect. The girl had already completely forgotten about the appointment planned for her. Suddenly, the Duke flew into the room, asking about the preparations. But then he froze, realizing the state he found Leona in. Not realizing what she looked like, the girl simply asked what brought him out at such an early hour. At that moment, a stack of books fell in front of her. The Duke entrusted her with everything that concerned the event. The number of books filled Leon with holy horror. Adding to the panic, Riri clarified that her mother would be held responsible for everything. Literally, every speck of dust was on her conscience, and she was interested in why this happened to her. However, the Duke seemed not to see any problems, since it was the Duchess's job to do this. Those around her thought this was a special concern. but the girl had a persistent feeling that he was just shifting all the work. Trying to cheer Leona up, the Duke reminded her that she had a large number of assistants. But then he seemed to turn to stone, and the girl, turning around, tried to understand what was going on. The Duke jumped back sharply, his face turning very red. Clearing his throat and trying to pretend that everything was fine, he assured her that he relied on her completely. After a while, only one question was spinning in the girl's head. Why did she have to solve so many things? Her brain was just going dull. Seeing her mother's emotions, Riri wondered if everything was really that hard. But the problem was different. For Leona, everything was a first. She remembered the man's words as she considered whether to order the sofas. Perhaps the Duke was indeed giving her a chance to prove herself. Then there was another knock on the door of the room, which made the girl extremely nervous. Luca entered the room with a smile, greeting the girls. However, Riri noticed the stack of books the man was carrying. He calmly explained that the books on organizing receptions he had brought to help Leona. And then he noticed the girl's pallor. She tried her best to put on a brave face, but it didn't help. The girl ran up excitedly, worried about her mother's health. And despite assurances that she was fine, she loudly demanded a doctor. As if hypnotizing her, he asked her what exactly was hurting her. But he wasn't researching Leona at all. He was primarily interested in Riri. The girl insisted that she was healthy, but he didn't want to hear it. Pointing her finger in the right direction, she announced that her mother was ill. Having realized what was said, I tried to find out what was bothering the lady. Leona tried to convince everyone that she was fine, but the experienced Luca insistently talked about her pallor and dizziness. Having resigned herself, the girl allowed the diagnostics to be carried out. And then the doctor confidently stated that he saw only overwork. Madam just needed to rest. And suddenly, for some reason, he handed her a bottle, telling her to definitely take it. Leona could not understand why this was necessary, but she only learned that it was the Duke's order. This remedy only tones and is specially made for her from the most valuable herbs. However, this only made the girl even more nervous. She hoped that it was not poison. A pleased Riri noted that her father had finally started to think with his head. But all the cheerful mood was ruined by Luca, who was wondering if they had found a way to cure the girl. Unfortunately, the doctor could not give any good news and only noted that despite this, he saw positive dynamics. He didn't know why this was happening, and there were only assumptions. He associated Riri's condition precisely with the presence of Madame, and then he resolutely headed out. He had a lot to do. Leona felt unusually pleased. The doctor noted that once Riri began spending a lot of time with her, her condition stabilized. The baby was also surprised by this. Her mother was a medicine. The girl was happy. With her mother, her illness would not return. Luca agreed with the doctor's opinion. He also noticed these changes. This news delighted the girl. She didn't even think about it. And now, the thought that they had received a clue on how to cure Riri gave her strength. She was happy and ready to return to her duties again. However, the baby was against it, because her mother had not yet rested. Suddenly, the girl felt warmth on her shoulder, after which she was stunned to realize that Luca had pushed her back into bed. The man also wanted her to rest and was ready to help with the chores. And then he suggested that she simply choose from several options, which clearly sped up the process. Leona looked at him in amazement. Each time he surprised her more and more. And then she laughed merrily. His support warmed her heart. Pleased, she agreed to try, and things started to go. Finally, the day of the reception arrived, and there was a lot of hustle and bustle around. The girl, awakened so early, was not at all happy. But the assistants who came seemed not to see this, hurrying her. Before Leona could even comprehend anything, she seemed to be caught in a whirlpool. First, the sleepy girl was placed in a fragrant bath. They didn't forget about the massage either. The lady had to sparkle. And of course, the result amazed the girl. She had never seen herself like this before. However, she immediately began to worry about where Riri was. But she had not yet been woken up. After a while, the girl's screams were heard. She clearly didn't want something. Frightened, Leona stood up and wanted to go to her. But the baby was already there, and she herself was desperately running to her mother. The girl could not understand what was happening and why she was crying. The girl only whispered quietly. She again thought that her mother had left. The child's mental trauma was too deep, and Leona should not forget about it. Leona hugged the child tightly, listening to her confessions and promising to never let go. Riri desperately asked not to let go of her, while she fell asleep and woke up. Feeling awe, the girl promised to fulfill this request. Having calmed down, the little girl wondered what her mother was doing here. The girl reminded them that they had a reception today, and Riri should also start preparing. Pleased with the attention around her, the girl obediently got ready. She was even more pleased that her mother was going with her. But at some point, May froze in amazement when she saw something. The girl was surprised by her reaction, but the maid just stared at the huge scar on Madame's back. Having scolded herself for her tactlessness, she only continued to help with a smile. And then she noted that the lady's hair was striking in its beauty and color. May herself had never seen anything like this and had only heard about it. But then she froze, remembering that a long time ago she had seen something similar on a noble lady. Now it seemed to her that their atmosphere was similar. She had never met such people again. These words seemed true. In this world, such hair was rare, and there was no such shade in Celine's family. The thought slipped away, and everyone began to admire her hair again. Finally, all the preparations were completed, and they were ready to receive them. Leona asked her daughter to accompany her with a warm smile. The contented little girl was only glad of such an offer. The happy mother and daughter went to their first appointment. Meanwhile, one man was sitting on the throne and feeling sad. Even a glass of good wine could not dispel his boredom. He was able to rise so high, but his head was already told from all the uprisings. And only thanks to Petri, who killed their leader, the influence of the rebels did not increase. He angrily realized that he had to strengthen the empire's power as quickly as possible. And then he casually asked when we should expect Amadeus's prophecy. The old man just looked at the man silently, a smile playing on his lips. He noted that the wisest thing to do was to simply wait for his revelation. The priest understood the ruler's concerns, hinting that for authority, a strong succession was needed. But he reassured me that he would always desire a person like him. The emperor was pleased with this ability to see the essence, and the old man was pleased with the opportunity to be useful. Admiring the wine, the emperor did not understand why he himself had not thought of this. He already knew exactly which child met all the necessary requirements. The duke read the urgent message with an inscrutable face, and the guests had already arrived and were arriving at the duchy. People were actively whispering that the duchess had only recently been granted a title of nobility. They couldn't believe that such a luxurious reception was organized in honor of a woman from a fallen family. They guessed that it was Rebecca, but they were afraid that the duke might hear them. However, they continued the discussion, not even realizing that their main fear had already come true. And they continued to argue that it would be better if Astra became the duke's wife. Petri stood thoughtfully near the door, his thoughts clearly somewhere far away, and he did not immediately hear his faithful assistant calling him, saying that he had something urgent. He quickly reported important information to the gentleman. A heavy sigh escaped the man's lips. He understood everything, but it didn't make it any easier. He didn't even notice the approach of two women who were important to him. Attracting her father's attention, the girl screamed joyfully. Leona also greeted him, worried that they were too late. Riri didn't care about that. She just wanted her father to appreciate her appearance. The man's heart beat hard in his chest. His princesses were truly extraordinarily beautiful. The girl wanted to get through the reception faster, but the duke delayed her. Looking strangely at Leona, he said that he needed to discuss something with her. Finally, the couple retired, but the duke was in no hurry to tell the reason for the meeting. Finally making up his mind, he pushed the letter towards her, saying that it had been sent from the imperial palace. When she learned about the desire to make Riri the crown prince's bride, she was both shocked and frightened. She was worried about such haste, but the duke considered such a marriage favorable to her position and security. Petri had maintained good relations with the emperor until now, only for the sake of his daughter, who needed safety. And if Riri becomes a bride, no one will be able to even lay a finger on his child. Leona was only worried about one thing, which meant that they couldn't get away from the original plot. Looking at the duke's thoughtfulness, she quickly tried to think of a way to solve the problem. But without thinking of anything worthwhile, I could only say a categorical refusal. The man was shocked by this decision, because such an event is every lady's dream. Leona doubted that Riri would appreciate something like this, and he apparently completely forgot how this could end. Jumping up, the girl declared that even if she agreed, she would not give her permission. Her engagement to the prince would lead to her death, and she could not allow such a sad ending. The Duke was amazed. He did not expect that Leona would be categorically against it. Now he needed to think about this circumstance. He noted that she clearly had reasons for this position, and now he still needed to think about it. This at least calmed the girl down a little. They were both worried about Riri's happiness. She wanted to talk about it some more, but they were reminded that the heads of the clans had already arrived. Hearing this, the Duke immediately allowed them to enter. The men who arrived immediately greeted the Duke and his lady. Petri reminded that they already knew the purpose of their visit, after which he introduced them to Leona, who greeted such important guests. Of course, the men couldn't help but say that this was a great honor for them. However, they still sarcastically noted that they were extremely surprised by such sudden news. They were glad that they would have to worry more about the successor than she did, which caused the displeasure of the Duke and Leona. Without noticing this, they started talking about how they hadn't met for a long time, and the last time was before Lady Laris's death. The man's composure failed him, and he shouted furiously, ordering everyone to stop. He was tired of listening to this verbal garbage, especially since they clearly hadn't gathered for this. The girl looked closely at Petri, noting for herself exactly what Riri's mother's name was. Finally sensing something was wrong, one of the men noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and had forgotten, for which they apologized. However, he was clearly unhappy with this attitude and decided to get even. Turning to Leona, he asked what family she was from. It seemed to them that the Duchess would be from the Arvid family, but it turned out that this was just a rumor. The girl was confused, but the Duke was right there, lazily asking what significance it had. Then he added that no one was standing behind her, and they would like this arrangement. He also gave advice that if they try to enjoy the family glory twice, it will destroy the family, after which he demonstratively kissed her hand, which stunned Leona. Having finished, he cheerfully noted that the greetings were over and they could go into the hall. They quickly left the room, wishing the heads to fully enjoy the reception. This attitude left them completely confused, and the man's behavior changed. The girl was worried that they had simply left, but Petri was a duke and saw no problem. Seeing that this did not calm her down, he assured her that everything was fine and she had nothing to worry about. He turned her attention to Riri, who was clearly waiting for her parents to arrive. Clearly realizing his trick, Leona laughed, agreeing with the man. And so the whole family entered the spacious hall under the gaze of many eyes. Watching their approach, everyone bowed. This made the girl shake. She was worried and didn't know what to do. But Jan only advised her to behave as usual, because she was a real tough cookie. This phrase confused her even more, until her daughter reminded her of the smile. He officially proclaimed Leona the new Duchess, and then invited everyone to celebrate the event. Smiling hard, Leona thought self-critically that she was definitely not a rock. Meanwhile, the Duke naturally interacted with the nobility, and henceforth they too had to observe formalities. She doubted that she would be able to do this, but Riri distracted her, calling her to dance. Laughing at the childish spontaneity, she followed in agreement. But then a stream of guests poured in to greet her joyfully, which surprised the girl. Guests noted that they finally had a chance to talk to the Duchess and Lady Rebecca. The way it was said made Leona tense up, and she was not mistaken. The guests also went over her origins, which they accepted only because of the Duke's favor. They were especially eager to see Lady Rebecca, who hid behind her mother. Having noticed this fact, they immediately noted that, despite everything, she was the daughter of a duke and should live up to her family name and stop hiding. But all these people frightened the girl beyond words. She felt like she was surrounded by monsters who were ready to pounce on her. Enraged by this attitude, Leona angrily asked what they were doing, but the guests only pretended to welcome them until Leona sternly reminded them of the rules of etiquette. She asked ingratiatingly how they dared to talk about the child's origins and call her simply the Duke's daughter. Apparently there were peasants in their family. These words caused an angry murmur, but the girl immediately thoughtfully recalled how the Duke promised to severely punish those who were so careless towards her. And then, having consolidated the effect, she casually mentioned cutting off the tongue. When Leona called out loudly for the Duke, she won the jackpot. The crowd suddenly retreated from them, apologizing along the way. Looking at their escape with displeasure, I thought that all the guests were only ready to chat. Riri also appreciated how calmly and clearly her mother was able to get rid of the monsters. However, at the same moment she was sad. She also wanted to take revenge for her. Mom understood her princess well and suggested that she do it next time. And then the little girl finally heard the music that was played, especially for them. They danced, but Leona was worried whether they were doing it right. She didn't understand it very well. But after thinking about it, I decided it didn't matter. They were the heroines of the evening, and they were filled with happiness. Everything seemed incredibly magical. However, the next step interrupted the magic, and she felt herself beginning to fall. Luckily, the Duke appeared immediately and caught them. He was glad that they were having fun, but asked Leona to be more attentive. The girl was happy. Finally, her father came up to them and wanted him to dance with them. It was as if he had been waiting for this, immediately hugging the girl. And a moment later, they were all spinning together in a dance, which made Leona shudder. She called him involuntarily, but did not know what to say. But she immediately laughed. She was a pretty lousy dancer. Despite this, she was incredibly happy because they were together. And then they headed to the table, their appetites seriously whetted. Noticing that the little girl had dirty her face, she reached out to help her. However, she then froze. A man's finger gently wiped the cream from her cheek, and she felt a rush of heat. One thought had been bothering her for a long time, and now it was literally burning her from the inside. She asked tensely whether Jan had given Lady Arvida a blue rose. The man's face looked surprised. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Having decided to clarify everything for myself completely, I asked about his feelings for someone else. It was not possible to hear the answer. Astra greeted them loudly. Riri, as if sensing how untimely she had come, directly called her a piece of shit. Steadily pretending that she didn't care, she announced her intention to give her a gift, since they still wanted to maintain a good relationship. To this, the Duke declared that the gift was too small for such a desire, which caused the guest to freeze. The man reminded her gloomily that the last time she wanted to hit Riri. He told her to ask for forgiveness right now, and then talk about everything else. But the girl did not agree with this. She wanted an apology for her mother, who had been unfairly offended more than once. A child's voice rang out loudly throughout the room, attracting attention and telling her to admit everything and ask for forgiveness in front of everyone. Pretending not to understand anything, Astra was furious. This shouldn't have happened. Looking confused, she said she knew nothing about it. Leona continued to think about the rose, and Petri about the girl's look at him. And finally, following her gaze, it dawned on him what was bothering her. Noticing the man's even darker gaze, Astra became worried. Without a word, he tore the flower from the girl's dress, saying that he had finally found the rose that had been stolen from the flower bed by a rat. The girl could only watch this silently and burn with shame under the gaze of many eyes. Leona involuntarily exhaled. It turned out that the rose had been stolen, and the Duke had not given it to her. After this news, she felt extremely calm. Nothing else bothered her, but then she immediately scolded herself for such strange emotions. Astra, however, was not in a mood for calm. She had not come to endure this in front of everyone. However, she still had a plan. She didn't want to suffer alone. She had no intention of drowning alone and was going to take revenge. She had already dropped the required sign and now was just waiting for the result. Her face was full of anticipation. She couldn't wait. However, the Duke understood that everything would not be so simple. Leona was startled when she was pulled back with force. The perfect plan failed, and the maid with the treat fell without touching them. Astra backed away in panic because everything was going against her. There was a terrible scream. The maid shook with horror, and Riri immediately noticed that now her aunt not only smelled, but also looked like real poop. People began to whisper, actively discussing what had happened. Astra screamed in rage at how some worthless person dared to do this. Her father ran with the same scream, trying to understand what was going on. But he immediately showed that the daughter, whom he had sent on such an important mission, had been so humiliated. Despite this, Petri was unperturbed, noting that this was just a servant's mistake, and he would be severely punished. Astra was hysterical, madly blaming the new Duchess for inciting the servants. She insisted on this stubbornly, and Leona was amazed at her impudence. Riri didn't let her mother be offended, shouting that her mother was not like that. The girl did not understand why she needed this, but Astra loudly assured everyone otherwise. The hand slowly approached her face, and Leona could not believe that she would dare to do this. The man's hand squeezed his wrist hard. He was furious. He didn't understand how she dared to raise her hand against a member of his family for the second time. He was interested in whether she was ready for punishment, but the girl did not understand how he could do this to her because of a ragamuffin. It seemed to Jan that he couldn't get any angrier, but he was wrong. Astra wouldn't get off with just one hand. The girl's father tried to stop it, but the Duke's patience ran out. He pushed the girl away from him with force, and she fell to the floor, exhausted. And then he announced that they shouldn't be so careless towards Leona, and if they didn't understand this, it would be considered war. The head of Arvid was nervous. He clearly did not want this. He felt as if his body was being squeezed in a vice, and he couldn't breathe. He was overcome with panic and didn't understand what was happening. It dawned on him that all the rumors were not doctors, and that this was the power of Duke Petri. He truly possessed extraordinary power in a world where magicians had long since disappeared. Previously, I thought that these were just rumors to praise the man. Realizing his situation right there, he bowed down, begging forgiveness for his daughter. And when Astra tried to be indignant, her father sharply ordered her to be silent. His body was racked with tension as he quietly told his daughter to shut her mouth and that they should leave. Jan Petri kept his eyes on him, waiting for them to leave his house. Astra tried to understand why they left. In her opinion, they could have decided everything in their favor, but her cheek was stung by a strong slap. Her father vented his anger, accusing her of being useless. It was easiest for him to blame her for their failure and for bringing shame on the family. As he left abruptly, he said that now she was nobody to him and he didn't care about her. She was not surprised by this, because her father had never been pleased with her. Since childhood, she had only fulfilled all his demands, but never deserved praise. Now, after today's events, she was devastated and didn't know what she should do. And as luck would have it, that wasn't the end. Leona was right next to her. It seemed to her that she had come for only one thing. Having said this, she assumed that it was time for her to leave. The emotions on the girl's face were incomprehensible to her. And then she froze and felt how she put something into her hand. Leona felt incredibly sorry for this fool. She prepared a carriage and a clean handkerchief for her. For a moment the girl froze. It was clear that this was unusual for her. But this feeling was short-lived, and she pulled her hand away with force, saying that she found it disgusting, after which she added that she would not thank her for the carriage, because it was only her choice. As she was leaving the mansion, I advised her to enjoy the banquet, because she was the star of the evening. Finding Leona pensive, the Duke asked if she was okay. However, this was not quite the case. Only now did the girl realize that Astra only wanted to receive her father's recognition. But these were only her thoughts, and she called the man back into the hall. And they didn't know that the girl was standing huddled around the corner. Yana was only interested in whether Leon was okay or not. Laughing at his panic, she said he was fine. He remained silent in response, but did not take his eyes off her. Noticing that her parents had returned, Riri joyfully screamed, calling out to them. Clinging to her mother, she asked if the poop had gone home, while she asked for forgiveness for leaving her alone. But feeling such love from her mother, the girl felt normal. Remembering what was worrying her, she asked her father whether the emperor recognized her as the heir to the family. The girl could not understand whether those people who did not consider her the duke's daughter did not respect the emperor. Petri immediately became interested in them, and his daughter kindly pointed out the future victims. He didn't understand how they dared. Leona also reminded him that the emperor himself acknowledged this fact. The girl, remaining calm, firmly stated that the Duke himself calls the girl his daughter. There can be no other truth. The man felt a thrill as he heard Leona call Riri their shared daughter. Meanwhile, she said that she regards all such talk as slander. And she also told them to think about their children, that they see something similar, and they too will become adults. Involuntarily, they glanced at their children in response. Riri was delighted with her mother, and the Duke clearly agreed with her. His face turned red. This girl was just stunning. Now he spoke, reminding everyone gathered of the reason for the reception. She did not understand where he was leading. His voice was harsh. He told them to remember that Leona was a duchess, and if anyone had any doubts, he would deal with him personally. And then he added that this concerns not only the duchess, but also his daughter. They must clearly remember these words. The guests were silent. They began to realize that from now on, they should be more careful in their words. And the Duchess noticed familiar faces and looked carefully to the side. These were the little girls that Riri had scolded so harshly. They were discussing something heatedly, It was obvious they were deciding some important issue and soon came to an agreement. They walked up to them at the same time, addressing Riri, and she immediately remembered them. Remembered with displeasure how they had ridiculed them. Upset by this, they greeted her with embarrassment. But the girl was not bribed by this. She thought that they had come again to laugh. However, the little girl heard quiet assurances to the contrary. They were clearly upset, admitting how they were forced to be rude. But they just wanted to be friends. She wasn't ready to believe them right away. But the way they asked for forgiveness seemed sincere. And then she admitted that she wouldn't want to be friends with braggarts. These words made the girls shrink even more. They were very ashamed. But Riri admitted that she herself was like that for some time, but was helped to see her true self. After which, she confidently extended her hand forward. The girls were shocked that Riri actually wanted to be their friend. The little girl continued to stretch out her hand and looked extremely pleased that she could finally have friends. The girls were incredibly touched. They were forgiven, and now they will really try to be good friends. In the next moment, the three girls turned into a ball of laughter and tears. Jan and Leona looked on with satisfaction at these actions that violated etiquette. Their daughter was very happy. The girl was calm and happy. Finally, this difficult reception was over. Now she could talk calmly, finding out whether her daughter liked the holiday. And hearing the delight, she was surprised. It seemed to her that this evening could not bring joy. She was also worried about the Duke's disappearance after the reception. But her daughter reassured her by telling her that he had gone to find the artist. Already taught by experience, the man from behind the door asked if he could come in, after which he entered the chambers together with other people. Watching their actions in amazement, I didn't understand what they were trying to achieve. Without explaining anything, Jan just asked her to sit on the sofa, and only Riri, who said with delight that they would be drawn, explained the situation to her a little, but she still clarified whether we were talking about a portrait. The girl confirmed with displeasure, surprised, because everything was obvious. There should be a common portrait in the house. And then she forcefully sat her mother down in her proper place. Surprising her mother, she threw herself forcefully into her arms, happily shouting that this was her place. Leona was overwhelmed with love and wanted to hug the baby, trying to show her feelings. Looking at this idol, Jan felt like a superfluous person and asked about himself. Riri was embarrassed. Indeed, Dad was also a member of the family. After thinking about it, she proudly announced that she was in a good mood today and he could sit next to her. Laughing at this state of affairs, the man obediently sat down in the indicated place. Leona finally decided to ask why the portrait was needed so urgently. However, he seemed not to see anything strange. Now they were a family, and he wanted at least one family portrait. These words made the girl feel uneasy. Apparently, only she saw something strange in this. Finally, the artist caught their attention, noticing that they had finished speaking. But then Riri realized that not everything was as it should be, forcefully pulling her parents closer to each other. Laughing and feeling embarrassed, they could only agree. And now, whenever there was a free minute, the little girl would stand opposite him, actively thinking about something. This portrait made her absolutely happy, showing what she wanted so much. That is why, when Leona woke up and did not find her daughter nearby, she knew where to look. The little girl was overwhelmed with emotion, and Leona suggested that they draw portraits for every birthday. She liked this thought. It was like confirmation that her mother would not disappear. And then her mother told her another great thing. Her friends came to visit her. Happy children's laughter echoed throughout the garden as the children enjoyed the game. Leona watched this with pleasure. As expected, the children loved to run. The reception in her honor dramatically changed the attitude towards them. The changes were so strong that in an attempt to obtain an apology, they were literally showered with gifts. But that was nothing compared to the smile that shone on his daughter's face. Seeing my mother's gaze on me, I immediately called her to play, because playing with her is much more fun. The girl was not at all against such a proposal, and teasingly gave the girls time to hide. After looking at them carefully, she ordered them to get ready. After a while, Riri pouted in an offended manner, because she was the one who was found faster than anyone else. Trying to calm her down, the girl assured her that it was the power of motherly love. But the girl considered this unfair. Seeing this, she suggested to her daughter that they look for the others together, which made her happy. And then she gave a businesslike command in which direction everyone would go. Seeing the shadow, she happily looked in, confident that it was one of the girls. But in front of her was Luca. Surprisingly, he was fast asleep, not hearing their screams. A moment later, the girl realized that the man was sitting in a strange position, and his body was as transparent as smoke. The man's eyes opened, but Leona didn't notice it at all. At that moment, she turned around at the sound of her daughter's cry. She was very happy that she had found everyone. Riri walked with the Duke, scolding him for hiding too easily, which meant he was now the one driving. Noticing her mother, she asked who she had found. Leona answered in confusion. However, the man was no longer there. He had disappeared. While Leona could only stare at this in shock, Riri also noted in surprise that there was no one there. The girl couldn't understand. A moment ago, the man was clearly here, so where could he have gone? But this question remained unanswered. May came running to them, saying that relatives had arrived. The Duchess froze. The arrival of her relatives clearly did not mean anything good. She was even interested in what they decided to do this time. Ian was worried, remembering her relationship with her parents. But she understood that they had no intention of quietly returning home. But before she sorted it out, she had one more important thing. Worried about Riri, she said that she would have to leave, and that she would help her a lot if she found the girls. Of course, the little girl couldn't let her mother down by immediately agreeing. The parents pretended to rush towards her, expressing their love, because they missed her very much. Listening to their fake experiences, the girl thought that it was just funny. In response, Leona only asked why they had come, and they were extremely surprised that they had not been invited to the banquet. Now the girl began to understand a little more clearly. It seemed that her relatives had only recently learned the news. And gathering her strength, she coldly said that she did not consider them worthy of such an invitation. However, her tone did not bother her sister, who noted that she had become too impudent for a duchess. The girl froze, and Petri only now remembered that she really did have a sister. Last time, he saw only his parents and simply forgot about her existence. At this time, Leona revealed that she had broken off all relations with Celine's family. After these words, the girl's face became crazy. How could Leona thank them for their kindness like this? Because they let her into the house. She had clearly said too much, and both parents turned to her, telling her to shut up. The girl didn't understand what Jenny was talking about, and she didn't believe that Leona didn't remember anything. At first, the girl looked ahead with an empty gaze, then fell unconscious. She was even given a fatal diagnosis. But now she was pretending. These words shocked Leona, and Ian also looked thoughtful, but they distracted her from her thoughts, muttering that they had cared for her and raised her, and therefore she could not leave them. The girl's patience ran out. She screamed, pushing them away from her with force. She did not understand what their kindness consisted of. They assessed her financial situation, but did not consider her their child. The man, enraged by such words, could no longer pretend and did not restrain himself. The Duke reacted by instantly hugging her and preventing her from hitting him. His voice was dark and firm. He wanted to hit his wife. Realizing what he had done, the couple screamed. He decided to specifically repeat what they had missed at the banquet, and his tone made Jenny shake. Without letting go of Leona, he assured her that any gossip or anyone who wanted to hurt her would have to deal with him. Feeling his embrace and hearing his voice, the girl felt as if she was behind a stone wall, and then she froze. Realizing that the man's eyes had changed color, she couldn't understand how this was possible. They were golden in color. It was already late at night, but the girl could not fall asleep, even though her relatives had left empty-handed. They had no shame or conscience, but Jan's words frightened them, which meant they would not return soon. She sighed heavily and immediately heard Riri, who was thinking about something. She wondered if her mother knew why they met. And then she was amazed. The little girl prayed to God and asked him to give her a mother. That's why they met. Leona thought that the girl didn't believe in him, but the reason was different. She just waited too long, and now she believes. Riri believed that now the girl should forget about loneliness. Besides her now, there was also her dad. Hearing this, she froze for a second. It was absolutely true. Now she was not lonely. She hugged her daughter tightly and thanked her for the opportunity to meet. The baby was sleeping soundly. It was clear how calm and happy she was. Leona couldn't take her eyes off her. This picture made her heart clench, but she had to tear herself away. Some strange sound caught her attention. Looking up, she froze, seeing something unexpected. In front of her was Luca, smiling tenderly at her. At first, she just looked at him, not quite realizing what had happened. But a second later, she remembered his disappearance, felt discontent. She was tired of secrets. However, I was also glad that he finally came for an honest conversation. But the man no longer saw any reason to hide anything. He did not want to be hated. Leona considered this a good reason and wanted to find out who was with her today. Luca was touched. To his surprise, she was very attentive. He had actually hoped that everyone would remain in the dark until the very end, but it was still nice. But jokes were not what she wanted to hear, and another idea came to her mind. Leona assumed that he was the Duke's twin brother, and that he had come here for revenge. But all she heard was laughter. The man sighed and said that everything was not like that at all, and that he would be better off explaining it. And then he amazed the girl by calling himself a part of the Duke. He told how after one incident they separated, and, not finding a solution, continued to live like that. However, the longer they are separated, the more strange things happen to them, although the Duke does not say so. He finished speaking and kissed her, causing her to tremble. Unfortunately, he didn't know how the two of them could become one, but he was sure that the girl's strength would help them find a way to return everything to normal. Leona was very skeptical about this, since it was the first time she had heard of such a thing, but the man was sure. Her heart was beating desperately in her chest, because for him all this was fate. Unaware of her mother's worries, Riri greeted the morning with satisfaction. But upon closer inspection, I immediately noticed that she had not gotten enough sleep at all. Leona denied it, but the girl was right. The thoughts kept her from sleeping. It was great she was asked for help, but she had absolutely no idea how to solve it. She groaned mentally. This man was always setting some kind of tasks for her, which scared her daughter. Her thoughts kept on Luca's gaze, and how he asked her to help them. And later, the Duke himself puzzled her, informing her that they were going to the Imperial Palace. Leona was angry. One was asking for help, and the other was preparing a setup. How could they be one? Petri, without noticing this, explained to his daughter that His Majesty was inviting her to play with him. The girl did not like these words, and she expressed her disagreement with this. Jan reassured her that he himself had still been thinking about it, and after the trip, the girl herself would decide. This did not calm Leon down. It was impossible to go. The Crown Prince posed a threat to Riri. The little girl didn't want to go there either, but she understood that her refusal could cause problems for her dad. Now she was faced with the problem of what to do. But after thinking, she exclaimed, she came up with what to do. She offered her father a solution. She would go only if he fulfilled her wish, but she will whisper her wish to him only in his ear when they are alone. The man agreed, but Leona was surprised by her choice. However, the girl assured that she honestly wanted to go to the palace. The girl was terrified that if Riri went there, she would certainly fall in love with the prince and do evil. But she couldn't say that. Desperately wondering what to do, an idea came to her. According to the original plot, the daughter now did only evil, but Riri did not do that. Moreover, lately she, on the contrary, behaved like a model child. Breathing a sigh of relief, I realized that the girl's fate had already begun to change. Not believing what she was saying, she agreed to go to the palace. Leon had a premonition that they would be able to change their future. By suggesting that they start packing, she hoped that they would avoid meeting the Crown Prince. The carriage quickly carried them to the palace to meet their destiny. Riri was pleased with the trip and couldn't believe that she was actually going to the palace. The girl realized that the girl did not ride in the carriage very often. After her illness, her father forbade it. Leona thought that this was also the first time she had ridden in a carriage since returning. Remembering something, she turned to the man and became interested. She didn't understand why he chose her. She wasn't able to treat illnesses. He could have chosen someone more worthy. The man turned thoughtfully to his daughter and tried to formulate his thoughts. And then he reminded that it was difficult for him to figure out the cause of his daughter's illness. There were no results, but with the help of the emperor, he was able to obtain the key to the temple library. It was in these rare books that he found the answer. He needed the owner of rare silver hair. It was unknown to the public, but their owners could heal others. Leona froze. Everything that seemed strange became clear. He quickly found out who had them, but regretted it the same day he took them. She lowered her head as if she had fallen asleep, and then suddenly stood up. Seeing that the girl was surprised by such revelations, he concluded that after this, her attitude changed, and everything changed for the better. She remembered Jenny's words about her condition. The reason for her appearance at the mansion was revealed, but now Leon was worried about her past condition. Turning to the man, she asked him for a favor, but he wanted to hear the details. The girl looked at the Duke with determination. She needed to decide what to do next. Leona and Riri couldn't believe their eyes. The imperial palace was very big and dazzling. The Duchess thought that the rumors about the palace were exaggerated, but they turned out to be true. But she could not be distracted. She had an important mission. As she prepared to leave, the girl noticed how Petri wanted to help her leave. But the assistant was not alone. Riri also wanted to help her mother. The father and daughter's eyes converged. No one wanted to give up such a valuable trophy. All she could do was silently watch as these two tried to out-argue each other. However, they could not make a decision, and she had to make it. Under the man's puzzled gaze, she extended her hand to her daughter, who had no doubts about her mother's choice. The embarrassed, rejected Duke could only say that it was time for them to go inside. The Emperor was waiting for them. To Leona's surprise, Ian continued to hold his hand up. She laughed relaxedly. A moment ago, she was terribly nervous, but now, in the company of these two, she felt better. And being under reliable protection, she cheerfully headed to the palace. Upon entering, the entire family immediately greeted the Emperor. Surprisingly, his face expressed genuine joy as he greeted them. Literally jumping off the throne, he told Leona that she didn't need to talk to him formally, which made her freeze. In response, she only nodded briefly, thanking him for such kindness. But the man was clearly interested in something else. With the same stupid joy, he began to ask the child about her affairs, because they had seen each other for a very long time. Seeing the bewilderment of his women, the Duke reminded them that they had seen each other 3 years ago, and the child did not remember it. Riri looked at the Emperor with confusion, as he complimented her one after another. Without ceasing to chatter, the Emperor recalled the reception, and only after hearing this did the girl speak to him, telling him about her mother. Petri immediately reminded the girl of etiquette, but the Emperor considered this unnecessary. Moreover, he asked if the girl would come to the reception when he invited her, but Riri was ready to go with her mother anywhere. The man was pleased. His plan had succeeded, and smiling, he promised that he would do so. And then he noted that the girl clearly liked the new Duchess, as did the Duke himself. Embarrassed by the overly talkative Emperor, the man spoke with difficulty. But before he could say anything, they were already being hospitably invited to sit down. And after that, the men carried on their intelligent conversations, not paying attention to the others. Leona noticed how her daughter began to lean on her more and more. The girl was clearly bored. This made her sleepy, because the girl herself felt uneasy, not to mention the 5-year-old child. The Emperor immediately noticed the difficulty, but expressed regret. He still had something to discuss with the Duke. However, he immediately suggested that the little girl visit the garden, where she would have something to see. Happy to be able to leave such a boring place, the girl was ready to run. But Leona understood what this could lead to, although the chance of meeting the prince here was still higher. Explaining how anxious she was to let the girl go alone, she asked to go with her, but the Emperor was not at all against it. But his words about how they would have a fun time there made her nervous. Leona walked behind, anxiously considering the Emperor's words. Riri had no such problems. She was glad to have the alley to the garden, and the girl was glad that she could go with her. While trying to calm the baby down, she noticed a strange figure out of the corner of her eye behind her. Realizing that something was wrong, she froze, trying to understand. She tried to understand who this person was. Her daughter also noticed her reaction and asked if she knew him. But she only saw the cloak. It could have just seemed that way to her. Although Leona answered the girl in the negative, she still thought that there was something familiar about him. Following her daughter, she did not see the strange old man whom she had met in the temple. The mother and daughter froze in delight. The garden really was incredibly beautiful. Leona understood that of course the Emperor's garden was on a completely different level. The maid reported that there was even more wonder inside the garden. Riri didn't need any more pushing and quickly pulled her mother along with her. Leona reminded herself not to let her guard down, just in case. The girl was extremely pleased with this walk, which could not be said about the tired girl. Trying to catch her breath, the Duchess noted with satisfaction that they had not met anyone except servants, and perhaps she was reacting violently to her arrival here. Meanwhile, Riri asked to plant the same bright flowers in their garden, but was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Leona froze, hearing displeasure from the noise from somewhere above. Riri looked for the source of the voice in confusion, and her mother, who had already frozen, understood everything. Looking at the boy, I was horrified. The crown prince was here all the time. Having gathered her strength, she told them about the emperor's permission and also announced that they were already leaving. However, the boy was not happy. They ran away immediately after they raised a fuss. Nervous, but trying not to show it, I politely asked if they should apologize again. The prince, amazed at such stupidity, shouted. They had to apologize until his anger subsided. He didn't take one thing into account. Riri wouldn't allow her mother to be offended. She immediately angrily asked who he was to tell them what to do. The prince became even more angry at the informal communication, and the girl at the fact that her question received no answer. Finally enraged, the boy shouted, proclaiming his title. But Riri screamed back. She didn't care who was standing in front of her. Leona watched in horror as her daughter told the prince the truth. She wasn't afraid of his father, so why should she be afraid of him? The girl was in shock. Events were developing completely differently than she had imagined. In the original story, the daughter fell in love with the crown prince at first sight. But now, it was as if a meeting of two sworn enemies had taken place. The boy was simply speechless. It was clearly the first time someone had spoken to him like that. In response, the little girl mockingly said that there was nothing special about him, and no one around who could tell him the truth. The children continued to quarrel enthusiastically. No one wanted to give up. Forcing a smile onto her face, Leona tried to calm them both down. Finally, the children fell silent, looking at her with puzzlement. They had clearly forgotten about the witnesses. The prince immediately took advantage of the silence to ask the baby's name. But in response, she only asked with displeasure why he suddenly needed it. Continuing to stand her ground, she refused to name the person who treated her mother badly. And taking her mother, who was amazed at how calmly Riri was leaving, she pulled her towards the exit, saying that it was mortally boring here. All that was left for Leon to do was ask the prince for forgiveness for leaving so quickly. The boy looked after them with displeasure. It was unclear what thoughts were overwhelming him. The girl, meanwhile, tried to find out from her daughter whether she wanted to see the prince again, because he was so handsome. But the little girl refused. She didn't like those who treated their mother badly, even if they were handsome. Leona was happy. The events did not develop as in the original. It seemed the future could be changed. Meanwhile, the daughter directly stated that her mother's tastes could also change. Seeing her mother's lack of understanding, she explained that her tastes had changed, and now she didn't like guys like the prince at all. The girl was happy. Her Riri had grown up and was now 5 years old. But then the girl returned to the conversation. Her mother's feelings for her father could also change, which confused her. Without noticing this, the girl continued to busily count how many years her mother would have to grow up to love her father. And then she was stunned. 1 year should be enough for mom for this. The baby's logic was confident. In a year, she would be 6 and seeing Riri. She would love her father too. She just needed to be there. Leona reassured the baby that she would be with her even if she didn't like her dad. The girl was happy with this too. She would decide everything else later. They did not see that the prince continued to stand in the same place. After thinking, he pulled something out of his pocket and looked at it. The old man handed it to him, telling him that to win someone's heart, sometimes you have to use a secret method. Then, the man expressed hope that this would certainly help the boy. Now, the prince looked at the brooch in his hand with displeasure. Basically, as he expected, this thing was of no use. Cursing that the old man had fooled him, he walked away. However, he did not notice how purple smoke was dispersing from the pendant in his hand. Meanwhile, the emperor tried to find out what the duke thought about Riri's proposal. The duke, embarrassedly asking for forgiveness, refused the emperor's offer. The emperor asked the reason without smiling, because any lady would want something like this. But the duke had not seen such a desire in his daughter. He explained that he wanted a life of freedom for her, where she could do what she wanted. The man looked calm, speaking thoughtfully as he heard his answer. And then he noted that he respected the will of the duke. But he was a little smug. Using Petri's main pain, he asked if he had forgotten what happened to Laris. The emperor noted that if she occupied a high position or were an empress, then things would be different. Everyone would take care of her health. But she also refused. The man sternly reminded that Riri's health had also deteriorated. The duke was not himself. He was again tormented by the horrors of consciousness, and the emperor finished him off with the question of whether he really wanted to experience something like this again. Smiling again, he told the duke to think again. Freedom was certainly good, but the child's health was also precious. The man was pleased with the effect produced. He knew where to press to get what he wanted. But then, breaking the oppressive atmosphere, a maid arrived, announcing the lady's return. The emperor turned his attention to them, wondering how their walk had gone. Riri was extremely pleased, describing the beauty of the garden and expressing gratitude for permission to visit it. The man expressed his joy at this, promising to give them all the flowers they wanted and inviting them to dinner. But Leona refused, explaining that the baby was going out for the first time and was now tired. The man could only say goodbye to them while reminding the duke to think about their conversation. Petri remained silent. Right now, he couldn't find the strength to do anything, but etiquette demanded an answer, and the man had to force himself to agree with his words. Meanwhile, the emperor asked the servant whether she had taken them where he had indicated. The man was amused. Did the duke really think he could escape from his grip? The carriage was heading back, but the mood inside was completely different. The duke looked thoughtfully into space. It was difficult to understand what he was thinking about. Leona couldn't understand what he was talking about with the emperor. What made him like this? And Riri happily talked about the garden. Finally smiling at her words, he noticed that she seemed to be having fun, and the girl reported that everything was perfect except for one nasty person, which surprised her father. Leona explained that they had met a prince, and the girl screamed that he had pointed at her mother and spoken rudely to her. The man singled out only the main thing. She met the prince, and the girl summed it up in the palace cheerfully. But she does not want to see the prince again. The duke suddenly leaned forward, desperately saying that you couldn't get to know a person in one go, and she should meet him again. But the girl was unhappy and screamed. She didn't like the prince. She didn't want to see him. The man tried to explain that this was not an easy question, and that she should calm down. But the girl did not want to listen. She screamed desperately. She does not want and will not. And why does she need to repeat this? Rushing to her mother, she screamed how he infuriated her and how she hated him. The duke could only call her by name, but Leona intervened, telling him to stop. Riri doesn't want to, and he continues to insist. The man looked strange, noted that she did not understand anything, and the emperor liked Riri even more. The girl expressed dissatisfaction. He did not take into account his daughter's opinion and was not on her side. But Ian also considered Riri's opinion important, but this was also for her sake. The man was up to his tricks again, and she didn't want her daughter to suffer. In the heat of conversation, they did not immediately notice how the girl fainted and her face turned red. They jumped up at the same time. They were filled with fear. The conversation became unimportant. They called her name, but the girl did not respond, and around her swirled an invisible purple haze. Flying into the estate, the man panicked and ordered a doctor to be called as soon as possible. The little girl lay on the bed, exhausted, and could only barely audibly call out for her father. Jan rushed to her, trying to find out if she was okay, but the girl was strong and only cared about the flowers. Encouraging the little girl, Leona handed them to her, assuring her that she had taken care of it. Only now the girl began to cry. She was offended. She so wanted to make a wreath with her mother. Seeing that her daughter could not cope with her emotions, the girl rushed to her. Kissing her, she asked her not to worry, and as soon as she got better, they would do it right away. The girl's mother's words calmed her down. She knew that her mother would fulfill her words. But then the doctor arrived with shouts, literally pushing everyone in his path. Leona immediately informed the man about Riri's sudden rise in temperature. Quickly sorting through the bottles, the doctor looked for an antipyretic, surprised by such a condition, because the baby was on the mend. The duke entered the conversation angrily, asking how to completely cure his daughter's illness. The doctor calmly explained that the medicine is effective if it is quickly absorbed by the body. However, Jan did not understand what the man was getting at. Sighing, the doctor said that so far, all the medications had only temporarily suppressed the symptoms. However, Rebecca quickly becomes addicted to the substance, and he cannot use it twice, but the symptoms that arise from arousal are different. Realizing what was said, Leona asked about other similar cases, but the man was an ordinary doctor and could not examine other people's illnesses. The girl was interested in where this was possible and received a short answer. the temple library, with the permission of the high priest. It was harder than Leona thought. She wondered if there was another way. But suddenly she froze, remembering that she had already heard something similar. She turned to Jan, but the key they had given him had been given with permission, and he didn't know if it was still valid. But this did not bother the girl. Having asked for the key, she was ready to meet with the priest. The man looked at her in shock. He was not revived by this. The Duke looked at the child with sadness, calling him by name. The girl saw how worried he was and tried to calm him down, assuring him that he was okay. However, before his eyes was a completely different picture. The powerless woman also assured him that she was fine. The Duke was shaking. He could not lose someone dear to him again. Now even a small mistake was unacceptable. The man sternly stated that they needed to replace the doctor immediately, and Leona didn't understand why. He said angrily that she had heard it herself. He prescribed her supplements, and she could get sick due to lack of treatment. This infuriated her. Hadn't he heard that Riri's case was not just a common cold, and he was doing everything he could? She asked what they would do if her condition worsened with the new doctor. She understood him. He loves Riri and worries about her. Moving closer to him, she said indignantly that at such moments he should behave as befits the father of a sick child. He should show fortitude. Ian looked away, a hurricane raging inside him, his thoughts and feelings unable to calm down. But then Riri's gentle voice was heard. She was calling her parents. Rushing to her, they were worried that something else was hurting her. But the girl was worried that they were arguing. While assuring the little girl otherwise, Leona reproached herself for raising her voice in her presence, and the girl, trustingly clinging to her, asked her to stay with her mother. Nothing hurt her. She could not refuse her daughter, promising to stay with her. The man watched them without words. He felt sad. In such a state, his daughter wanted to see only her mother. Without looking back, the man quickly left the room. It was too hard to stay here. Leona sat exhausted by her daughter's bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. Because of this, she didn't even notice how a man approached her from behind. But through it, she felt someone stroking her head. She realized subconsciously that the touch was very warm and gentle. The girl wondered how she could fall asleep like that. The girl continued to sleep. Her breathing was quiet. The fever had clearly disappeared. Checking her forehead with her palm, Leona sighed with relief. Now she could calm down a little. However, it was too early to relax, and when she turned around to change her towel, she froze. On the table lay a wreath of flowers brought by Riri. She didn't understand who had woven it, whether it was the same person who had stroked her at night. She supposed it was the Duke, but she found it incredible. Leona was full of indignation. She couldn't believe that this was possible. The man said with displeasure that the doctor had disappeared. Leona was stunned that a man who was so worried about the girl could leave. Looking suspiciously at the Duke, she asked if he had contributed to his disappearance, but he meant the one she had asked him to find. Then, in the carriage, she asked him to fulfill her request. She asked the man to find the doctor, who examined her as a child. Finally realizing which doctor he meant, she was stunned to see him disappear. Ian confirmed the disappearance of the healer, apologizing for not being able to fulfill her request. Leona looked thoughtfully at the Duke. The man's behavior was strange. Even without considering the data about the doctor, he seemed to have become his old self. After the meeting, something changed, and now she doubted whether he could really change fate. But still, the key was in her hands, and she would try to enter the library, and for this, she needed the high priest. As she approached the temple, she noticed that someone was already waiting for her. That strange old man greeted her with a smile, happy to see her again. Leona was stunned. She did not expect such a meeting. Now the man looked like a different person. She couldn't even believe that this priest was the same vagabond from the temple. She couldn't understand how this homeless man could end up here. The priest reported that he had heard of her arrival, and the Duke asked the emperor for permission, wondering if she had taken the key. As Leona showed the key, she kept thinking about who this man was. Suddenly a cry was heard. He asked the high priest to allow him. The girl looked at him in amazement and couldn't believe her ears. He calmly noted that he had not introduced himself, and the priest was amazed that she did not know the high priest. The priest enthusiastically began to describe that he possesses great abilities that can be equated to magic and is even recognized by the emperor. And all this is the priest, Caleb. However, this did not answer the question of why he looked like that the first time. and the priest thought that she did not know how to behave with him after such praise. The attendant was worried that Caleb was being so casual, until he calmly offered to take Leona to the library. The girl could only follow this strange man without words. As she passed the bowing servants, she noticed a familiar face. It was he who had treated her rudely because of her poor clothes. Now, when she was wearing an expensive outfit, he bowed before her. The girl felt angry. However, it didn't matter. She was worried whether she would be able to find what she needed here. Meanwhile, the Supreme Being became interested in why she had come. But noticing her confusion, he said that it was not necessary to speak. Leona remembered that the high priest had influence over the imperial family, which meant she had to be very careful about what she said. After which she confessed to the man that it was because she was feeling unwell, and he immediately asked if it was her health that was being discussed. Pretending to be upset, the girl said she didn't want anyone to know about it, and the doctor said that this disease was unknown, and now she wants to find the cause. The man looked at her carefully, and Leona asked him to keep it a secret, because she did not want to bother other people unnecessarily. Finally, they came to a large door, and the priest announced that behind it was a library, after which he asked the girl for the key, and she readily handed it over. The man pulled the key to himself and began speaking in a language she did not understand, after which the door finally swung open. The library was extremely huge. While admiring Leon's view, I noticed that more than just a key was needed to enter. Returning the key, the man said that the doors were now open and she could go inside. Giving the key into her hands, he slowed down and then turned to the girl, and he said that he would pray for her to find the information she needed and be cured. And then he warned that the library was quite large and one could get lost in it. Leona was confused. She did not expect such words, after which she thanked the man. Caleb didn't seem surprised, and after saying goodbye to her, headed back. As she watched him go, the girl thought that she would not like to meet this man again. He was too strange. Meanwhile, Riri was outraged that her mother went to the temple and did not take her with you. The Duke calmly explained that this walk would take a long time, and the girl's fever had only just gone down, and she still needed to be careful. However, this did not convince her, and the man tried to invite her to draw with him or eat chocolates, as she decided. The little girl agreed with this, but suddenly an interesting idea came to her mind. Riri asked if her father remembered that he promised her to grant her one wish, after which she said that she would go with him only if he fulfilled one of her wishes. After thinking, Jan remembered that the girl had indeed promised to tell him about her wish when they were alone together. This was when she promised to go to the palace for the wish. The girl was determined to make a wish. Her desire was to play hide and seek. The Duke was surprised by such a simple wish, and of course agreed. The little girl said in a businesslike manner that she would drive and he would hide first, but he could only hide in the mansion. Now the main question arose before him: how to play hide and seek. The man, completely bewildered by what he was doing, sat in the room reading books. He doubted he could move to another room. It had been too long since he had last played this game. However, Jan could not remember who he played this game with, but he was sure that he did it when he was little. Again, a blurry memory flashed before his eyes, in which it was difficult to make out anything. At that very moment, his head was seized with unbearable pain. He could not understand what was happening. He realized that it was an old memory, but he didn't know who the girl was. Well, then the memories came back again. The girl was screaming joyfully. She found him, and he was here. He didn't have time to think about it. He heard someone shouting and calling him, and when he woke up, he realized that it was Leona. The man was surprised at what she was doing there. She explained that she had returned from the temple, and Riri said that she could not find him for a long time. Without realizing it, the man explained that they were playing hide and seek, and he hadn't played it for a long time, and so he had completely forgotten about it. And after that, he didn't remember anything and didn't hear how the girl desperately screamed, asking him to come to his senses. The Duchess walked around the garden and loudly called for Luke. As she expected, he was there and immediately turned to the girl. I rushed to meet him, asked where he had been all day, because the Duke had lost consciousness. She was interested in whether this was the strange thing he was talking about. When she returned to the mansion, she was confronted with the crying of a girl. She could not find her father. However, when she found him, the Duke fell unconscious before her. The man was not at all surprised by the story, because every time the Duke acted against his desires, a part of his heart broke off. and all this led to this state. The girl remembered the words about desire, but she was interested in something else: how to wake up the man. But Luke himself did not know the answer to this question. All he could offer the girl was to try to find the answer in the temple library. Fearing the sound of thunder, the girl pressed herself tightly against her mother. They sat hugging each other to somehow cope with their fear. The little girl refused to admit her fear of the thunderstorm, citing the fact that the sound was simply too loud. However, upon hearing the next clap of thunder, she screamed loudly. Hiding under the blanket, she assured that she was not afraid of anything. She just wanted to hide under the blanket. Laughing at her daughter's stubbornness, she asked if her mother could tell her one fact. When a curious little face peeked out, she told him that the thunder was God's warning. And then she told her that thunder is a warning for those people who have done too many bad things, which calmed the girl down. But realizing that she said the same thing, she protested. Because she was not afraid at first. Because Riri is brave. As she was going to bed, the girl asked if the reason her dad didn't wake up was because he had made her and her mom angry. Having wondered if this was possible, the girl convinced her that it was absolutely not so, and the Duke would soon wake up. And the girl noted that despite the fact that her father was busy, when he finished his work, he always went to see her. Leona immediately confirmed that, of course, Dad would come back again, definitely. And then, smiling, she suggested that the girl do something important before her father woke up. Hugging, she suggested that they defend the mansion together. The Duke and his assistant were talking importantly, discussing the most important issues. Leona, who was watching this, noticed that it seemed they had managed to deceive everyone. Although with such a clear hit, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to see the catch. Luca sat at the table. It was he who conducted business on behalf of the Duke. The truth that Ian had fallen asleep was kept secret even within the mansion. Among the servants, only the nanny, May, and the butler knew about it. She only told those she trusted to avoid a fuss. And while Jan was unconscious, Luca took over his role. I also had to tell Riri, but the conversation was not easy. The girl's unknown illness, Jan falling asleep. The situation became more and more complicated. And in order to solve this problem, there was no other choice but to visit the library again. Noticing the girl, the man asked why she had come, to which Lena immediately noted that he should call her by name, like the Duke, so that the servants could not understand anything. Smiling warmly, the man immediately called the girl by name. Leona froze. He did everything as she asked, but there was a feeling that something was wrong here. After clearing her throat, the girl quietly said that she had a request. She wanted him to visit the temple library with her. She reminded that it was he who advised her to do this, and Luca suggested going right now. She continued to stand, and then asked the man to talk to her in the usual manner when they were alone. Having said this, she quickly walked out and leaned against the door. Talking to this man seemed increasingly difficult. She didn't understand what happened to her when the man spoke to her like that. Her heart suddenly sank. Leona had already felt something similar when the Duke told her that they were now a family. Under her palm, her heart beat strongly, reacting to the same men. She tried to come to her senses, because now was not the time for such thoughts. But she also understood that while finding information was important, it was also important to find out more about the Duke. If she could find out the reason why he fell asleep, and also why Luca appeared, then she might be able to find out more about the Duke himself. She had already heard that in the past, in just one day, all the employees of the mansion were replaced, and at present, no one knows anything about Jan's past. The nanny thoughtfully tried to remember the people who had worked in the mansion for a long time. After thinking for a while, she was able to remember that only the old butler could be called that. This man had worked in the mansion longer than her, and had even served the Duke's parents when they were alive, but he left the mansion with the others. Looking at her captivated daughter, she asked if she could meet him, but this was problematic, because he knew how to keep his mouth shut. Leona didn't want to give up. She believed that if there was any way to find out about the past Duke, then she should take advantage of it. The nanny smiled and agreed, warning him that she would pay him a visit and ask for a meeting. Lena was immensely grateful for the woman's kindness, while Riri finished the drawing. The drawing was of her father, and the girl undoubtedly missed him very much. The girl praised the drawing, and the girl said that as soon as her father woke up, she would immediately show him how beautifully she draws. But the little girl immediately noticed that her mother was wearing travel clothes and was getting ready to go somewhere. Leaning towards the girl said that she needed to go to the library, after which she asked if she would mind that. She absolutely had to leave, and now she was asking permission, because she had given her word not to go anywhere and not to leave Riri alone. The little girl felt incredibly important, because it was she who was making the important decision. The girl laughed. The little girl was very businesslike, and of course, such a decision depended on her. Smiling, the daughter expressed her consent, because she knew that her mother would not abandon her and would definitely return. Hugging the baby close, she thanked her for being so kind. Leona admitted that Riri made her life brighter, so she will not leave her until she drives her away. However, the little girl let her go on the condition that her mother would under no circumstances chase after the strange people, because in that case she could fall. Kissing the child again, she said goodbye, promising to return soon. As she left in the carriage with a smile, she watched her daughter waving after her. She couldn't believe that the child who so stubbornly declared that he wouldn't let her go anywhere had managed to grow up so much. The man immediately noted that all this was only thanks to her, because she had a beneficial effect on the girl, but Leona did not think so. The girl suppressed a yawn with difficulty, apologizing for it, because she had hardly slept today. After listening, the man extended his hand with a strange bottle, and then he explained that it was sleep oil. He got it because she had been looking tired lately. The man looked at the girl with a smile, expressing hope that this remedy would definitely help her. Leona could only stare at the man in silence, as her heart pounded madly in her chest. As she was getting out of the carriage, he immediately gave her his hand to help her down. As last time, the servants bowed and greeted them. Approaching the library door, she also gave the key flawlessly, and soon he and Luca were standing in the doorway, ready to look for answers. Upon entering, the man immediately noted how large the library was, although in principle, he expected this. They realized that there were too many books in it, and so they decided to split up. Leona rushed to her side with enthusiasm. This time she was sure to find some kind of clue. The girl studied book after book without stopping, not giving herself a chance to relax. However, she sadly realized that all this was not it. Although cases of various diseases were recorded, she could not find anything similar to the symptoms of Riri and the Duke. On the other hand, she understood that if the answer lay on the surface, the baby's illness would have been cured long ago. She remembered all the changes that happened to men. Jan fell asleep, and Luca's eyes began to glow red. Why did this happen? All this worried her. She had so many questions, her head was about to explode, and the books were too high. A man's hand immediately appeared next to her, helping her get the book. She turned around and smiled, thanking the men. However, she immediately froze, realizing how close he was standing. She immediately jumped away from him and started wailing about how she could have just taken the ladder. But the man only briefly replied with a refusal. He did not agree with this. Without looking at her, he said that if she needed any help, she could contact him at any time. He was ready to help her in any matter. The girl, who was looking closely at the man, froze. It happened again. His eyes turned red. But then she noticed how the high priest was hurrying towards them, greeting the Duke. Caleb noted that he hadn't expected to see them again so soon, and it looked like they hadn't found what they wanted last time. Laughing, the girl confirmed this, noting that there were too many books, and therefore it turned out to be difficult to cope alone. She also added that this is why she is here with the Duke today. Caleb said that if he had known that the Duke was coming, he would have met them right away. But Luca assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He would just look around here and return, so there was no need to tell the Emperor about it. The man bowed, looked at him strangely, and said that he would do as Duke Petri wished. Luke also looked closely at the priest, trying to understand what he was thinking about. Noticing this, the girl laughed nervously and asked why the priest himself had gone down to the library. It turned out that he also needed the notes, but pressing his hand to his chest, he said that he was already finished with this. Noticing that he must be bothering them, he said that he was leaving them to continue their search, after which he left. It seemed strange that he came here to read some book, and Luca suggested looking on another floor. Lena did not expect such a proposal, and did not know whether it was worth doing. However, they soon continued their search. She had too much to do to think about other people's secrets. The girl continued reading, discarding unnecessary options. And hearing laughter, he looked at the man with surprise. He explained that right now he sees how sincerely she values Riri, and it seems to him that thanks to her, she will get better. However, the girl doubted this, despite the man's assurances that they would be able to find an answer, and he was sure that she could do it. Leona only noticed that the man seemed happy, and he didn't even think of denying it. Looking at his serene smile, I smiled back at him. The girl noticed that it turns out that someone else's smile can lift a person's mood, and she used to think that this could only happen with Riri. However, after thinking about it, I remembered another such person. The Duchess understood that she also enjoyed looking at Jan's smile. Luca called her, but she was only worried that another book turned out to be a dud, and she promised Riri to return early. But she was so engrossed in looking through the books that she completely failed to see the threat above her head. The man was more attentive, but did not have time to do anything. All she could do was tiredly rub her aching head. Luca was worried about whether he had any injuries, but she seemed not to hear him, seeing something strange. In the book before her was the myth of the founding of the empire. It spoke of 5 families that stood at the origins of its foundation. All of them were magicians, but due to greed, all were destroyed except Petrie. According to rumors, only they had a small amount of magic left, and their descendants were able to use it only after coming of age, but no one knew how to awaken the powers. Now the girl understood a lot. The magic had not disappeared completely. That's why Luke could use it. Having told the man, she asked if this meant that the Duke was also capable of using magic, but he explained that this was how it should have been. But with Jan, it did not happen. He believed that the reason for this was an unstable mental state. Leona didn't understand what he meant, and he reminded her of his words about that day. She remembered that it was after this that Jan's time stood still. It was because of this condition that he did strange things. Luca told how the Duke became the head of the family too early and closed his heart from everyone. This poisoned him. The magic did not awaken, and the soul was divided into 2 parts. The most terrible thing was the possible release of mana. Fortunately, this did not happen. His parents took care of this before their death. The girl heard that, thanks to this, she and the Duke were able to exist normally for some time, and a piece of magic was preserved in him. All the main factors listed by Luca sounded in Leona's head one after another. She wondered if it could be an unconscious manifestation of magic. The acceptance of reality was painful, and he separated a part of himself. Looking at him, she realized that this was just an assumption, but if her guess was correct, then everything became clearer. The way to return the Duke and Luca to normal was literally right under her nose. Meanwhile, the Duke continued to remain in a deep sleep. But his sleep was not at all easy. Nightmares did not leave him. The men were worried about what would happen to the family now, because he was very young. He was very nervous, telling Laris that he had ruined everything because of his incompetence. She tried in every way to calm him down, convincing him that he could handle everything. Then he believed her, hoping for the best. However, he soon asked her to show understanding, because as the head, he had to make such decisions. The girl looked at him wordlessly. She clearly did not agree with this, but she still smiled, saying that she still understood him. She lay on the bed, exhausted, apologizing for not being able to be his strength until the very end. Ian was horrified. He didn't understand why she was apologizing. He was choked with sobs and begged Larissa not to do this. These dreams repeated themselves endlessly, repeating themselves over and over again, causing him great suffering. Leona, at this time, happily ran to the market, intending to buy a gift for Riri. After all, the little girl was entrusted with the responsible task of looking after the house. Luca watched with a smile as the girl desperately tried to choose a gift, because her gift would make her daughter happy in any case. She was glad about this, but his gaze caught on something strange. People sat and lay in the gateways, exhausted, after which she noted that there were still many homeless people on the streets. Luke remembered how the Emperor had thrown money at them, believing that it would improve their lives, but now he did not consider it worthless wealth. Leona believed that this was pushing people further into the abyss, and in his place, she would have looked for another way. After all, it would have been possible to provide jobs by saying that talent was not required for this. Then the situation of these people would be much better now. The man was once again surprised by how logically she could solve problems, but the girl, lost in her thoughts, once again did not hear what was said, and he pretended that nothing had happened. And then he reminded Riri how angry she would be if they were too late, they should hurry with the gift. Leona hysterically tried to come up with a gift, asking Luca for help, and he agreed to help in return for a promise to keep quiet about it. The couple walked down the street, looking at gift options for the baby. Meanwhile, Caleb reported that although it was difficult to determine the exact condition, some changes were clearly observed in the Duke. The Emperor was pleased with such good news, because after their conversation, Yang began to suffer from anxiety again. The priest advised using more drastic measures, but the man knew this and planned to take complete control of the family. He knew that once the Petri family fell into his hands, no one would dare challenge him. He couldn't wait for this moment and looked forward to solving any issues himself. Caleb, in turn, promised that the Emperor's will would be fulfilled. But then another participant interrupted their conversation, apologizing for the disturbance. But the Emperor, on the contrary, was very glad of his arrival. He just recently called the Crown Prince to a meeting and asked him to come quickly. Without wasting time on empty talk, he immediately found out whether he knew the Petri family and his daughter Riri, whom he had recently encountered. Afterwards, he told how the Duke had tirelessly helped him, and now this had possibly led to the deterioration of his health, and he had completely stopped showing himself. He expressed concern about this and asked the prince to visit him in his place, and also to see his future wife. But seeing the child's doubts, he ingratiatingly ordered him to politely greet the Duke and his daughter and ask them to ask for help at any moment. And then he mysteriously noted that perhaps even the Petri family might need help from the imperial court. The tense boy answered briefly that he understood everything and would definitely do everything. He understood that his father was trying to recruit this family as well, because it would help strengthen power. It was necessary. The prince realized with a grim expression that he had been unknowingly rude earlier. This time he had to do the job his father had entrusted him with impeccably. However, he did not expect at all that the Duke's daughter would literally scream at him from the doorway to get out. The prince, who was about to greet him, froze in amazement. No one had ever treated him like that before. Everyone tried to calm Riri down, but she continued to do as she was told and became more and more angry. Smiling tensely, the prince tried to calm himself down, reminding himself of his duty, asking Riri to call him by name and informing him of the Emperor's order to visit them. But the girl firmly insisted that there was no one to worry about, and they were all absolutely healthy. The boy could only express relief at this fact and insist on meeting with the Duke. Riri completely lost her temper, repeated once again that everything was fine, and told him to get lost. Not everyone should have greeted him so willingly. He should have learned etiquette. After this, the boy's patience ran out. He demanded an answer as to whether it was the norm of etiquette to say such things to him, calling him Shorty. The adults could only look in panic at the children, who were so furiously discussing each other's shortcomings. Nanny and May tried to calm their mistress, but then they finally saw hope for salvation. The Duke and Duchess finally arrived back, but were a little confused, not understanding why everyone had gathered there. But when she noticed the Crown Prince, questions began to ring in her head one after another about why he had paid a visit and why the children were fighting again. The prince and Riri also saw Leona, but their attitude was completely different from each other. The girl immediately greeted the boy, asking the reason for his appearance in their residence. Continuing to look at the girl with displeasure, he reported his father's concerns about the Duke. Luke bowed gravely, regretting that he had made the Emperor worry, and reported his excellent health, asking him to convey this to His Majesty. The Crown Prince looked at the Duke with ambiguity. His thoughts were unclear to him. Looking sad, he promised to pass this on, and also asked that a message be sent to the palace from time to time. Of course, the man promised that he would do so. Ordering the servants to return, the prince looked carefully at those present one last time. This intolerable girl, who was supposed to be his wife, continued to look at him angrily. She irritated him beyond belief, this unbearable brat, after which he stuck his tongue out at her, noting with satisfaction how this infuriated the shorty. Riri couldn't leave something like that unanswered and furiously tore herself away from his hands, promising to take revenge. Leona tried to calm her daughter down, but she kept talking about how this unbearable prince irritated her by mangling his name. Meanwhile, pleased that he had managed to touch Riri, Eckhart calmly returned to the castle. Having calmed down, the girl began to ask if the Queen of the Rabbits enjoyed the trip. Leona was surprised by such treatment. If Riri is a rabbit, then her mother is a queen. The girl was delighted with this idea. Such names were incredibly cute. She said that the trip was great. She wanted to arrive earlier, and apparently the girl was surprised by the prince's arrival. But Riri assured that she had no problems. She was busy with a more important matter, because she needed to paint a beautiful portrait of her mother. Leona immediately complimented her daughter's abilities, but the little girl was unable to express them in return. The girl completely forgot about her careless sketches, which she forgot to erase, and she decided to turn the girl's attention to the gift that she had prepared for her in advance. Handing it to her daughter, she said that she was in charge today and of course deserved it. Looking at the gift, Riri was as if enchanted, and the Duchess said that the little girl was a wonderful artist, and she should try drawing with paints, not crayons. The girl completely agreed with her mother, promising to draw as many rabbits as she wanted. Looking at the happy child, the girl promised to look forward to it, and she didn't notice at all how the butler started talking to Luca. The man's gaze became sharp. The news was extremely important. He reported the noise as a cry of pain, and so he entered the room, the Duke's face distorted and his body covered in cold sweat. All this indicated that the Duke was tormented by nightmares. However, when he wanted to touch it and check, he was unable to do so. His hand passed through air. Luca pulled his hand back in panic. He didn't know what to do in such a state. It was clear that their time was coming to an end. Something had to be decided. Nanny and May looked at the stacks of gifts Leona had bought yesterday in amazement. She was so excited that she was completely out of control. But remembering the arrival of her friends, Riri came up with a solution to the problem, ordering them to hide in the garden to search for treasure. The women were delighted with this idea and enthusiastically carried out their mistress's orders. However, the nanny stayed with Leona, wanting to tell her the news, after which she told that she had met with the butler they had talked about earlier. Now the girl was interested in whether he would meet her, but the woman said that he rejected the offer. He did not want to indulge in sad memories, and no one noticed the extra listener. Leona was upset. She really wanted to get the information she needed from him. The woman was also saddened by the fact that she could not help her mistress, but the Duchess did not consider this a problem. After a while, the girls were happily running around the garden, under the supervision of adults. The diligent Riri was the first to find her treasure. The other girls were also diligently looking for theirs. Leona was pleased. Her performance was appreciated, and she was interested in whether everyone had found their gifts. Each found a gift, but not everyone looked very happy. The girl noticed that Jane had found only one gift. She had to think of something. However, Riri also noticed the problem and already had a solution. She resolutely handed the girl her gift, which she did not immediately believe. But the little girl easily parted with him, because Jane helped look for him. The girl was very happy. Riri remembered her guess and thought about her. Lily also followed suit and gave away one of her gifts. Leona was pleased. Her daughter grew up smart and attentive to others. And in the meantime, Luca also gifted her. The girl glanced curiously at the open box in the man's hands. He calmly held out the ring to her, asking if she would accept it. She could only gasp. All thoughts left her head. She didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, the girls happily chattered about the marriage proposal, causing an irritated look. But Riri wasn't surprised at all, because Luca loved the rabbit. However, she completely forgot about the secret and named another name, which shocked everyone present. Flying up to her daughter, Leona quickly began to lament that of course Daddy loves Mommy, and there was no point in making a second proposal. Turning sharply, she demanded confirmation from the man, forcing him to nervously agree. The girls didn't notice anything strange. For them, everything that was happening was wonderful. Now Leona could breathe a sigh of relief. She was glad that they hadn't been caught. The man's gaze became wary. What he feared most had happened. He watched in fear as his hand gradually disappeared. Luckily, his princesses were too busy to notice. And in the evening, Riri told her father about how she spent her day. Leona was glad that her daughter was having fun, but she couldn't help but worry about one thing. She quietly asked the little girl if she was worried that the Duke was still sleeping. But the little girl didn't turn around, although it was noticeable how her little back tensed up. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer and began to cry softly, confessing that she missed her dad very much. She was afraid to imagine what to do if he didn't wake up. The girl was worried about her daughter. Her condition could have worsened again due to her worries. She assured the girl that her dad was also worried about her, even though he was sleeping, so he would wake up soon. Riri hoped that it would be so. She didn't care how stupid her father was. The most important thing was that he was next to her. It was hard for Leone too, despite all the unpleasant moments between him and the Duke. She felt a sadness she hadn't expected, not even feeling tears on her face. One of her tears fell on the Duke, and a moment later, threads of magic began to sparkle around him. Meanwhile, the man froze in shock. He felt a force acting on him. His hands had already begun to shimmer, becoming more transparent with each passing second. However, he did not feel any fear at all. Everything was finally decided. The girl still didn't see what was happening, but she only felt some strange warmth. And looking up, I finally saw something amazing. The Duke was glowing with exhaustion, and she didn't know why it happened. However, the strangeness didn't end there. Someone was behind them. Turning around, the girl froze in amazement. She had never seen anything like this before. The ghostly Luke looked at them with warmth, but the princesses looked at him with fear. They were worried. His body seemed to glow, and Riri naively decided that the reason was the blazing moon. This only amused the man, who said that he simply needed to go back. Leona didn't understand what he wanted to say by this. All the thoughts in her head seemed to evaporate. He just sighed briefly, as if he had guessed that an explanation would be required. And then he said that it was their warm thoughts about Jan that served as the key to removing the dark magic that separated them, and their tears reached Jan. Now he felt himself becoming one with the Duke. She couldn't believe that they would become one person, and Riri understood only one thing. Luca was leaving. The man continued to look at them, although he understood that he would not disappear completely. Realizing that there was too little time left, he hugged the princesses with force. This was his last hug. And then he whispered in her ear that he and Ian loved her, and Riri, as much as she loved her daughter. The girl just silently pressed herself against him. The one who had taken care of her was now leaving her. Luca allowed himself one last weakness by kissing the girl on the forehead. She was choked with sobs. This part of the Duke was closest to her, and losing him was incredibly painful. But the man, subtly understanding her feelings, told her not to regret the separation, because he would not disappear. A bright flash of light forced her to close her eyes. She could see nothing else. But before she could open her eyes, she heard her daughter's piercing scream. Leona's eyes snapped open as Riri continued to call her name. Jan sat, although he still seemed to be in a trance. After a few moments, he finally opened his eyes, but his gaze was unconscious, and he did not understand what was happening. His parents were extremely pleased that the children enjoyed playing hide-and-seek in the mansion, but the father warned them that they could not hide in the far corners of the mansion and must return for dinner. Jan and the girl promised to fulfill these promises. The girl sarcastically remarked that her father was worried about him, because last time he hid and didn't come out. The children were chatting happily and decided to play in the garden. The little girl rushed forward with all her might, calling Jan with her. He ran after her with pleasure. He had to catch up with her, his sister, Laris. Jan rushed to his sister in panic. He couldn't find her for a long time. He didn't know what happened. Her clothes were not in order. However, the girl did not answer. Her brother was unable to help her. She felt broken. Her world was completely turned upside down, but she forced herself to smile. She needed to reassure him that nothing had happened. Since then, she seemed to have locked herself in a rose garden and was always writing something. She took great pleasure in drawing rabbits. Larissa drew them without stopping. Lying in bed, exhausted, next to the baby, she asked for forgiveness for not being able to help her brother. He helplessly begged her not to say such a thing. It was not like that at all. The girl could only speak about the child, telling his name and asking for a brother. The baby opened her eyes. They were sad, as if she understood everything. And Jan was overcome by dark magic. He could not control himself. The pain of loss was too strong. He hated himself for being useless, for not being able to do anything, for not being able to protect his family. With disobedient legs, he retreated step by step, whispering that he could not do it. But as if realizing that he was leaving her too, the child screamed with all his might, and the man stopped. The screaming did not stop. The child demanded attention. Turning around, he saw a small palm that was reaching out with all its might towards him, towards his heart. And again, he heard his sister's weak voice asking him to stay with Riri. Leona also asked him not to avoid the child, because she misses him, loves him, and considers him her family. These words became key. Family was always in the first place for him, and for its sake he was ready to do a lot. Riri pulled him by the hand and called him Daddy with all her loving heart. Her smile lit up his world, and from time to time he saw Laris's features in her face. At first, all this seemed strange and unreal to Jan, but the little girl's desire to spend time with him, to do things together, to play soon, erased all the walls between them. Now the girl wanted only one thing, for her stupid dad to always be by her side. But she was not the only one. Her mother wanted the same thing. Despite all their omissions, he was able to take a strong place in her heart. His daughter and wife loved him, worried about him, and waited for his return. All these feelings overwhelmed him until they found an outlet and tears rolled from his eyes. He felt warm and wanted so much to be close to his beloved family. Trying to open his eyes, he could barely see them, but he clearly heard them calling him. They looked at him intently, asking worriedly if he was okay. He wanted to calm them down, but all he could do was say with a smile that he was back. It was already late at night, but they could not sleep and continued to sit, looking at each other. Only Riri, having finally relaxed, fell asleep, but could not let go of her father's shirt from her hands. Carefully getting up and looking at his daughter, he sadly noticed that he had caused them a lot of trouble, for which he apologized. And then he froze, because Leona said that he was undoubtedly right about this. The girl could not hide her worries, saying that his sleep was very long, and everyone was very worried about it. Trying to calm her down, he touched her hand again, asking for forgiveness. Trying to hold back tears, I asked why he suddenly fell asleep and whether it was the first time. Jan admitted that something similar had happened before, and he even had some thoughts about it. He reported that every time he visited the palace, for some reason, he could not think clearly. But the most disturbing thing happened when he had to do something he didn't want to do because of the emperor. At such moments, his chest began to burn mercilessly, and nothing could save him from this pain. And now, looking at the situation with a new look, I realized that the reason could have been the most obvious. Leona was very interested in this reason. She wanted to help if needed, but Jan didn't have any evidence yet and couldn't say anything for sure. However, he was sure that now they would definitely be able to find out everything little by little. Riri's illness also seemed to be connected with it. He clutched the blanket tightly in his hand and tried to calm himself down. Now, more than ever before, he needed a clear head. He thanked her again for waking him up and said that it had helped bring back important memories. Curious about what he meant, I quickly learned that he was talking about Riri. She listened in shock about the girl's biological mother, who, in addition, was Jan's sister. This news threw her off track. She could not connect everything she knew about Riri's mother with the new information. While Leona was trying to understand how the Duke's wife could be his sister, she learned that the girl's father was unknown to him. This news instantly calmed the girl down. Finally, everything became logical. Jan added that Larissa became pregnant under unknown circumstances, so information about the girl's real father was unavailable. Before his death, his father told him to remember the most important thing he should never doubt. He entrusted his entire family and sister to him. His parents entrusted him with the most important thing, and he did everything he could to protect her. But eventually, his sister passed away, leaving behind only Riri. As soon as Larissa closed her eyes, it seemed to him that a part of him died. He blamed himself for his sister's death, and because of this, he was overprotective of the girl. But at the same time, he was desperately afraid that a connection would develop between them. Riri reminded him too much of his sister and his painful past. For this reason, he ignored her attempts to attract attention with her pranks. With Leona's arrival, everything changed. As if the sun had illuminated his life, he saw and felt her love for Riri, and it reminded him of something. Memories of how Larissa protected and cherished her daughter. The love and faith of their parents in them. Remembering this, he was able to wake up from the dark curse. She could only look at him in shock. The Duke had never been so frank. She felt uneasy and quickly looked down, asking for forgiveness. The Duke did not understand at all what she was apologizing for. The girl admitted that she was angry with him. It seemed to her that he did not take good care of the baby, although she knew nothing about him. Jan, in turn, did not consider her wrong in this. In many ways, he was truly bad and could not protect anyone. He still thought about it. She was better than him, and had much more influence on Riri's future. The Duke doubted whether he should stay close to his daughter, but Leona was sure that a father was not very important to the girl. She noted with a smile that her father was the most precious person to the girl, and he himself had already felt this. The way she rushed to him with tears after waking up and did not want to let him go was indicative. Even now, remembering it, he caught his breath. He really felt it. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled her closer to him. He still didn't know much and could be wrong. He could only ask her to stay with him and help. Now that he was whole, he wanted to share his days with her. These words made Leona tremble. Laughing nervously, she assured him that she would do everything on her own. She believed that together, as parents, they could help Riri grow up to be a beautiful girl. It wasn't quite what Ian expected, but it was a good start. Their contented, close solitude was dispelled by the little girl, who called out to her parents in her sleep. They both froze, feeling as if they had been caught off guard, after which they involuntarily glanced at each other, looking at the reaction. Laughter burst from both of their chests. They were too frightened by the sleepy muttering. Having calmed down, they lay back down in bed. Still worried, the girl asked about Luca, whether he had disappeared completely. The man felt warm from her experiences, and he easily explained that he was not only Jan, but also Luca. When Laris died, his grief at the loss took the form of Luke, and he lived to do what he could not do on his own. He noted with sadness that only magic had saved his humanity. He had almost lost it. Having heard about the Petri family's magic for the umpteenth time, she made a decision. She joined their hands and suggested that they solve all the problems together. The first and most important was Riri's long sleep and illness. Together they can do everything. The Duke was touched, next to his beloved family. It really seemed to him that he could move mountains. He was immensely grateful to Leon and Riri for not leaving him. The girl missed her, because they hadn't seen her for a long time, and she knew for sure that they missed her. And besides, everything was fine with her. Just recently, Dad slept for a very long time, but finally woke up and Luca was gone. However, it soon turned out that Dad and Luke were one and the same person. She was very surprised when she found out about it. But the surprises didn't end there. It turned out that she was already 6 years old. It was just that Dad wrote down the date incorrectly. He was very absent-minded. The little girl was delighted with this fact, although she already considered herself an adult. I would like to say that she became a villain, but that is not true at all. She got up early and always went to bed on time. She no longer pestered the servants and ate everything they gave her. In fact, she has no reason to be mean anymore. She is very happy and obeys her mom and dad. Now she has become a very happy girl who always smiles. That's how Riri was happily drawing her story until someone entered the room. She turned around contentedly, hearing familiar voices. Leona and Jan did not find the baby after her sleep, happily noting that she was drawing again. They were very interested to see it, but the girl categorically refused to show the unfinished work. Leona assured her daughter that they would be waiting with impatience because they could not wait to see the picture. Riri was pleased with these words. Previously, my mother didn't like my father, but now they got along well with each other. She always laughed happily when she watched her parents. She looked at her parents, saw how they valued each other, and became even happier. The carriage again cheerfully carried its passengers along the familiar road. Worried, the girl asked her mother if they were really going to the palace again. But Leona reassured her, saying that they were going to the library at the temple, where she had never been. I don't understand what they will be looking for. The girl assumed that it would be fairy tales, but Dad wasn't sure that they were there, but suggested that she go together and look for them. The little girl clearly liked this proposal, and she enthusiastically told her parents to rely on her. While happily watching Leon's enthusiasm, I was worried that the girl would be upset when she found out that there were definitely no fairy tales there. However, she looked at the child with love. Noticing her mother's strange look, the girl asked what happened. Leona had nothing to say. Just looking at her daughter, she felt a huge flow of love. She could only excuse herself by saying that she was watching the girl grow up, which, of course, made her incredibly happy. The girl was very happy that Riri had become quite an adult, and she was also happy that everything had returned to normal. It was not only the daughter who was at fault, but also the Duke himself who had finally settled down. That night, when the men united, the mansion was engulfed in a bright magical color. All the household members were shocked and happy at the same time. When they found out what happened to Luca, they just smiled understandingly. The rest seemed to have forgotten about him. There had never been such a person for them, and it seemed as if he had never existed at all. However, Luca existed, or rather exists. Leona saw this clearly. Looking at the Duke and seeing the changes in him, I understood that both men actually exist. Noticing her gaze, the man immediately asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl, once again caught staring, said again that she was simply enjoying moments of peace and happiness. Not understanding what she meant, the man froze at first. But after thinking a little, he smiled happily, because all this was thanks to her. Jan took her hands again, still thanking her for saving him. She asked him to stop praising her, because he had already repeated it many times and still wasn't tired of it. But he assured her that he would never get tired of saying words of gratitude. Noticing her parents' conversation, Riri immediately and uncompromisingly declared that her mom and dad love carrots, which confused them. They tried to convince the girl, but she stood her ground. They had always behaved like this lately, and May told her what it was called. Deciding to shock her parents, she asked even more when her mother was going to kiss her father. It was his fault. He ran away from confessing for so long and didn't even want to look at this child, and at the same time blamed everyone but himself. And then he met Leona and began to understand what it meant to love your child. And then he realized that he had to start changing himself. He was so extremely grateful to the girl who pulled him out of the impenetrable darkness. And now, looking at his happy family, he understood that no matter how many times he said it, this word would always be too little. Finally, the carriage reached its destination, and the passengers got out happily. Looking at the picture that opened up to her, the girl froze in amazement, her eyes wide open. The building in front of her was extremely huge. A servant was already waiting for them on the steps, who promised to take them to the library. However, before she could take a step, the girl noticed that she could smell the flowers. The minister also noted that there really is a garden on the temple property, and the girl must have smelled the smell from there. Hearing this magic word, Riri froze. Everything else ceased to exist for her. Now the first thing she wanted to do was visit the garden, even though they had come to the library. Not seeing any problem with this, the man offered to take them to the garden first, which the girl was incredibly pleased with. She quickly rushed through the garden, and one could only hear her delighted cries. Constantly calling my parents, each time I asked them to pay attention to this or that flower. They tried to slow the girl down at least a little, fearing that she would fall or get hurt, but she was sure that this would not happen. Following her daughter, Leona noticed a strange vision out of the corner of her eye. She saw a woman walking somewhere along the temple road, and then she froze, realizing what had caught her attention. This man had hair the same color as hers. At that moment, she remembered May's words about a man who had the same hair color. Most likely, this girl was exactly the one described by the maid. Leona was desperately wondering if she should catch up and talk to the woman, but then she heard her daughter calling her. Cuddling up to her mother, the girl said that she had already looked at all the flowers in the garden, and then she told her father that she really liked everything, and it was great. But the men noticed that something strange was happening to the girl. When he tried to find out what had happened, she answered ambiguously that she had simply seen something in that direction. The woman is already missing and may have entered the building. Remembering why she had come here, Leona threw all these thoughts aside, suggesting that the man go to the library. Jan agreed, and the girl suggested that she would have a lot of fun in the library. Leona again went into her thoughts, looking in the direction of the woman who had left. She wondered if she would be lucky enough to meet again. The tired girl sat without strength. It had been a difficult day. To the disappointment of both the Duke and them, they again found nothing. Leona didn't understand how she could check every book in the library and not find anything. This drove her into a desperate rage. Ian tried to somehow calm her down, assuring her that they would definitely find a way. The girl looked at him with hope. She also wanted to believe in it. But the tired little girl screamed with all her might that she would not go to the library anymore. She liked the garden very much, but the library was boring and there were not a single fairy tale in the books. Looking at their daughter with affection, they understood that this was really not the most cheerful place. Although Leon was already amazed by how steadfastly the girl held on at first, supporting the child, I praised her, because she was smart. Hearing this, the little girl changed her anger to mercy, because if you try, you can achieve anything. Wanting to praise the child even more, the girl promised another sweet. Riri began to excitedly imagine all the possible options for a sweet reward. But then something dawned on the girl, and this information was completely forgotten. She asked if Jan still remembered the old butler who served the family. She recalled that he left when the entire staff of servants changed. After thinking about it, Jan remembered that the man was very attached to him and Laris. Unfortunately, he no longer remembered his face. Only the feeling of care and warmth remained. He was a wise, responsible, and wonderful butler. However, Jan didn't understand why Leona remembered him now. The girl briefly suggested meeting him. This stunned the Duke. He could not understand the reason for such an act. She explained that she wanted to hear an outside opinion, but he did not agree to meet with her. She was sad that the nanny had not managed to convince the man to meet. Leona thought that perhaps he would change his attitude if he saw the Duke, so she asked him for a favor. But he was worried that he had inflicted a serious wound, and that after so many years, the man would not want to see him. Seeing his anxiety, Leona tried to calm the man down. At first he was confused, feeling the warmth of her hands on his. But then, with a smile, he agreed to fulfill her request. The girl was glad. It seemed to her that persuading Jan would be more difficult. Finally, the Duke realized that, having forgotten the past, nothing could be changed. He needed to act. He was sure that it was he who needed to thank her. He began to change because of her. The man's shout woke up the driver, who was almost asleep. Frightened, he ran to find out what was going on, but only heard that the destination had changed. The servants were confused. The Duke was planning to go somewhere without an escort. Without explaining anything, he cheerfully ordered them to hurry, since it was impolite to arrive at night. After some time, they were finally announced about their arrival, and there was a strange feeling inside. He looked around carefully. It really was him. This was the very house where his former butler lived. The curious girl immediately wanted to know where they had arrived, and received an answer from her mother. Riri was surprised. Someone was taking care of her little daddy. She had never met such people before. The little girl immediately decided that he was practically her grandfather, and was surprised that he lived separately. Leona explained that they had come to fix it, without noticing the attentive gaze. The curtain jerked sharply. The owner of the look was clearly not ready for guests. The girl's attention was drawn to this sudden movement, and she understood everything. Someone was watching them, but Jan, not noticing it, loudly called for the butler. He continued knocking, wondering if there was anyone inside. However, there was no answer, and they began to doubt whether there was anyone there. They wanted to come another time, but the girl loudly called her grandfather. She continued calling for her grandfather, the butler, under their dumbfounded gazes. Trying to calm her down, they explained that it was impolite and that there was no one there. But before they could finish speaking, they heard a loud creak. A slightly mocking voice rang out. Guests were rare in this wilderness. His first guess was that they were simply lost. However, when he realized who was in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. And no one noticed the attentive little eyes on the roof of the house. There was a piercing silence all around, and everyone was afraid to break it. He finally greeted the man, but there was no joy on his face. The butler assumed that such noble persons had ended up in this backwater because they had gotten lost. Jan assured him that everything was correct, and he wanted to tell him something, but the man did not understand what he could talk about after so many years. The little girl who was watching this just watched silently, but suddenly she sneezed loudly. The man suddenly froze, turning towards the sound, not understanding who made it. And while Leona was worried about her frozen daughter, he realized that the child was clearly familiar to him. The butler remembered the baby sleeping peacefully on the bed, and now the baby has grown into a beautiful grown-up girl, crying because of the cold. He couldn't take his eyes off her, how much she had grown. He immediately remembered the phrase about time flying by. The girl looked at Jan with excitement, while the old man spoke about the rapid cold snap. But after, although he still didn't know what they needed, he offered to come in. Caring for them, he offered them tea, although he doubted that they would like it. But neither Leona nor Jan found him strange. On the contrary, they thanked him for his concern. For the baby, the man prepared milk with honey. Riri watched in delight as the golden sweetness fell into the cup. She was pleased with the drink, and the butler was glad of her happiness. The Duke was pleased to look at them, but they still needed to talk. Hearing the previous address addressed to him, the old man reminded that he had not had this title for a long time. But he didn't have time to finish saying everything. Jan stood up and bowed deeply, asking for forgiveness. When the man rushed to lift up the milord, He only heard that he had fired all the servants, including him. The butler froze. That act was truly painful for him. Jan explained that he was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. That's how he reassured himself. The man knew it sounded like an excuse, but he wasn't in the best of shape. He lost his parents, Larissa, and everyone who was dear to him. And then he was left with a baby in his arms and responsibility for a noble family. All this broke his spirit, and he made many mistakes. Jan convinced himself that he was doing the right thing, but he was only trying to drown out his feelings of guilt. Leona was worried, despite the improvements. The man was still worried about the past. She tried in every way to support him and show her concern. Having understood her correctly, the Duke noted that, thanks to her, everything had changed. Because of her, he seemed to wake up from this long and painful sleep. He also admitted that Riri was also depressed, but was on the mend. But the girl refused to accept the praise, not believing that she had done much, because John himself had found the strength within himself. The man looked at this very different, yet harmonious couple, and the Duke continued to regret that he had abandoned the old man to his fate. After thinking, the man turned to his lord. He remembered him when he was very young, when he was so happy and sweet. Memories of that time filled me with warmth. Jan understood that he could not be forgiven right away, and that his coming here was selfish. The butler didn't understand what was going on, until Jan asked if he would be returning to the estate. The old man couldn't believe his ears, and the Duke explained that he had come for this reason too. The man was even ready to endure self-loathing. If only he would return. He needed someone who would take care of them as if they were his own, and he asked if the butler would agree to this. The Duke extended his hand, expecting his verdict as a pardon. Riri, without waiting for an answer, was already happy that her grandfather would live with them. She already asked him to make the same delicious milk when she got home, and add more honey. The butler was delighted with this spontaneous child. However, he doubted it. Too much water had flowed under the bridge. Ever since he was kicked out, he couldn't even think of going back there. But now he looked at this family, and his heart ached sadly. The little girl was already planning how she would play hide-and-seek with him. Now he had to make that choice, to forget or to return. And exhaling, he made the lord and lady happy. He would return to the estate. He admitted that he always serves his masters with all his heart. And he asked the Duke to be ready for this. He would always be with him. However, this did not bother Jan at all. On the contrary, he was expecting it. Finally, the men shook hands, forming a new alliance. Of course, the conversation didn't end there. They hadn't seen each other for too long. Riri, who was bored in the meantime, looked around the room and discovered something interesting. She saw eyes sparkling like stars watching them. The child's eyes lit up with interest. Something was moving. Naturally, without thinking twice, she set out to explore. Meanwhile, the butler announced that he would pack his things in a couple of days. The little girl was delighted, and Leon turned around to confirm. And she froze in amazement, the girl calmly holding 2 cats in her hands, which she clearly wanted to take with her. The angel's parents froze. They had to keep a close eye on their daughter. Looking at the victims of the study, the girl wondered where the cats came from. Leona wanted to know where her daughter found them, but she simply replied that they were hiding here. Noticing the cat's discomfort, Ian asked Riri to let them go, and as soon as her hands unclenched, the poor fellows instantly ran away to hide better. While the little girl was upset about their escape, the old man explained that they were his pets. He said that their mother died, and he decided to take them in. The girl stopped crying and froze in delight. The cats that had run away calmly returned and were now rubbing themselves against her. The girl was delighted. They came to iron themselves and were very cute. Realizing who needed to be persuaded, the girl turned to her father, since he had previously forbidden such things. But John, turning to the butler, asked his advice, and he was only in favor. The pleased girl immediately rushed to her mother, celebrating her father's consent. Turning to the cats, she immediately told them the news. She promised them lots of toys, fun, and games together. Surprisingly, the animals seemed to understand her and looked at each other, discussing such a tempting offer. Riri summed up the whole conversation. It was time for them to go home. The very next day, the little girl was already happily running along the corridor with her furry companions. All Leon could do was ask her daughter to be more careful and watch her step. The nanny noted that the girl was happy, and the kittens understood her perfectly. The girl remembered that she liked them at first sight and had already acquired names. The white one was named Suni, and the black one Simi. Riri came up with them quite quickly. What amazed May most was that the Duke allowed it, even though they passed it by. The women discussed the return of the old butler and what needed to be prepared for his arrival. Having received all the recommendations, they immediately promised to do everything that was required of them. Leona thanked them. They really helped her a lot, and she could rely on them. But suddenly she froze. She remembered another important matter. She wanted to ask May, but due to all the events, she forgot about it. She reminded the maid of their conversation, about the girl from the Imperial Palace. This girl had the same hair as hers. She wanted to know more. However, May only saw her briefly and remembered only the bright red necklace around her neck. The girl thought about it. She didn't remember anything like this, although she had only seen her from behind. Now she was faced with the mystery of whether this woman was who she thought she was. But Leona understood that only a miracle would allow her to answer this question. A couple of days later, the old man returned, and in front of everyone, Alendro Sertel swore to serve faithfully and truly. Jan was glad to see him, thanking him once again for his return. But the man was also happy to come back here and work with them. The butler stood in front of the table for a long time, not daring to move forward. He hadn't been here for too long. Everything had changed a lot. For the last time, standing in this place, he looked at my lord's father. He smiled warmly, remembering the old days. Alendro expressed the hope that things had been done properly in his absence, and Jan assured him of that. The man had heard stories about the Duke and his great successes for his age, and then he immediately noted that when he fired them, there was something wrong with him, and many people noticed it. For Leona, he explained that Jan had always been very tactful and polite, but then he became rude and harsh. It reminded him of the moment when the Duke lost his parents. However, now he sees differently. He was able to leave the pain behind. Realizing what was said, he asked for forgiveness, but Jan did not see the problem in worrying. The Duke himself does not remember that time clearly, as if there was a fog in his head. He did not remember what he was thinking about then. He was curious why this was happening, which again upset Leona. But the butler suspected that the problem was in the excitement. Too many troubles had accumulated. The times were too hard. The Duke thought about it. In principle, this coincided with their guesses. But Leona also wanted to ask some question, and received permission. She was worried about Riri, whether she had been sick as a baby or if it had started later. But the man left the estate too early. Although he remembered how often she was ill, the girl vomited, had a fever, and was often on the verge of death. But this was attributed to the death of her mother and heredity. He also remembered the imperial nanny. Leon did not like that there was a mention of him everywhere. The old man was worried about the symptoms of the disease, but the girl was worried about one thing. Not a single significant event took place without the imperial palace. She seriously doubted that this could be called a simple coincidence. I immediately remembered the bottle the nanny had given me when she was caught, and Jan said that this thing was clearly bought on the black market. This medicine was of unknown origin, and no one knew what it was for. Then, he almost succeeded in catching the criminal. But at the last moment, the criminal and all the evidence disappeared without a trace. Leona clearly understood that someone in the palace had been watching Riri since birth and had connections in the black market. However, there was no evidence, only guesses, and you can't get very far with that. Despite this, too many threads led to the imperial palace. Secrets were clearly hidden there. The girl asked Jan whether she had been chosen by the emperor himself. The man didn't know the exact answer, but he assumed that was the case. He couldn't hide it, so after Laris's death, he declared Riri his daughter. He was in despair, and on the day of the funeral, the emperor arrived and consoled him. And then he suggested that he meet one of the nannies, and the man seemed very attentive at the time. Now he clearly saw how he wanted to stay with his family, and then he accepted his offer without hesitation. The Duke did not understand why she asked, but the girl only wanted to confirm her guess and was now absolutely sure. In Leona's head, all the strange moments fit together like a puzzle. All this did not fit into my head and was not a simple coincidence. There were too many strange twists and turns and moments here. The man looked at her in confusion, and she thought about the emperor's hidden motive, but was afraid to jump to conclusions. Jan was worried. The girl suddenly turned pale. He was afraid that she was not feeling well. Deciding to talk about it later, she laughed, blaming it on fatigue. The butler was not surprised by this, and suggested that he return to his chambers and rest. Jan also supported this idea, but Leona preferred to get some fresh air. But there was no time to rest. An assistant looked into the room, looking for the Duchess. He told her that an invitation had arrived from the High Priest, which surprised her. However, this was not the strangest circumstance. The invitation was sent to 3 people, Leon, Yana, and Riri. The girl was delighted with the personal invitation, because she was already quite grown up. It was like an invitation to an official meeting, or it was an invitation to a banquet. Now she was as big as her dad and mom. She thought she was lucky and considered it the taste of a grown lady. Jan was worried that Leona had not rested at all. They could have gone another day, but she was too curious to know about the oracle mentioned in the invitation. Jan looked at the girl. She always thought of others first. As if confirming his thoughts, she pointed to her daughter, who was too excited to refuse her. She tried to calm her down, because she could fall, but Riri was too confident. Until the next moment, from a particularly joyful jump, she stumbled. The parents rushed to check if their jumper was okay. But he heard a voice ahead. He was curious about where all the noise was coming from. The prince saw the one he expected, because only she is capable of such a thing. Lazily tilting his head to the side, he coldly called her name. But Riri was not calm, and said indignantly that he was standing in front of her again. Leona froze at first, surprised by such an unexpected collision. And then, at the same time as the Duke, they greeted him. The girl was surprised. In her opinion, the prince was less energetic than before. She was worried. Something clearly happened, and he didn't say anything. Riri, however, did not suffer from such problems, and loudly complained that her perfect letter suffered because of someone. She stood frozen, concentrating on something, and then she arrogantly declared that the old man invited her because she had become an adult. She was very proud, because she was invited to listen to the oracle. But the prince only sighed mockingly, asking again where she had been invited, after which he took out a similar letter, which left the girl stunned. But he considered this insufficient, teasing that he had received it much earlier than she did. Although he did not see the oracle, that was not the main thing, and Riri couldn't believe that she received the letter later than the little one, and didn't hear Leona's request to call him prince. But the girl considered this address too long, desperately trying to remember his name. Mangling his name infuriated him, and he shouted out the correct name. However, it also seemed long to her. The boy had already resigned himself and simply asked her to pronounce the name correctly. Riri decided to refuse on principle, which left the prince in a stupor. After thinking about it, he decided to cheat, noticing that she was too small to remember his name and could only be seen with a magnifying glass. Hearing the nickname P, the girl was shocked and furious at the same time, and then she tried to escape from her father's hands in order to take revenge on this scoundrel, after which he mockingly declared that he would call her that until she remembered his name. She couldn't believe he would do this to her. As if giving in to his threat, she tried to say his name, but the very next second she screamed that she would not remember him. But this did not frighten the prince at all. Caleb had already greeted them and was looking forward to their arrival. However, he suddenly fell silent, noticing something unusual. The little lady was very unhappy, and her parents were very confused, wondering what had happened. But the family remained unanimously silent, and he could only invite them to go further. Looking around curiously, Leona wondered what they would learn about the oracle here. The couple stood in silence and looked around, with a feeling of impatience inside. Leona wanted to find out about the oracle as soon as possible. Perhaps it could help with their problem. As she looked at the statue, she was overcome with a strange feeling, as if she was struck by its grandeur. The priest explained that this statue is the god Amidius, and by touching it, one can see a vision of the oracle. Jan didn't understand how the man knew about this. And then I received an explanation. If a person is connected to the oracle, he will hear a voice in his head. And if not, then nothing will happen. After the offer to try, the first one to want to try was, of course, Riri. Caleb didn't mind, and the girl quickly ran to the statue. Watching the little girl stretch her hand forward, I decided to start. The girl looked at her daughter with concern, and she herself did not know what result she wanted to hear. But the result did not depend on her, and the baby cried in despair. She did not hear voices. Jan tried his best to calm her down, but he also didn't hear anything. Riri immediately began to blame the old man. She doubted his words, but he was sure that there were special people. He was one of them, and that this way one could find out the reason for one's existence. He wanted to say something else, but he paid more attention to Leona. It was her turn. The girl approached without any hope. Because neither Riri nor Jan heard anything, she closed her eyes and just wanted it all to go away. But Caleb seemed to know something and never took his attentive gaze off her for a second. The next thing Leona realized was the familiar voices desperately calling her. Still not herself, she could only look around blankly. In front of her was the Duke and his daughter, who were clearly very frightened because of her. And noticing that she had come to her senses, they tried to find out how she was feeling. However, Leona herself could not understand what had happened to her, whether she had fallen. And then she heard the answer. After touching the statue, she lost consciousness. Caleb stood next to her, still looking at her. Now he wanted to get an answer to the question that was troubling him. Did she hear the voice of God? At first, the girl was confused, not quite understanding what he meant. But after thinking about it, she froze, trying to remember what had happened. However, the answer was not what he expected. She heard nothing. Carefully rising with Jan's help, she assured him that she was the same as everyone else. The Duke asked her not to overexert herself, but the priest did not take his eyes off her, after which he firmly called her by name. He did not say everything. He wondered if she had any scars on her body, the cause of which was unknown to her. She did not understand what he was talking about, but the priest insisted that her silver hair was a special sign. Not wanting to continue the conversation, she, citing fatigue, decided to return home. Not forgetting about politeness, she asked the priest, but he did not mind. He also didn't want her to have a bad impression and apologized if he had been rude. Caleb expressed hope for her speedy recovery, and the family headed home. But they didn't have time to go far. The priest stopped them again. Holding something in his hands, he said that this thing had been forgotten during the last visit. He held it out to her, and she was amazed. It was a book, but not hers. However, the priest insisted that this book was not a library book and should not be forgotten any longer. The girl had never come with a book and didn't know his motives, but she decided to take the book anyway, thanking him for his concern. The man watched them closely. Events were going as they should. He was quite pleased with what had happened. His forecast was successful as always before. He could not doubt it. Although the Duchess denied it, she was the one who predicted the oracle. The carriage carried its passengers back, but the previous mood was no longer there. Riri continued to worry about her mother, worrying about her health. The girl tried to calm her down, citing dizziness and assuring her that she was fine. The girl clung tightly to her mother. For her, Leona's illness was her greatest fear. Jan insisted on seeing a doctor because they didn't know what caused it, but she astonished him by replying that she knew the reason for the loss of consciousness. Without trying to hide anything, she truthfully said that she heard God's voice. She heard strange phrases. A bloody child born with a bloody scar. Was the empire reborn? Afterwards, she was told that those who betray their sincerity will eventually be destroyed, and those who believe will burden the world. The voice in my head spoke of a man who had betrayed the will of God. Leona didn't quite understand the meaning of what was said, but she understood that most likely it was an oracle. Some woman was calling her name anxiously, but her face was not visible. She promised her, when she was still a baby, that she would definitely survive. Then the speech was blurred. All she heard was, of course, hers. The first voice was different from the second, and she thought she heard that second voice in the past. Who was she? Riri and Ian, seeing how hard it was for her, tried to support her. When the girl remembered the voice of the oracle, her head began to spin. However, she still couldn't understand what it all meant and how to react. The Duke also could not believe that they had received such a prediction. The girl was also surprised by the two voices. It was awkward, and she did not tell the priest about it, whether it was intended that way. Jan couldn't say anything about this either. It was unknown to him, but he knew one thing for sure. His trust in Caleb was the same as his trust in the Emperor. He suggested finding out if the prediction was accurate and keeping it a secret, and Leona agreed. The charioteer, as usual, carried the family along the well-known route, but no one knew how attentively he listened to the Duke's conversations. Upon arrival, the girl was completely exhausted and quickly fell asleep. Ian, worried about this, decided to let her rest, and in order not to worry her, Riri suggested going outside. The father and daughter were unanimous and decided to remain silent. After some time, Leona woke up, amazed that she had managed to fall asleep. and the first thing I saw were two blurry cat figures. The cats were sure that they had come to the right place, and one side was quite strong. But then someone came. Riri noticed the fluffies, who were not expecting her to appear at all. With a strength surprising for a child, she grabbed them and carried them away, because her mother needed to rest. They could only meow desperately, while the girl scolded them for the noise. Leona saw all this, but she was so exhausted that it seemed like a dream to her, and the next moment she surrendered to sleep again. When she finally woke up, she felt light. She really needed to rest. Now, remembering how I woke up, I doubted whether it was real. But I put aside these stupid thoughts. They were ordinary cats, and now they are part of the family. Riri believed that she was now their older sister, and they were the younger ones. Remembering this, the girl cheerfully said that it seemed like the little girl really wanted a sister. But when she looked up, all the fun was over. Important things were waiting for her. This book was definitely not hers, and she didn't understand why he gave it to her. It spoke of 5 families, and in the end, only Petri remained alive. As she leafed through it, her girlfriend was inclined to think that it was about mythology, but then she froze on one line. This information simply stirred her. The book said that some descendants of influential families could suffer from the fever from birth. This line was literally the answer to the most important question. This was due to the fact that they were born with a distinct portion of their power. The fever spread and caused fever, and in the worst case, the carrier died. Leona couldn't come to her senses. Was Riri's illness really connected to the enormous power of her strength? However, she still had doubts. If the priest could not be trusted, it was difficult to believe the book. But looking at her awakened daughter, she clearly understood that it was quite possible that what she had read was true. Without showing her worries, she smiled at her daughter, asking about her dream. But the little girl froze, looking strangely back at her mother, after which she suddenly screamed, awakening her adopted sisters from their sleep. And then she rushed towards Leona, continuing to scream, which scared her a lot. She was worried about whether she was okay, whether she was in pain, and the girl, calming and understanding the child's worries, assured him of her health. Continuing to have fun, she tried her best to show her daughter that she was okay. And then she was surprised. The cats came too, purring contentedly and rubbing themselves against her legs. Leona couldn't leave them without attention, and stroked each one gratefully. But Riri couldn't stand the competition and wanted her mother to hug her exclusively. The door swung open and Jan flew into the room. He was also very worried. They looked at him in surprise. His appearance was rather strange. And they were right. He flew at Leona like a tornado, asking how she was feeling and trying to put her back to bed. The girl was unhappy with her exclusion, and the cats were also confused. Realizing how he had behaved, Ian became embarrassed, expressing joy that she was okay. But the girl didn't care. The father and daughter were incredibly similar. The apple didn't fall far at all. Stroking the man on the head, she cheerfully thanked him for his concern, as if she did not see the reaction to her actions. The man looked at the girl with warmth. He was full of emotions. But now, looking at her, he understood that the oracle had no meaning for their family. He promised himself that he would do everything in his power to keep things the same. Looking at the man, Leona noticed that he was tired. He clearly hadn't slept properly. He sheepishly explained that he had recently been busy with the estate's paperwork and had realized that there was a shortage of servants. Alendro immediately announced that he had already posted an advertisement for hiring new employees. With the help of the butler, many matters were revealed that he had not noticed before. Not wanting to admit something like that, he simply said that there were too many applications, and he stayed up late reviewing resumes. Wanting to help the man, Leona asked him to take a look at them too, but he was all for it. Riri also wanted to take part in this. She wanted to be like her parents in everything. The man and the girl were not against this, but they reminded their daughter of the need to eat first. However, when Leona saw the stack, she could only be amazed at Ian's abilities. There really were too many of them. As I turned over each sheet of paper, I thought that this was a goldmine for recruiting employees. There were even children of famous families here. But then, turning over another sheet, she saw an all-too-familiar person. It was her sister Jane. She didn't understand why she needed it. The next day, all the selected candidates arrived at the estate. The girl couldn't make a decision for a long time, looking at her sister's resume. She couldn't believe that she was going to the interview, but here she was anyway. Yesterday, she asked Jan for permission to interview the maids herself. At first, he was surprised, but then he agreed. It was clearly more convenient for her to choose her own maid. He only said that she was a duchess, and the right to choose was hers. Thanks to him, she was able to meet her face to face, and now she was trying to understand her intentions. But Jane haughtily declared that she simply wanted to become the duchess's servant. And the field mockingly reminded that now the girl has a completely new family. The maid, angered by such an approach to Milady, asked her to control herself, but Leona stopped her. She needed a reason. Jane pretended not to hear and began to tell the story of how their younger sister had abandoned them to their fate, after which she asked with displeasure where the Duke was, because he was supposed to be here. And then she sarcastically asked Leona if she was really taking revenge on her in this way. The girl could only sigh. Her sister was again thinking about her low position. Standing up, she said sternly that she had no reason to worry about her husband by becoming a servant, and her words came as a surprise. And then, without taking her eyes off her, she coldly advised her to be more careful in her manipulations. However, Jane was not at all frightened, considering this a mockery of herself. She noted with displeasure that she had not failed from the moment of application in order to listen to this ridicule instead of an interview. The girl demanded that the Duchess stop behaving arrogantly, because that was exactly what she hated about her. Leona, with difficulty keeping herself in check, reminded herself that she was the one conducting the interview, and it didn't matter to her what she thought about it. And then she announced that she was appointing her as her maid. The maid did not agree. She saw that this girl would not be suitable. But Leona had her own plan, and she assured that everything would be fine. Now she could learn something that the real Leona didn't know. Jane was angry. She came here only because she wanted to see the Duke, and did not realize that Leona would want to see her. Turning to the maid, the Duchess ordered her to tell the butler that she had already found the right person. And Jane decided to say that Leona did it to make fun of her. She became too arrogant, but she didn't expect at all that the next moment she would receive a resounding slap in the face. The blow was so strong that she fell to the floor, exhausted. However, she immediately came to her senses, asking how she dared to hit her. But Leona warned her one last time. If she allowed herself to do something like that again, her life would become hell. Jane drew a different conclusion from this. Her sister had planned it from the beginning. Screaming exaggeratedly, she asked how she could be capable of this. And from the very beginning, she brought accusations against her only to humiliate her. The girl assumed that Leona had forgotten who she was, and decided to remind her of this. And then she shocked the Duchess by learning that her mother had abandoned her, and that she was now pretending to be a noblewoman. She knew this for one reason. She saw with her own eyes the one who had thrown her there. This woman looked extremely similar to her, with her silver hair and eyes, after which she maliciously added that most likely she was abandoned, because she was not like her father, and left her with the pendant. But for Leona, all the information about the woman and the pendant was new. Hearing about the pendant, I remembered May's words. Could it really be the same person? Jane was unhappy about being taken away, believing she could have become a duchess. Her gaze was full of not just anger, but hatred. Now the girl asked her if she thought all this was too shameless. Listening to all this, Leona was glad that they were not a biological family. In the original book, there was absolutely no affection between the sisters. Leona was always somewhere in the background, carrying out a large number of errands. Now she was more interested in something else. Was the woman May saw Leona's mother? The only way to check this was with the help of the red pendant. Then she might recognize it. Jane took her silence as regret for how she treated her. Moving closer to her, Leona clearly stated that she hadn't even thought about it. She only wanted the pendant. She demanded it back, harshly asking the girl where it was. To Jane's surprise, she reminded him that it was hers by right, but she didn't understand why she should listen to her at all. But in her anger, she accidentally let it slip that he was not there, and this immediately attracted Leona's attention. Her sister clearly knew something. Realizing that she had already let it slip, she shouted in displeasure that they had sold him in the hope of getting something out of her upbringing. Leona was already tired of being amazed by the behavior of this family. The days were too shameless. There was no other way out. She promised to pay Jane if she found and returned the necklace to her. She promised to give so much money that it would be possible to buy a mansion. The girl did not expect the Duchess to be so kind, despite everything she told her. She considered Leona abnormal, but she didn't care. The main thing for her was the return of the pendant. Not wanting to waste any more time on conversation, she stated that if she refused, she would pretend that this conversation had never happened. Forgetting her pride and kneeling, she promised to find him and bring him to the lady. Leona looked at her with disgust. How rotten they were, that they were ready to do absolutely anything for money. At dinner, the girl sat thoughtfully. She had no appetite, and then she shuddered, hearing how the Duke was clearly not calling her for the first time. He was worried. She looked unwell and was not eating well, but Leona did not want to worry him and assured him that everything was fine. However, the Duke was not so easy to fool. He immediately realized that something had happened during the interview with the new maid. But the girl, hiding her gaze, said vaguely, and replied that she had spent too much time on the interview. And then she cheerfully noted that she needed to do something with this maid. Jan realized that things were not so simple and wanted to know what was going on. The wife's face changed too much when she saw that document. Could it really be that the application was submitted by someone who was not allowed to do so? But at the same time, he also allowed for something else. She just wasn't ready to talk about it yet. All he had to do was be patient and wait a little longer. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a loud statement. Riri seriously told her parents that they would all sleep together tonight. Ian was surprised that he should be there too, and Leona tried to assure him that he was okay. The girl was surprised how her parents could not know that when you are sad, you need to lie down with the one you love so that their energy becomes one. And then she noted that today they both felt bad, and therefore they all needed to go to bed together. Her parents certainly had no arguments against this logic. She won. Realizing this, they could only laugh. They didn't stand a chance against Riri. All they had to do was agree to her proposal. Today they would all sleep together. In the evening, Leona thanked May for her work and sent her to bed. And just as she was about to enter the room, she stopped. She had evening guests. The Fluffies stood near the door, looking at her attentively. The girl did not understand why they were standing there and not coming in. It seemed as if they were waiting for her. Opening the door, the girl apologized for being too late. And then she froze. Until the very end, she believed that conversations during the day would remain just conversations. But a pleased Riri, pointing at her father, was incredibly happy. She clearly put in a lot of effort into decorating Ian's hair. Leona was speechless, to which her daughter calmly remarked that her mother was speechless from her beauty. Coming closer, the girl realized that these were the ribbons that she had given. Riri had only helped her father dress up. The man's eyes opened. The conversation around him was too excited, and he woke up. He jumped up excitedly, not understanding how he fell asleep, and seeing the strange face of the girl in front of him. But she could only say, barely holding back her laughter, that he was so beautiful that it blinded her eyes. Riri was also very confident she could just marry Daddy. Jan was of course happy to hear this, but still remained in the dark. Leona decided to inform him about his transformation. Only then did the man realize that there was something attached to his hair. He realized that Riri had done this while he was sleeping, and the girl couldn't stop and continued to joke. And only the cats thought that everything that was happening was extremely strange and not funny. Pleased with the presence of both parents, the child quickly fell asleep. Leona was happy and admired the baby sleeping. The man did not take his eyes off her, and again noticing the strange expression on her face, he decided to ask. Sitting up in bed, he called out to her, and she finally came out of her thoughts. His face was very serious. He really wanted to know what happened and was not going to back down. He said her complexion changed after looking at her resume, and something clearly happened during the interview. Leona was amazed. The man was very attentive to her and noticed all the details correctly. She wanted to reassure him by telling him that it was her job and he shouldn't worry. But after thinking about it, she honestly admitted that Jane was her sister. Finally, the puzzle in the man's head came together, and he remembered that arrogant lady. That's why Leona decided to conduct the interview herself. She was interested in why she did it, and that's why she chose her. However, the Duke was surprised and did not understand why the girl did this. At first, she said ambiguously that Jane was useful to her now, but then she honestly told the even more surprised man that she was not his biological sister. It didn't matter to Leona. They weren't her family, but it did give her the opportunity to learn about her birth mother. She told him that her mother had the same hair color as her, which excited Ian greatly, silver hair was quite rare. The girl also said that she had recently seen one in the garden at the temple, and that she thought she might be able to learn something else. She also told about the red pendant that her mother left her, and also about how, after his return, she wants to turn to the oracle. Maybe he knows something about her mother. She was nervous because she was talking about her mother, whom she really wanted to meet. She wondered if the woman in the garden was her mother, and for some reason, this thought made her heart ache. Now Jan understood how right he was. The news had really hit her hard. Looking at her, he was amazed at her strength, but even such strong people needed support. Without a second's hesitation, he reached out to her, hugging her tightly. This firm male embrace finally brought warmth and peace to her soul. She was not alone, although she was very embarrassed. Jan apologized for not asking about this earlier, and for her having to bear such a burden alone. He promised that he would also definitely look for any information about her mother. And pressing his forehead to hers, he finally asked her to rely on him, that he would never let her down. Leona finally calmed down. She had her beloved family and their support. Everything would be fine with her, after which the whole family was finally able to sleep peacefully in one bed. The girl had a strange dream, in which some woman asked her if she would go with her, and she would become her mother. Holding out her hand, she promised that she would leave first and would definitely wait for her there. She really wanted to stay with her, but if she stayed, she would disappear forever. In the end, she only said that she would definitely meet her mother. She felt very sorry. Her heart was breaking with grief, but such was the girl's fate. Mom kept promising that she would wait for her. She took great care of her and called her her beloved daughter. The girl's eyes opened sharply. She still remembered the last phrase about meeting again. Everything was so clear, and now Leona couldn't understand if it was a dream. It felt like a dream. But those buildings were real memories from the orphanage. Now her head was bursting with the question of who that woman was. But no matter how much she tried to remember, she couldn't. And it began to seem that it really was just a dream. Throwing my hand wearily to the side, I realized that something was missing. And then she jumped up, because her daughter was not next to her. However, the missing girl was found nearby, happily noticing that her mother had caught her. It was too obvious. All the babies were the same. Catching my daughter in my arms, I noticed that since children are full of energy, they need to share it with their mother. Noticing the man's gaze, she playfully asked if he would join them. But after looking closely at the Duke, she froze. Sitting with his back to her, he wished her good morning, noting that it was quite noisy today. And then he turned around embarrassedly, not even realizing the next beauty on his face. All Jan could do later was ask his daughter not to play like that anymore. He tried to explain how much it surprised everyone, including him. But those who were truly shocked were the servants. They did not expect to meet such a duke. Having asked to look at the fluffy creatures, he noticed that even they were cautious towards him. Upset by such facts, Riri was very upset and promised not to do it again. She was not upset for long, remembering something else important. She asked if there were cats in the dream. The sisters were talking there, causing the cats to panic. Leona noticed that it was very sweet of them, but they had already begun to quietly escape. And then it was Leone who wanted to run away, because her daughter was talking about how tightly Jan hugged her. She couldn't even immediately figure out how to react to this, and Jan didn't show any initiative in this. But then she shook herself. They really did hug yesterday. And now, looking at her daughter's curious eyes, she couldn't understand whether it was a coincidence. Trying to understand this, I began to ask the child what happened next, and saw what they did next. Her story could not have been a dream. She saw their reality. Trying to look unperturbed and not give them away, she said that her daughter's dream was very sweet. Leona could only be glad that the girl took it as just a dream. And then she realized, the reality that seemed like a dream, how stupid she was. It is quite possible that the same thing happened to her. Her dream could also be forgotten memories. The girl thought again. A strange thought was spinning in her head. She had the same dream, but Riri's dream wasn't a dream at all. However, the fluffy creatures talking in two dreams behaved like ordinary cats. Leona laughed at herself. Such thoughts were clearly very stupid. Talking cats? Very funny. The woman, pleased with herself, quickly moved the box closer. She had succeeded in doing so. However, the girl could not believe Jane right away, asking if this was the same pendant as before. But she firmly insisted that it was the same pendant, and of all of them, it was the most unique and inimitable. Looking at it, incomprehensible feelings raged in the Duchess's chest, because this was the last gift from Leona's mother. She looked at him for so long, and suddenly she realized something else. In disbelief, she brought it even closer to her eyes. It clearly seemed to her that she had seen it somewhere before. Mentally calming herself, she sighed and thanked Jane for her hard work. She didn't even think about deceiving her, and therefore handed over as much money as they had agreed upon. However, she did not rush to take them, and, having asked in surprise why, she heard a very strange answer. Jane had no reason to do this. Looking up at this schemer with displeasure, she asked what was the matter, and she heard an even wilder answer. It turned out she didn't need her money. And then she madly declared that if she became a duchess, then all the money would be hers, as would the entire estate, in which case she would not need the bag at all. Leona sighed heavily, not understanding how this idea had managed to remain in her head until now. The girl told the schemer to be polite, take the money and leave, and she would cancel her application for a maid job. But the madness continued. For some reason, Jane was sure that Leona was afraid of her, because she could easily seduce the Duke, and then this cheap woman would be immediately kicked out. The Duchess was completely calm, and it was definitely not possible to frighten her. Giving her the last chance, she asked her to think about what she was telling her. And then Jane suddenly came to her senses, because she had spoken in the presence of the Duke himself. She turned around in panic, hoping that this bastard was just lying to her. But he was there, and now she was feverishly thinking about how much he had managed to hear. All the girl could do was to turn to him quietly, hoping for the best. My lord asked sarcastically if he had heard correctly about her plans to seduce him and become a duchess. He was furious, saying that she was full of arrogance, while Jane could only mutter under her breath. However, this did not last long, and she confidently declared that Leona was a helpless scarecrow and that she would be much better suited for the role of the duchess. Seeing no boundaries at all, she even reached out for his hand, assuring him that they were a good match. The result was obvious. She got slapped again. Her mouth was too dirty. Jan stated that apparently she was unable to assess the whole situation and did not understand where she was and what she was saying. He asked how she dared insult his wife, especially in front of him, and how could she really not care about her own life. Jane tried to say something else, but the man clearly stated that only one person was suitable to take his wife's place, and that was Leona. The girl couldn't believe such a thing. How could the Duke have feelings for this simpleton? It was just ridiculous. But the people in front of her didn't care about her opinion, and, throwing money at her feet, warned that this warning was definitely the last one. But it was not the end for her. She felt a pressing force around her, and a voice in her head that gave her a warning. Without holding back his magical power, he promised the scoundrel that if anything happened, she should prepare to say goodbye to her life. Ian felt a certain satisfaction. He didn't think Jane would be rude, but it was nice of her to spout such nonsense. He was worried about how Leona was feeling, but the girl was fine, because the man was there and supported her. He looked at the girl with warmth. She never complained, even if it was difficult for her. Kissing her on the temple, he cheerfully reminded her that this is exactly what a husband should be like. After which he also decided to look at the pendant that she so wanted to find. While checking whether it was the one, he heard confirmation and the girl's decision to go to the oracle to find out for sure. But the man surprised her. It turns out he had already found information about the woman and even found out where she was. It was located in the north of the empire, in a historical place where, according to legend, a god descended from heaven. Since that time, people living in those lands began to worship this legend. However, due to the harsh temperatures, there were no people left in those lands. But the temple still stood, although the girl believed that the priests had also left those places. Jan said that according to rumors, she was the only one left in the temple. Yes, just recently, all the priests gathered in the temple here, but she returned back a few days ago. Holding the pendant in her hands, she thought about what Ian had told her, and then she told the man that she needed to go north to that very temple. The Duke was against it. It was too dangerous, and he was going to go with her. But Leona insisted. They couldn't leave Riri all alone. Only one had to go. The girl cried desperately. How could they leave her completely alone? Her parents were incredibly cruel. Leona vividly conveyed to the Duke their daughter's reaction, and he had nothing to say in response. after which she emphasized that the area was not intended for traveling with a child. She would meet with her and return. Reassuring the man, she quietly promised that everything would be fine with her and that she would return quickly. He had to come to terms with this fact, but insisted on an order of knights that would go with her. Holding the girl tightly to himself, he wished her a good journey. He already missed his duchess. The carriage traveled heavily through the northern lands. The journey was difficult and long, but finally arriving, she thought with some kind of crazy fear and hope about only one thing. She was here. The Ludwell Temple was an amazing place, and as it turned out, the pendant that was given was also from there. She warned the knights that she would be leaving alone, telling them to stay put, and then she went to wander around the majestic temple in search. Soon her heart began to beat joyfully. A silhouette was visible ahead. She found it. The woman was very surprised. She was used to the silence here, so where did the sound come from? But when she looked closely, her body froze, and it seemed to her that in front of her was only a desired mirage. Leona looked at her too. Her silver hair and eyes left no doubt it was her mother. Greeting the woman, she introduced herself and asked forgiveness for such an unexpected visit. From everything that was said, the priestess could only understand one thing. There was a duchess in front of her. However, the girl did not let her come to her senses and, holding out the pendant, asked if it was familiar to her. Still not believing the obvious, she asked where it came from. But Leona also wanted to ask her own question. Looking desperately into her eyes and afraid to miss anything on her face, I asked if she was her biological mother. The woman's heart was beating madly. This was not a mirage or a dream. She did not dare to think about such a thing. And Leona continued to explain that she had recently seen her in the temple and then learned the story of her childhood and the pendant. She didn't hope that the woman would explain anything to her and desperately asked her not to leave. And nervously, she asked her question again, waiting in fear for an answer. But the priestess was also nervous. She opened her mouth trying to say something. Finally, through her sobs, she managed to say, she hoped Leona wouldn't come here. Lavushka didn't get over this answer, not understanding what her mother meant. And she heard a cruel answer. Her mother is a terrible person who does not deserve her child's forgiveness. Leon was deeply struck by these words. Was this woman really afraid that she would not be forgiven? She understood that this would be possible if she really was bad. But remembering her dream memory, she understood that she had her own reason for this. Looking into her face, I asked her to simply tell me why she left her, and she heard a strange question about how well she knew her symptoms. The girl remembered Jane's words about her condition, but she was a child and remembered nothing. However, her mother already knew. She could not remember about it. And then she confessed something shocking. She contributed to this. Leona couldn't understand what she was talking about. How could she do this? Standing up, she promised to tell everything from the very beginning, when she herself was still full of ignorance. Meeting her father was pure chance, and due to loneliness, she quickly fell in love. To escape their domineering father, who was suppressing her, they ran away, wanting to start a new life. It seemed that everything would be wonderful ahead, but fate decreed otherwise. Their happiness was short-lived. Her lover died, and she was left with a baby in her arms. Only after his death did I learn what an extraordinary person he was. He was of royal blood. The royal family was looking for him, and to ensure their safety, it was necessary to escape. A man of royal blood and a woman with great holy power, the child from them could not be simple. And then she shocked the girl, because the child she was talking about was her. This means that her body was also subject to the curse of royal blood. And that also meant that she really was terminally ill. Her mother understood her perfectly, only she felt the same despair as she did now. However, after losing her loved one, she could not lose her daughter as well, and decided to save her. She did something crazy. She separated part of her child's soul. Leona froze. The story was too familiar to her. The disease was fatal, but if you lived to be 20, it would simply disappear. Despite everything, she needed a way to hold out until then, and then it dawned on her. She could simply separate her soul and body, despite the danger. It was the best solution. But the girl still couldn't understand how this method could change anything. However, the explanation was quite simple. She needed to be kept in a place where magical forces simply could not reach her. So she separated her soul and body, despite the pain in her heart. And then, shedding tears, she sent her soul into the body of another child from another world. These words turned the girl's world upside down. Everything she knew was a lie. Still hoping for some kind of mistake, I asked how this could have happened. She couldn't believe it. She wasn't a traveler. She was Leona from the beginning. But the woman left no room for doubt. Everything said was true. She was always Leona, and now she was finally back home. The girl had a hard time coming to terms with this, but her mother explained that she was simply lucky to find an empty body. The orphan girl was left completely alone in that life. She simply put her soul into that body and brought it back to life. Having woken up after this and not remembering anything, she briefly called out to her mother. The woman was sorry to leave her, but she believed that she would find her way home. Holding back with all her might, she said that she would return and wait for her. She loved her precious child so much that she was ready to be separated. And upon returning, she poured divine power and a false soul into the empty body. She needed something to keep her body alive until her real soul returned. She so wanted to take care of her on her own. But if her father, the high priest, found out about this, she would become a victim of his ambitions. She couldn't allow this to happen. All she could do was keep her away from his eyes. That's why she chose a place where she wouldn't attract any attention. Her calculation was incredibly simple. A small town on the outskirts is clearly not full of frequent guests. Now she had left that world and returned. But for Leona, it still felt like a lie. The woman was sad. She understood her daughter's doubts, but everything was true. And then, to prove it, I asked her about the scar that was supposed to be on her back. There really was one, and she didn't know the reason for its appearance. But there was no secret in his appearance. He appeared when the soul was placed in this body because of the relic. She felt very sorry, because if she had been wiser, her daughter would not have suffered so much. Feeling her boundless love, Leona's heart began to beat frantically. She never knew parental love in the modern world. And even in this world, she was unable to feel the warmth of a family. But now she could finally understand what it was like to be in the arms of a real mother. The woman, feeling guilty, understood that her daughter most likely hated her. But Leona, unable to bear it any longer, burst into tears. How could she hate the one who loved her so much? She hugged her mother as tightly as she could, now understanding how Riri felt in moments like these. The woman couldn't believe it. Her child didn't hate her, but desperately missed her. Now she, too, was crying with all her might, talking about how she missed her little girl. Having finally released their grief, the women noted that their eyes were incredibly red. Her mother was incredibly happy. She and her daughter were finally in the same boat. Meanwhile, her daughter surprised her by inviting her along with her. She told her mother about her loving family and wanted them to meet. The girl asked her mother not to hide anymore, but to return with her to the duchy. The woman sighed desperately. She so wanted to fulfill her request, but she could only ask for forgiveness. Now was not the right time. Something needed to be done. However, she still wanted to meet her family, and so she could only ask her daughter to wait for her a little. Leona was always very sensitive and didn't mind waiting a little longer. It was time for the girl to leave, but her mother called out to her, remembering something important. She was worried and asked Leona to be careful with her father. For the Duchess, this was strange, because it was about her grandfather. But according to her mother, as soon as he found out about her, he would use her. The most terrible thing was another fact. She received a prophecy, which meant she had already seen him, which surprised her daughter. But remembering her mother's words about the high priest, it immediately dawned on her. That strange old man, Caleb, was he really her grandfather? There was only one good news. He didn't find out who she was in the prophecy, otherwise he wouldn't have let her go. Leona was amazed that her grandfather was always there, but she did not understand how her mother was able to hide from him. But the solution was simple. She wandered for a long time until she met a priest, and eventually became one herself. Besides, it was a remote place with a cold climate, and her father did not expect her to return to the temple. Her smartest idea was to plant evidence that she had committed suicide. Seeing this, he could not imagine that she was alive and had become a priest. Now she understood that she couldn't hide all her life, and for Leona's sake, she had to come out with her head held high. Besides, her daughter was now healthy, and she had nothing more to fear. Hearing this again, the girl thought about her illness. They had the same symptoms, and in both cases, were related to the royal blood curse. This could only mean one thing. Riri's father was someone from the royal family. Her mother noticed how her face had changed, but Leona didn't want to disturb her yet. She repeated her mother's words. She also needed to be strong. She would protect her daughter, no matter what it took. In other words, she had to find out and reveal the whole truth about Riri's birth. A few days later, her baby was running as fast as she could, greeting her. She ran into her mother's arms, rejoicing at her return. And she immediately began to say that she had been gone for too long and had made her miss her. Of course, Leone needed to apologize to her sweet bad bun, and she was immediately generously forgiven, but only this time. She continued to bask with her daughter, not noticing another person. But when she saw Jane, she immediately happily announced that she had finally returned home. He too was glad that she returned safe and sound. And then he shocked her by suddenly approaching her and asking her to hug him too. Her heart sank and then began to beat madly. But she, without showing it, cheerfully agreed. Asking him to move over, she lightly kissed the satisfied man on the cheek. A little later, she told that the priestess was her mother, but she could not return yet. However, Jan didn't care. Her family was his family too. He assured her that he was always waiting for her, and that as soon as her mother was ready, he could always come to them. Leona was very grateful. Such support was invaluable. But there was a more important question. She asked about Riri's real father, and was surprised. The Duke also considered him a member of the royal family. The imperial family was extremely interested in Riri and sent a nanny. And the emperor's generosity towards the girl was too excessive. Ian was beginning to realize that if the emperor knew something about Riri, there had to be more spies. Remembering all the estate workers, I tried to understand who else could have been introduced. Leona was very worried. Riri was so young, and they couldn't leave things as they were. And it wasn't just that the baby couldn't recognize danger. They needed time to get rid of them all. The girl didn't want anything else to happen to her daughter. The Duke agreed with her, and besides, he did not want to endanger the inhabitants of the estate. He had made his decision. It was time to seriously eradicate all the decoys. He also promised the surprised girl to take care of all the residents. Looking at such a serious John, I believed him unquestioningly. The support of such a person was encouraging. The whole situation reminded him of how she had once asked him for a favor. She asked him to find the doctor who treated her, and he finally fulfilled his promise. Encouraged, Leona wanted to meet him. But it was still impossible. He had left the country. It was all upsetting. The person I needed so much was not available. The strangest thing was that after treating her, he was a doctor for a short time, and then disappeared one day. Rumor had it he went on a journey, but something didn't add up. The last person who saw it spoke of a message. He promised to return in 3 years and wished me all the best. But 10 years passed, and he still didn't return. The girl thought that he could settle there, but the Duke considered this the best of all possible scenarios. It looked more like a method that nobles use to quietly get rid of a person. Most likely, someone deliberately wanted to get rid of him, forever. Seeing such serious thoughts, the girl assumed that he had some thoughts on this matter. But he, not wanting to give her hope, promised to continue looking for information, noting that it was high time for her to rest. Basking in his arms, she agreed, thanking him for looking after everything here. However, Jan was not so calm. Everything was clearly larger in scale than he had initially assumed. Riri's main problem, meanwhile, was boredom. Trying to cheer up her daughter, Leona suggested that she read a book. However, she didn't like this option either. She read it very often. The girl was very tired of sitting at home and wanted to have a party with her mother in the garden. The girl laughed nervously. Apparently, a couple of days at home were the limit for the child. Jan began checking the house staff for spying. And for several days, he personally checked each servant. He wanted to be sure of their safety. At that time, they had to limit their movements around the house to a minimum. She tried to entertain Riri the way she wanted, but she couldn't do everything. The little girl was suffering and wanted to find at least something interesting. However, after thinking about it, Lena realized that going outside might not be a bad idea. But then the nanny came in and a personal letter had arrived for Riri. The girl was incredibly happy, but her mother was worried about who it was from. However, the offer came from Lily, who invited her to her birthday party. This reason for the invitation inspired the girl, who was becoming despondent from boredom even more. She was determined to go there, but Leona was not so sure. Riri didn't let me refuse, insisting that friends' birthdays were important and she should be there. Leona, knowing her daughter well, understood that this was clearly not the main reason, and with her father's permission, the girl happily came to visit. While congratulating him on his birthday, She noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and thanked him for the invitation. Lily also greeted her, acting like a true lady, after which she promised to meet them with grace and dignity. However, after a while, elegance was forgotten and ordinary children ran in front of her. Jan let them go calmly, but still assigned them a couple more knights who could be trusted. Leona was glad how much the man cared about them. Meanwhile, the little girl, who was calmly eating sweets, had no idea what was waiting for her. A prince arrived to visit and decided to personally congratulate Lily on her birthday. Leona froze. She clearly didn't expect to see such a guest here. The girls were shocked. Only Riri was extremely unperturbed. She just asked him discontentedly what he was doing here. Everyone looked at her in amazement. She was too cold. But the boy was used to this, and he only sarcastically noted that now she was forgetting not only the name, but also what he had already said. While mocking her, he subtly noted that her memory was becoming like that of a fish. She couldn't stand this, furiously proving that she had an excellent memory. She continued to scream as everyone watched this unyielding confrontation. And Riri again irritated the prince by mangling his name. But something didn't change at all. The girls could only silently watch their squabble, not knowing what to do. Leona wasn't thrilled either. It was a difficult task to distract these two from each other. But, fortunately, the maid came to the rescue, reminding him of the main thing. Here the prince himself came to his senses, remembering what he had not done. Having called the surprised hostess over, he finally deigned to hand her the gift. Surprisingly, he prepared them for all the guests and hoped that they would like them. However, the girl could not understand this. He went too far. Of course, she sent him an invitation, but she didn't even expect a response from him. She didn't know what he was trying to achieve. But like a true lady, she thanked him properly. But he seemed not to see anything special, asking her to continue enjoying the holiday. He was too pleased, saying that he would be able to have fun today too. Looking at the naughty little thing, looking at him so brazenly, he waited for this with impatience. Only now did Leona feel that this boy was truly the crown prince. After his arrival, the atmosphere changed. She also clearly saw his gaze, and it was clearly not directed at Lily. She doubted that he really came to see Riri. Looking at his satisfied smile, she realized that her assumption was very correct. In that case, another question arose. How did he know she would be here? They were extremely careful to keep her trip a secret. Only her inner circle had to know about it. They even fired several people who seemed the most suspicious, and there was still a spy in the house. Meanwhile, the girl did not like the prince at all, wanting to play only with Lily. This was another blow to the prince's self-esteem, and a rather painful one. Riri clearly felt in an advantageous position, looking at the prince with disdain, and using his own technique, she finally got him angry. Because of this, he did not notice Leona at all, saying that the rumors were true, and she was very friendly with Lily. The girl knew that this fact was widely known among the nobles, and the prince's arrival meant one thing: he had come to check it out. The confused boy finally came to his senses and immediately realized that he had a witness. The kind-hearted girl, as always, believed in the best, thinking that he wanted to become Riri's friend. She reassured herself that there had been a lot of stress lately, and she had simply worked herself up. Confident that the prince was not dangerous, she relaxed and decided to talk to the other ladies. Riri also didn't waste time and, without being distracted by any irritants, had a good time. But after a while, the girl realized that she was hungry and decided to find more snacks. And having chosen what she wanted, she reached forward, not noticing her rival in food. As luck would have it, the crown prince chose this dessert, and now they looked at each other in confusion. Realizing the threat to her dessert, Riri immediately tensed up, telling the prince to get lost. But the boy didn't want to give up so easily either, because he had taken it first, and he suddenly calmed down, realizing that she remembered the name of the dessert perfectly well, but not his name. The girl was unhappy that no one had ever forced her to remember a name, and she decided to do it the easy way. Calmly eating the dessert, she informed the prince that she would now remember it as a jam tart. Having demonstratively resigned himself, he said that she only knows sweet things and probably doesn't know about eclairs. But the girl, of course, knew about him and loved him too. He then asked about another dessert and also heard an affirmative answer. After discussing a couple more desserts, the children were shocked to realize one thing. To their horror, they had exactly the same dessert preferences. Leona noticed the mischievous couple chatting idly about desserts, and I was cheerfully surprised, because just recently they had been arguing to the point of smithereens. Now they were talking enthusiastically and seemed not to notice anything around them. Finally, the prince was told that it was time to leave, and he was amazed at how late it was. Riri was upset by his departure, and Leona, noticing this, asked permission to accompany him to the carriage. However, he wanted to leave unnoticed, not forgetting to thank the girl for a good time. But the little girl wouldn't be herself if she didn't ask for a royal dessert for it. Remembering that she didn't like cinnamon, he promised to send her a treat with it, which she would definitely like. At first, Riri was very indignant when she heard about this, and then she froze, realizing an undoubtedly important fact. She remembered quite clearly that she had not mentioned cinnamon, and the prince's changed face confirmed this. Hearing her daughter's words, Leona also became very wary. The boy tried to insist that she had spoken about it, but the girl still had doubts. Seemingly unperturbed, he simply said that he had no other way of knowing, and so he would send her dessert and wait for her reaction. The girl agreed, but her mother's thoughts were not so rosy. The question of whether she spoke or not was very acute. If someone else did it, then the prince's motives were rather unclear. Returning home, Riri immediately rushed to her adopted sisters. She excitedly told the cats, who were shocked by such treatment, about the event. Noticing the noise, Jan also came in, happy to see them back. He didn't need to tell anything. He could already see from his daughter's face how well the day had gone. However, she still wanted him to be with her, and the man swore to do so next time. Thinking about his words, Leona knew that this would be the best solution, and she told the man that the evening had not been entirely simple. The Duke also tensed up when he heard about the Crown Prince's appearance there. The girl told about the invitation and how he talked to Riri for a long time, and that he was not hostile. But she couldn't keep quiet about the strangest moment of the evening. The Crown Prince knew what desserts Riri didn't eat, and according to him, she said so herself. However, Riri considered herself an adult who ate any food and hardly ever said what she didn't eat. That's why everything seemed strange to her, but she was afraid that she was overthinking it. The man also thought about it. It was natural to share his preferences with his friends, but the events around us did not allow us to relax. We had to be on our guard. The Crown Prince was under the influence of the Emperor, and might also have had bad intentions. Leona asked about the purge, having learned that the most suspicious had already been kicked out. Doubts remained. Jan was not sure that he could drive everyone out. Because of this, he was constantly feeling uneasy and was very worried. He was driven by fear that if anyone else remained, they could harm his family. So he told Leona that it would be good to collect some solid evidence. While they were talking, they didn't notice at all the attentive cat eyes looking at them. People continued to talk, and cats continued to listen, each doing their own thing. What the furry observers were thinking at that moment remained a mystery. Meanwhile, people began the most difficult task, searching for evidence, but they still had to interrupt as May flew in on them. She desperately asked for help because the young lady refused to go to bed. The parents were stunned by this news. Their daughter had not behaved like this for a long time. However, the problem was completely different. Riri kept talking about the holiday and the desserts she ate. Realizing that her daughter was very excited, Leona went to her, thanking the girl for trying. May was beyond consolation. She had been entrusted with the child, and she had failed to cope while my lord and mistress were so busy. Trying to calm her down, I assured her that they had finished anyway and were getting ready to go to bed. Without even trying to resist his wife, Jan briefly agreed. If he's going to sleep, then sleep. The girl continued to tell the especially grateful listeners about the holiday. The parents looked cheerfully at their daughter, so full of happiness, reminding her that it was time to go to bed. But when I asked how much more was left of the story, I heard a disappointing verdict. She told only half. The cats clearly didn't expect this. Their strength had long since run out. While saving the fluffy creatures, the girl suggested that her daughter sleep and continue the story tomorrow. However, Riri still didn't want to sleep, and Leona slyly said that it was a shame. Hugging the stunned Jan, she said that Mom and Dad would hug each other tightly before falling asleep without her. The girl couldn't miss this, desperately asking to be taken with him. Having asked again whether she would go to sleep with them, she now heard an affirmative yes without hesitation. She looked happily at Jan. They managed to put their daughter to bed. He agreed with her, but he felt his body burning from her touch. However, he immediately admitted honestly that this was a little disappointing, surprising her. Correctly understanding his hint, she immediately moved away, ordering him to stop saying such things and get ready for bed. Jan was pleased. He only wanted to embarrass her a little and did not expect such a violent reaction. It was amazing, and he decided not to let her escape. Pulling her towards him, he inhaled her scent with pleasure, after which he quietly whispered that one day he would like it if they were alone in bed. Her heart continued to beat madly in her chest, and he continued to torment her, assuring her that she herself wanted this. She had never seen Yana like this before, and to be honest, she liked it, although she couldn't utter a word. Riri woke up her parents. She really wanted to go to the garden. Only the Duke, who had just woken up, assumed that they were talking about the home park. But the girl wanted to go somewhere. She dreamed that they were walking together in a large garden, and it was a lot of fun. And now she wanted to go to such a place, and she asked for permission to do so. Leona couldn't make such a decision alone, and asked what Jan thought about it. But he did not consider this short journey dangerous, and besides, he could spend time with them. The little girl was happy, not believing that her dad would also go with her and Mom. She wanted to express this feeling by telling her father that he was the best and that she loved him. Jan's heart was full of happiness. He enjoyed this feeling of love. As Leona thought about what was said, she realized that they would be going on a tour of the gardens in Riri's style. The Fluffies were surprised again. There was too much energy in this child. From then on, they visited the large gardens of all the districts every day. Each time she was amazed by their size and beauty. She considered the most successful ones to be those in which she could run freely. And each time she asked her mother to persuade her father to plant another new flower. Picnics, prepared by them personally, were also a must. The girl was incredibly happy. She was surrounded by her parents. Everything was wonderful. Now very often, she touchingly spoke to them about her love. While supporting the baby, they also often tell her how much they love her. The charioteer congratulated the girl on her return with a smile. And upon hearing the question about the garden, he immediately began to talk about their beauty and joy. The man was very happy to hear this, and Riri was happy to report it. The parents were faced with a difficult question. They visited all the gardens and no longer knew where to go. The girl couldn't believe it. Could the gardens really be over and her adventures too? She was already ready to go into deep sadness, but they were reminded of another place where they had not been. The Duke was surprised, and the charioteer only said ambiguously that he was famous. Flowers bloom in it only once a year, and luckily, that day will be tomorrow. And only nobles are allowed to enter there, which means they can pass through without any problems. Seeming rather simple-minded, he offered to take them there if they wanted. According to the stories, it was very interesting, and they easily decided to go there. Riri also had a mad desire to see flowers that bloom only during the day. Naturally, she was never able to calm down, and in the morning she was constantly waiting for departure. But they couldn't leave right away. Amazing guides came to them. The Fluffies rushed towards the girl, as if they missed her very much. Riri was delighted. They didn't show such love to her often. The nanny and May came running after them. They missed the cats, because the girl had not played with them for the last few days. This was indeed true, and the little girl was a little embarrassed. So she promised them to play with them after her return. Meanwhile, the charioteer reminded the young lady that it was time for them to leave. While the girl agreed with him, the cats looked at him with far from kind glances, after which they hissed with all their might, trying to get out of the children's hands. Everyone was very surprised. Up until that moment, the Fluffies had never behaved like that. Taking them from his daughter's hands, he suggested that perhaps it was because they had not been out for a long time. He wanted to give them to May so that she could take them into the house. But he was amazed to notice that they were clinging to him, as if warning him of something. Their claws were clinging with great force, and he tried to carefully remove them. And then he froze in amazement. The cat's gaze was too telling. He assumed they were too lonely without them. Apologizing, he promised to return soon and asked them to protect the house. And the Fluffies could only look at him, amazed at his lack of understanding. Having come to terms with this circumstance, they let him go. Considering himself a good negotiator, he thanked them again. All they could do was watch them go while the maids wished them a good journey. Leona continued to be amazed by the garden. She didn't even know it existed. Riri never tired of talking about how huge he was. But what interested her most were the flowers that bloomed only during the day. Naturally, she rushed to look for them, and Leona only had time to ask her to be more careful. The girl didn't hear anything. She wanted one thing, to find them before the others. She was not at all ready to meet an obstacle on her way, into which she would crash with all her might. The man said cheerfully that he felt something cute approaching him. Now he realized that he was not mistaken, and happily greeted Riri. He happily asked the girl if she had really come to look at the flowers. Jan and Leona were in a panic. How could the emperor be here? However, etiquette was still in force, and they were forced to greet him. And then they expressed their surprise at meeting him here. The emperor had a wonderful excuse. He could not miss the blooming of such wonderful flowers, after which he sadly noted that it seemed he had come on the wrong day, and they had bloomed yesterday, which horrified the girl. It was a big blow to her. She really wanted to see them. Leona was worried about her daughter, but the emperor seemed to enjoy it, casually saying that nothing could be done about it. The emperor asked the girl not to worry, because they would bloom next year, and a smile played on his face. And then he noticed that he, like her, liked beautiful flowers. Using such a good excuse, I invited her to take a walk in another garden sometime. Both Leona and Ian clearly understood that they had fallen into a planned trap. Without a second's hesitation, the Duke asked if the Emperor knew about their arrival here today. The Emperor was silent for a moment, but the answer was easy to read from his satisfied face. However, despite this, she only stated that he came only because of the rumors about flowers, after which he meaningfully declared that such a rare flowering was of interest to the Emperor, and these words clearly indicated what he meant. Jan coldly replied that he understood everything and apologized for the question. Having excused himself by saying he had an urgent meeting, the man left them, smiling contentedly. And already leaving, glancing at the girl, he said that he was glad to see her. After waiting for him to leave, Leona asked if the man was thinking about the same thing. He understood her without words. Someone else needed to be evicted from the estate. Riri could not forget her great disappointment. The girl panicked and thought that she had to wait a whole year, which was a large number of days and nights. The nanny tried to calm her down, assuring her that it would fly by very quickly. As if sensing her worries, the adopted sisters came running, purring joyfully. This calmed the girl down a little, and she was finally able to smile. Remembering my promise to play with him, I completely forgot about the sadness. The nanny was surprised by the disappearance of Madame, but May reassured her she had important business with my lord. The girl, meanwhile, angrily said that the Emperor's appearance could not be an accident. There was no obstacle for him to learn about flowers, but the garden itself did not let everyone in. There could only be a limited number of people in the garden at one time, which meant he knew they were coming. Now it was necessary to find out the most important thing, who gave him information about this. After the wedding, only a limited number knew about their plans, and the girl became interested in who was on that list. Jan believed that the tip-off was from outside. They tightened security, and there were no signs of a break-in. The girl thought about his words, mentally going over each one, and soon it froze. There was one person who met all the parameters. She asked Jan what if the thing was that this man could walk in and out quite calmly. Hearing this, he also froze. Only one person, the charioteer, had this ability. Ian couldn't believe they hadn't thought of this right away. It was too obvious. This man knew about all their movements, and it was he who suggested visiting the garden. But the kind girl still doubted that he simply wanted the best. But Jan had an idea for this case. He suggested setting a trap. The man was very pleased. He already had a great idea. The next day, the guy, as usual, promised to deliver them quickly and safely. But raising his head, he froze in surprise. One more person was missing. And immediately, he expressed surprise out loud that the young lady was not going with them. Leona sadly replied that she had been unwell during the night and had to leave the girl. Looking sad, he asked if it was serious, but the girl assured him that the baby only needed a couple of days of rest. Jan said that he wanted to buy flowers for his daughter and asked her to recommend a place. Not seeing anything strange in this, the guy promised to take them where they needed to go. Getting cheerfully into the carriage, the Duke said at the end that he had great hopes for him. The charioteer smiled contentedly, asking to leave it to him. And I didn't see at all the serious looks of my lord and my lady, waiting to see whether the trap would work or not. Having dropped them off, he of course went after them. He needed information. And having waited for the right moment, He was ready to send the message. This was his chance. But she was completely shocked to feel the Duke's strong grip on her hand. The man asked gloomily if he could read the letter, but he did not need permission. The guy was horrified. He not only failed the job, but was also caught red-handed. The girl was primarily interested in who the addressee of the letter was. The charioteer tried to convince them that the letter was intended for the family, but immediately lost it. It clearly stated that the child was ill and that her parents were absent. The girl was incredibly angry, not understanding how much longer he was ready to lie. She wondered if it was his fault that they met the emperor yesterday. Although it was already clear that it was he who informed him about all their plans, it was with his help that the emperor managed to hit the right time precisely. Everything was planned. The guy was still trying to get out of it, but it was impossible, although the Duke hoped that he would not be the spy. He grew up in their family since childhood and was a very polite child. He never doubted his loyalty. He continued to look at him, still not believing that he could betray him like that. Only after this did the charioteer realize that he could not be deceived. He rushed to apologize for his sin, asking for forgiveness. But the Duke was only interested in one thing: why he did it. Shaking and not daring to get up, he confessed that several years ago his sister had become seriously ill. At that time, he had no cure and no hope for a good outcome. And then a miracle happened. An old priest came to him and extended a helping hand. He told him that for doing a few small favors, he would give him medicine. It was he who asked to quietly report on all minor matters in the duchy. However, he did not know that the emperor was involved in this, and when he saw him, he was also frightened. And then he realized how great his mistake was. On the other hand, he couldn't afford to stop this and lose his only family. He knew he deserved to die for such a betrayal, and he truly regretted it. He could only ask that they spare his sister. It was not her fault. Jan just looked at him silently. In his heart, he felt very sorry for this stupid child. Leona, who was looking at him, also saw this clearly. She knew her husband well. She forever forbade him to set foot on his land. But nevertheless, he was aware of his guilt. Unable to do otherwise, he promised the boy to help find a cure for his sister. For him, the world seemed to crack. He could not believe that the Duke could be so kind to him. A traitor. He was unable to stop his tears. His soul felt light. He had not even counted on such mercy. The next day, a replacement was made and a new driver arrived, personally recommended by the butler, which inspired confidence. Riri was very upset by such a loss. He knew too many beautiful gardens. Comforting her daughter, she assured him that he was also sad, but he needed to return to his family. And to finally distract her, she handed her flowers, which the little girl was delighted with. Leona explained that it was a gift for keeping her promise and not leaving the room. The girl was happy. Jan's plan worked perfectly, and they quickly caught the spy. However, it remained unclear why the emperor needed to keep an eye on them. Although, to be honest, it was clear who exactly he was following. He made this absolutely clear back in the garden. There were no illusions about it. It remained unclear why he was so fixated on her and tried to keep her close. The emperor always kept people who were useful to him nearby, but if they were not needed, I got rid of them without the slightest regret. Riri is still a child, which means he can't know if she has powers. Then it was possible that he was simply bothered by her very existence. Unfortunately for her, only one thing came to mind. The daughter's illness was so similar to hers. The symptoms were absolutely identical, but it only arose for one single reason: the patients had royal blood. Leon had a bad feeling about whether the emperor could be Riri's biological father. When she told Jan about her guess, he furiously denied it. This couldn't be. The girl understood his reaction, continuing to insist. But the man assured Laris and the emperor were simply never alone. He reported that his sister was uncomfortable with him and then froze, trying to remember when it started. He also remembered the moment when he had been looking for her for a long time. And when he found her, her clothes were not in order, and she was injured. She didn't tell him anything then, but she never left the estate again. His teeth gritted, rage boiled inside him. He already understood everything, but desperately did not want to believe in such a thing. The man was overcome with despair. He could have guessed much earlier, but he was completely blind. Seeing his worries, the girl also blamed herself. If she hadn't said anything about it, everything would have been different. She pressed herself against him, showing that he was not alone and that she was always there. But at that moment, the Duke hated his former self even more, regretting the impossibility of returning to the past. His beloved sister decided to hide everything, took care of everything herself, and left them. The man no longer wanted to regret anything. He would protect both Riri and Leona. Excited by such a manifestation, Yana heard that he would no longer obey the emperor, after which she supported them until it was too late. They really could solve everything. But the girl still couldn't understand the emperor. But Yan already had an idea. The emperor had long wanted Riri to take the position of crown princess. Most likely, in this way, he wanted to have a direct connection with her. However, he did not need it forever, and he would get rid of her later. Leona considered him a bastard. Although there was nothing surprising about it, he always acted like that. The Duke also showed miracles of endurance, wanting to kill him right now. What stopped him was the understanding that it simply wouldn't happen, but they shouldn't let him do anything. He had to be stopped. He no longer cared how they did it. The main thing was the result. Meanwhile, the emperor, not suspecting anything, assumed that such a flower would make her happy. He was a little surprised that the tastes of the one who would become the crown princess were so simple. But he still considered this sortie useful, ordering Caleb to watch and report on the Duke's actions. Unfortunately, Caleb could not do this yet and asked for a delay, surprising the emperor. The priest spoke frankly about the impossibility of contacting the informant and his possible elimination by the Duke. The man was surprised by such a rush, but according to the boy, it turned out that he was given a large sum of money for his sister's treatment and sent to his family. But Caleb was sure that this was only the official version. The Duke had clearly found out about everything and got rid of the spy. After thinking about it, the emperor assumed that this was indeed the case. Since the boy was the most humble worker, the priest promised that he would definitely find someone more capable and useful. Finally, the emperor warned that if the tale became too long, it had to be cut off, and he did not tolerate failure. Smiling sweetly, he asked the old man not to forget about it. But Caleb didn't look scared, and only replied briefly that he would definitely remember it. The priest had no time to think about this. He needed to find the boy and find out what he had managed to tell the Duke. After his escape, it was not easy to do this, but he also always used and then threw away what was no longer needed. Many years ago, he also assured someone that the imperial family supported research and treatment. That weirdo was so grateful and wanted to come back soon with the results. He quickly found the right person and ordered them to follow that fool, and so he disappeared into another country. Now he, too, was thinking that it was time to call them again. For him, taking care of the driver was a mere trifle. He walked without any hurry. The emperor's plan was carried out without any failures. Meanwhile, Riri tried on new and much-needed clothes. But the little girl felt how soon she would boil in so much clothing or roll around like a bun. Now she didn't like the way she looked. She thought she looked like a big, fat cat. But her mother told her to accept it. She couldn't expect more help. Her parents explained to her that they were going to a very cold region. The girl didn't remember its name. The main thing was that there was a lot of snow falling from the sky. Imagining the white sparkling snow, Riri was already ready to put up with such small demands. To the delight of her parents, for the sake of snow, she was ready to do anything. She would definitely succeed. All the way, she couldn't turn away from the window, watching the snow fall and cover everything around. Leona was pleased. Her daughter looked incredibly happy. However, after a while, it dawned on Riri that she still didn't know why they were going to such a cold place. Her mother immediately explained to her that they were going to meet a special person. When she wanted to know who he was, she heard amazing news. They were going to her grandmother. The little girl was filled with both delight and surprise, because she had never had a grandmother before. She knew who they called grandmothers, and could not believe that she was actually coming to see her. Now she was worried. She had not been warned in advance. She had not dressed up or put on makeup, but her mother assured her that she was already beautiful. This encouraged the little girl, and she accidentally let it slip that she had taken them for luck. Hearing this, Leona and Ian froze, not understanding who she was talking about. Unbuttoning her coat, the daughter, very pleased with herself, showed the fluffy creatures that had been quietly hiding all this time. They were not prepared for this. Riri surprised them more and more each time. When Leona was born, their family lived well. But there was one thing. The woman saw that something was bothering her husband and wanted to find out the truth. And so, having gathered his strength, he confessed that he had been hiding something. The next words changed their lives forever, and he admitted that in their family, children were sometimes born with an incurable disease. Because of this, he was very worried that his daughter would suffer because of him. At that time, his wife believed in the best, believing that they could handle everything. She didn't know then that he wouldn't live long. Otherwise, she would have immediately known what he meant. After he left, the woman got used to thinking that she was left completely alone. The feeling of loneliness had long ceased to oppress her, and she resigned herself to it. And she didn't expect to see a little girl calling her grandma. But this didn't bother the little girl at all, and she clearly declared that her name was Riri, and she was her mother's daughter. After which, throwing herself into her grandmother's arms, she informed her that she was very glad to see her. Only now, realizing what a treasure she was holding in her hands, she hugged the child. She was also very happy to meet him. She couldn't imagine that she would have the chance to see her, much less hug her. Of course, she knew about Leona's arrival, but she was not prepared for the fact that they would all arrive together. Moreover, they were not revived by the meeting with such fluffy babies. Without wasting any time, Ian immediately introduced himself, apologizing for taking so long to do so, which amused the woman. Leone also felt uneasy, because the cat's arrival was not planned. But her mother didn't see any problem with this. On the contrary, she was happy to meet her family. The woman's gaze became confused. Perhaps she was mistaken. It was worth checking. However, she was right. These fluffy creatures were clearly not ordinary cats. Although she didn't expect to see something like this, the surprise was rather unexpected. Now she no longer had to worry about her daughter. She felt much calmer. There were already those next to her who would support her in difficult times. However, without revealing the secret, she told her not to worry, reminding her that she wanted to talk to her. Warming themselves by the fire, they happily watched the children's games. The little girl played so joyfully with the fluffy creatures that it brought joy to them too. Her mother also looked completely different from last time, but she could no longer put off the conversation and confessed to her mother that they had come because of Riri. She told everything in sequence, and also told about their assumptions that the emperor wanted to hide the truth about the birth of the child. The girl still hoped that he was simply exaggerating, but Mom agreed with this theory. It was plausible. After which I found them saying that this is not the only reason. The woman was confident in their knowledge of the founding houses and their destruction. Then people said that this was a punishment for their greed, and they were not entirely wrong. However, the next news was unknown to them. The imperial family was behind all the falls. They tried to strengthen their power through marriages with the founding families, and only the Petrie family refused this. And then their descendants began to show those mysterious symptoms. Hearing about this, Leona correctly noted that they were talking about her and Riri's illnesses. At first, they tried to find doctors and treat them, but then they realized that the problem was a conflict of magical forces. The families were angry because the relationship had resulted in a fatal disease. No one knew what to do, because if this became known, it would undermine the reputation of the throne. The emperor himself did not see any problem with this. He also did not understand why his court was so concerned about this problem. This cruel man offered what he considered to be the simplest solution. As a result, 4 families and doctors who knew the truth were killed under the pretext of civil war. It was easy for them, because no one had magic anymore. And then the imperial family presented it as a new power for the minor nobles, leaving only one family in need of control. What the woman had said seemed unthinkable, but now everything became clearer. Even in the imperial family, it was a secret, and she began to collect information when she found out who Leona's father was. Like the previous emperor, this one also wanted to get rid of the girl. It is quite possible that he did not want to reveal the secret of her birth, but most likely he did not want anyone to know about the disease. What he heard further strengthened the Duke's resolve in his plans. They had to stop the tyranny of the imperial family by any means necessary. Leona agreed with him, but she couldn't imagine how they, the Duke's family, could enter without the emperor's eyes. But she heard amazing words from her mother. The answer was simpler than they thought. She enthusiastically suggested that they simply cure the disease, then there would be no reason to eliminate the child. Leona and Jan couldn't believe what they heard. Could it really be true? However, they had to make a bold decision. The medicine had not yet been tested.